ready to roll.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this May 1st meeting of the Charlotte City Council Transportation Planning and Development Committee. We'll start the meeting as usual with introductions, beginning back there, please.
Hi, Tammy Parker, Vice President Enforcement.
Michelle Page. Alicia Osborne, Planning.
Allison Craig, Planning Director.
Good morning, James Mitchell, Committee Member.
Malcolm Graham, Committee Member.
Ed Driggs, Committee Chair.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Liz Babson, Assistant City Manager.
Yolanda Jones, Planning.
Catherine Coomer, Sustainability Governmental Affairs, CATS.
Brent Cagle, Interim CEO, CATS.
Lynn Alexander, Charlotte Transportation.
Jason Lawrence, Director of Planning, CATS.
Edwin Kinney, Charlotte Transportation.
Brandon Hunter, Cats.
Thank you. Thank you. We have, as befits a committee of this name, we have a transportation topic and a planning topic today. We're going to take them in inverse order. So I would ask Ms. Craig, please, to kick us off.
Councilmember Driggs, we're going to go back to the original order. I apologize.
They're messing with me, folks. All right. Yeah. I fell for it, too, completely. Fine. In that case, we will kick off with a CATS update. And I will start on this one. Mr. Cagle is also going to present. This has to do, as everybody knows, with the issues that have come to light about CATS and the action that is being taken to address those issues, and also to address the obvious communication issues that came to light in the context of what we learned in the last month or so. So if you recall, at our last Transportation Planning and Development Committee meeting, we worked from a memo, and committee members, you have a copy of that one for your reference in front of you. It's behind the document, Mr. Baker's memo. So you have an item here, which is a memo from Mr. Baker, and then one basically describing the situation with CATS and the issues that had come to light and the things that we wanted to address. We talked about that. Prior to that meeting, there had been a press conference, a meeting at which Mr. Cagle and Mr. Jones and I talked about the situation and certain steps that were being taken. And at this point, Mr. Jones, if you would like to just comment briefly on the actions that you described at that press conference and which you also, I think, circulated to us in a memo.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that the best way or the easiest way to do this is to start off with the memo that I provided to Council. And in that memo, there were 5 areas that I discussed, and one was suspending the CEO search, as well as being able to have this whole issue referred to this committee. We also wanted to make sure there's some additional resources that were provided to CATS, as well as making sure that there was an opportunity for a review. And then lastly, taking a look at just how my office is structured and what we could do in terms of communication and being able to provide information to the council. So as a quick update, we did suspend the CEO search, and right now the whole key is to allow the staff to identify and address some of these foundational issues. And I think that's really the key. There's a lot of, information going around, but I think the most important thing from an administrative standpoint is one of the things that we do best is when there are issues that are identified, we address them. And Brent and his team have done a great job. So kudos to you, Brent. I think the other thing that was in the memo is to have an opportunity for this review. So the FTA has verbally agreed to conduct an off-cycle review. Typically, these reviews happen every 3 years, but they have agreed to come in now and take a review of what we call the state of good repair, and that would include CATS finances, its operations, and its maintenance. There are also other aspects that the FTA may include in this review. The third item is this being referred to the committee, as Brent will give you an update today. in terms of what's happening with the ad hoc work group as well as the committee. The fourth item that I'd like to touch upon, which right now I think is maybe the most important, and that was to make sure that CATS has additional resources. A lot of times when we think about resources, we think about dollars, but the most important resources are just having skill sets to make sure that we can operate in a way that is something that the city and this committee would be proud of. So what we have done, and we made some announcements, those a little bit dated, but last Monday, I announced that Victoria Johnson and Craig Fox would be joining CATS as special assistants. You guys know Victoria very well and how she did such a great job with managing solid waste services, but maybe more importantly is that she has this ability to engage employees and make sure that their concerns are addressed. So I think, well, I know that Brent's excited about it, but also Victoria's excited about it. Also, she has been working on an ADA plan, and she's put us in great shape there. We talked a bit about asset management, and so we have Craig Fox, who's joining CATS also, and he's worked at the airport. He's our deputy engineer, just a great individual who we know that it really will help CATS. And then lastly, Chad Howell, who has stepped in and done some great work on an interim basis. He will be the permanent CATS CFO. And so, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I think we made some great progress with some key assets that have been moved over to CATS to help us get through these next 6 months or so. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So one of those actions was to create a working group. And essentially, what was decided was that in order to kind of stay on these issues in a real-time basis, make sure that information is disseminated immediately as it comes to light, and dig deeper into some of the issues, an ad hoc group was created consisting of myself, Mr. Bakari, Ms. Anderson, and Mr. Winston. And we have had 2 meetings with Mr. Cagle so far to talk about how to proceed. He is going to speak about a lot of what he's going to do. So all I will tell you is that in our conversations with him, we agreed on kind of a framework, which would consist, for one, of a sort of a dashboard, and that would take the items that are listed in the memo that you have in front of you from our last meeting, as well as a couple of other issues that have come to light, and update that on a regular basis. And the dashboard would have basically the issue itself, such as maintenance, inspections, the things that we know about, and would talk about where we are, what we're doing, where we stand, what the intentions are. So there will be kind of an ongoing reporting out. The working group also considered, with Mr. Cagle, a memo that was provided by Councilmember Bakari, who actually, in his professional life, was a risk manager. He worked at large organizations on risk management, was able to provide a very comprehensive framework for a sort of audit of your risks to make sure that we aren't overlooking anything that may not have come to light yet. Go check all the boxes. I think you're going to find that the organization, by the time we're done with this process with some new personnel and the work that we're doing, is squeaky, in much better shape than obviously it was before. So the working group will report to this committee. It's convenient that I happen to be in charge of both of those. So I will be telling you at our monthly meetings what's going on, and on an interim basis as needed. And this committee then, on behalf of council, will be sort of processing what we're doing about CATS, and then in our evening session, reporting out to the full council as to the status of our activity. So one thing I wanted to mention was we were notified of an action by the MTC at their meeting subsequent to our committee meeting, basically requesting that Charlotte issue an RFP for an outside survey to be conducted of CATS without any delay. And honestly, I heard about this, and I felt that the MTC had taken a unilateral action that was not really consistent with our partnership that we have with them. But it did raise questions of governance as to exactly how that works. And in case anybody here listening doesn't know, the MTC is the Metropolitan Transit Commission, and it is a group of the mayors of the 6 towns in Mecklenburg County plus Charlotte, a member of the Board of County Commissioners, and a member of the NCDOT Board. And the purpose of that, in general terms, is to essentially harmonize all of the mobility and transit activity within the county to ensure that our partners in the county are adequately represented, that their local needs are being acknowledged in any discussions that take place about transportation. It was created in 1998, I think, in conjunction with the 1/2 cent sales tax that was initiated then to fund transit that was imposed countywide. So they were participating in the payment of that tax, and therefore it was felt they should have a role in the governance. But the RFP request triggered a discussion about exactly what the scope is of the responsibilities and the authority is of the MTC. And I expressed a view that I didn't think that a unilateral instruction to us, in fact, to the manager to proceed with the issuance of an RFP using his authority of up to $500,000 was the right approach. So there ensued a discussion in the MTC about what the scope is of the authority that it has over CATS and what the terms are of the relationship of the MTC with Charlotte. I think after some back and forth, we arrived at a good place. We decided that a member of the MTC would participate in the working group, and initially that member was identified as Mayor Higgins of Matthews. I've had discussions with him and with Mayor Bales about how this will work and what their role will be and how we'll proceed. I think it's fair to say those discussions continue, but the goal certainly is to have a process in which members of the MTC feel fully included and that the importance of their role in our mobility is recognized. So I guess that's how we will proceed. In that meeting, I did also acknowledge some of the media coverage of comments that were made by former CEO John Lewis, and I think most of us are probably aware of them. But he came out with statements that were essentially quite critical of Charlotte, of the manager to a certain extent, and kind of suggesting that a lot of the difficulty at CATS was beyond his control. So I will repeat here what I said there, which is I don't know how a CEO can suggest that all of the issues at CATS were happening and he had no control over them or didn't take any action about them. But I'm not going to engage in any kind of give and take. The city did issue a statement responding to the interview to try to clarify a few points of fact, and I don't think we need to discuss that a lot further. But the one thing, particularly in response to the comments that were aimed at the manager that I would like to repeat here was, in my mind, the idea that this was also on a Mike Collins show that I was on. You know, the buck stops here. What about the man at the top? You know, 3 people have left, but what about the manager? So I just want to stress here, too, the manager is responsible for CATS and for 12 or 15 or I don't know how many other departments and activities of the city, is not specifically a transportation expert. I think we can agree that if we look at the full scope of his responsibilities, there's a lot of good things there, and I expect that in his next review by City Council, we will talk about CATS, but I hope we will also talk about his many strengths in other areas. And therefore, I'm just here to deflect any attempt to kind of focus on the manager in conjunction with the discussion of the issues that we have seen. So I think that's it. I will be reporting to this committee about the ongoing activity of the working group. I think our intention would be to review some documents. We might actually ask Mr. Cagle to arrange for us to talk to a couple of key people. I can also say I did have a conversation with a couple of senior members of CATS after the MTC meeting. I won't name them because this was just an informal exchange, but they told me how much better things are since Mr. Cagle took over there. And I have a really good feeling about the outlook for our remediation efforts and for our ability to get past the current stories around cats. And I think that's important, because the one thing I did emphasize at the MTC meeting, and which we all need to keep sight of, is we have very major goals and aspirations as it relates to mobility. We've been talking about our mobility plan. There's the Connect Beyond plan, which is regional. So we need to process the issues at CATS and not let them slow down our progress on the greater purpose of achieving better mobility solutions for the region. I will just say that much, and with that, Mr. Cagle, if you would like to give us an update on your activity.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Driggs, and thank you to the committee for having me here this morning. I'd also like to introduce Catherine. Catherine works in CATS. She is working directly with me as we work through sort of managing the flow of information. Catherine's day job in CATS is sustainability and governmental affairs, but I also like the detailed orientedness of her mind and how she thinks about how we better communicate, not only with the work group, with TPD, as well as MTC and others, NCDOT, FTA, others, because we do have a lot of reporting requirements. And so Catherine will be assisting with this effort. I'd also like to say, when I think about the announcement that Mr. Jones talked about, the 3 critical staff that we've brought in, a couple things. We know that CATS, as the entire executive team turned over in the last 160 days, that has left some gaps beyond other just normal staffing changes. So we needed to address those. I feel very good in what we've done, and I can assure you that there will be more announcements to come as we continue to build out the team. Just a little bit more on Craig Fox. Over the next 6 months, one of the things, well, the primary thing that Craig will be doing is looking at our assets. CATS has many, many assets, from parking garages to stations with elevators and bus shelters, all of these kinds of things, to major maintenance facilities. We have many facilities. So Craig will be looking at creating a baseline of where we stand with those facilities. He will also then turn to looking at what we need to do in the future to address any outstanding facility needs that are there today, and what we need to do to ensure proper maintenance of those facilities going forward. That will include a baseline of the facility conditions, but it will also make recommendations on proper budgets and staffing for ultimately a facilities division inside of CATS to address those needs. In addition, Victoria Johnson is joining the team, and Victoria is a special assistant directly to the CEO, to myself. I've worked with Victoria for a long time. I can tell you, I shouldn't say this publicly, but a lot of the great ideas I had about employee engagement that I implemented at the airport, I actually stole from Victoria. So I'll come clean. I'll come clean now and say I saw what she was doing in solid waste. I saw what she did in solid waste, and it was amazing work. She really has the ability to get into the field, talk to employees, and create credibility between the executive team and the frontline employee. And in any large operation, that's key. Part of our communications issue is listening to our frontline employees and also making sure that they know they're heard, right? And I think that in a large organization, it's tough, but CATS certainly has room for improvement, and Victoria can help with that. So she will be in the field. She will also be in the chain of command with our rail division, assisting the rail division on management decisions, because most of our field employees that work for the City of Charlotte for CATS are in the rail division. I think we all know that the bus operators and mechanics, while they're integral to our operation, they do work for a third party, RATP Dev or TMOC, depending on how it's stated. She will also be reaching out to those employees as well. While they're not our employees, she will be discussing with them what are some things that we can do with their employer, with our partner, to better recruit and retain operators, because that is very, very important. And then lastly, Mr. Howell, we needed some stability. Mr. Howell was the CFO at Charlotte Water. He was excited at the opportunity to come over to CATS, and he was very willing, excited to become our permanent CFO. I think he's done a great job in the last 4 months, and he will be a true asset to the CATS team. So we're excited about that. And happy to discuss more with others if there are other questions. But again, this is part of building out the team ahead of the eventual CEO search whenever that resumes, and I think it's a good thing. The second thing I will mention about the work group and what I've heard so far, I think that there are 3 primary items for TPD, but coming out, and MTC, but coming out of the work group. The first of which, as Mr. Driggs has stated, his memo to the community identified 6 areas, and that is in the packet that you have. Those 6 areas, I think, are very specific to items that we have identified over the last 4 months that need further attention. And so the first item that I think will be coming out of the work group, or that CATS will be providing to the work group and then ultimately to TPD and MTC, is really a progress report related to these 6 areas. Now, I think in these 6 areas, there will be subcategories, because some of them are fairly big, some of them are not, but we will create a progress report and keep everyone informed as to our progress towards addressing these known issues. The second, I think, is as Mr. Driggs pointed out, a risk assessment. Sometimes in the public sector, that can be referred to as an enterprise risk management process. In the private sector, it can be viewed as a corporate risk assessment or other things. But it really is a top-to-bottom look at the organization and really identifying what risks are out there and how we can create mitigation plans around addressing those risks. I think it's a good exercise. I will say CATS has started to do some of that work already, and we will continue working with the work group and Mr. Bakari to do this in a very sort of structured way, so that we can come back with reports on those things, on the risk assessment and then our mitigation strategies. And the last thing is a dashboard. I do believe that there's a lot of data out there around our service, around how we provide the service, around service levels, and are we meeting goals or not. I do believe that CATS can do better dashboarding our service objectives and how we meet those objectives. So we will be working internally to create a dashboard for the community, for this group, but also for the community, to better describe and show what we are doing to meet our objectives, our service level objectives, providing service every day. So I think those 3 things are important, and obviously we will work directly with the work group and then ultimately TPD and MTC to report on those. The last thing I will say, I know there have been specific questions about the incident on March 21st, 2022. When one wheel on a train, on a light rail vehicle, left its natural position on the track or derailed. We thought that the best, there's a lot of information, literally over 500 pages of investigation materials that were conducted between CATS and NCDOT SSO. And I will say, for those who are new to the world of light rail regulations, NCDOT SSO is the State Security Oversight Office, and they are empowered by the FTA at the state level to work with CATS when safety issues arise or investigations need to be completed. So CATS worked directly with NCDOT SSO to conduct that investigation. We also brought in Siemens to do a root cause analysis. Again, that is encapsulated in a publicly available document, the accident investigation. It's about 500 pages. What we wanted to do was provide you what we think is a key piece of information in case you don't want to read all 500 pages. And it is at your table. It is a letter from NCDOT SSO dated March 2nd, 2023. And this letter is the final approval from NCDOT of our corrective action plans. And I'll just read to you the subject line. NCDOT approval of the Charlotte area transit systems corrective action plans to address NCDOT's unacceptable hazardous conditions letter and speed restriction directive. So right there in the subject, it says what this letter is about. We, CATS, provided corrective action plans to NCDOT, and on March 2nd, 2023, they approved those corrective action plans. Now, I think this letter is very important because it shows that they have approved that, but the way the letter is structured, and it can be a little confusing if looking through it quickly, this letter does what I would call a very good job of going through what got us to this letter. So this letter is not only an approval of our corrective action plans, but it also provides a timeline of what previous events were. So as you're reading it, it does help to provide some background information, both how we got here and to that point in time. So that was on March 2nd. What I will say is on April 10th, City Council approved CATS's ability to renegotiate the current maintenance contract with Siemens. We are currently doing that, and as we have more information, we will continue to share with TPD and MTC as those contract negotiations move forward. Again, that contract is to conduct what we call the truck overhaul maintenance on the entire fleet, and we are currently working with Siemens and NCDOT to do final negotiations and terms and conditions for that contract, and we will share more as we have more information.
That's
all
it?
I have.
So I just wanted to add on NCDOT, I think it's apparent for those of you who are aware of some of the correspondence that took place that relations between CATS and NCDOT were pretty strained for a while. I think that may have had to do with some of the individuals who have left CATS. So I'm very pleased to report that Jason Orthner from NCDOT came to the MTC meeting to report and gave what I thought was a very balanced and calm account of the things that had happened and where we are. And the important thing to stress about this letter, and the reason it's so important, is they would not allow this system to operate if they felt there were any undue risks. And so we, I think, have a responsibility to be very accountable for the serious issues that have come to light. But at the same time, I don't want the public to think that they are taking a chance if they ride on these trains. They must ride on these trains. The trains do not constitute an undue risk to any rider. We need people to be on the trains and not in their cars. So I hope everybody will understand. The NCDOT indicated the circumstances. They said you must pursue the steps that you said you were going to pursue. You can't operate the trains at more than 35 miles an hour while you are making these remediation efforts, correcting the issues with the wheel assemblies and so on, which, as Mr. Cagle has noted, is not actually a terribly significant thing. The trains don't operate at more than 35 miles an hour for long enough for this limit to impose any kind of time constraints. The journey time ends up being a couple of minutes shorter, 2 to 4, Brent?
Yeah, it depends. So if you are riding from terminus to terminus, right, one end to the other end, depending on time of day, you would expect, because of the 35-mile-an-hour speed restriction, something like between 3 and 5 minutes of additional travel time if you were riding from one end to the other. When you start looking at it station to station, it can be anywhere from 2 seconds to 20 seconds, depending on the spacing of the station. Now, we don't have a lot of riders. I won't say we have zero, but we don't have a lot of riders who go from one end to the other, right? Literally 485 all the way to UNCC. But they do exist. And so, but for those, it's a matter of minutes, something less than 5 minutes on average of travel time end to end, much less station to station, depending on the station. I will say the train, so right now it operates at a maximum of 35 miles an hour. And we have heard that maximum operating speed was 55 miles an hour. Now, 55 miles an hour, it's important to know, was only, our light rail vehicles only reached that for very brief periods in very few areas because of track telemetry and other things. So when they would reach 55 miles an hour, it may be for 30 seconds at a time in a very few areas. Average speed of the train, rather than thinking about maximum speed, average speed of the train is much more important to look at. An average speed of the train before the speed restriction was between 40 and 45 miles an hour when you looked at it over the entire system. So 35 miles an hour is a speed reduction, but it's not as significant as thinking about our maximum speed, 20 miles an hour. It's really that difference between 35 and 43 miles an hour, the average speed, something like that.
And again, the travel times aren't impacted. I don't want to get too far into the weeds into a lot of what we've discussed, but it's worth noting that a few of those vehicles were taken out of service, the ones that were identified as having been in service the longest without the maintenance. And so a number of steps were taken to comply with the NCDOT's corrective to present an acceptable corrective action plan. But the important thing to note is the plan has been accepted. And therefore, I would just urge members of the public to go ahead and ride on the trains with confidence. I think yes, sir. Go ahead.
So thank you, Chairman Driggs. I just a couple things that I believe are important for me to put in the room. One is I apologize to the chairman. I've been trying to get home for the last day, so these folks didn't think that I was going to make it. That's why the agenda got flipped. And there are a bunch of folks upstairs who are panicking because we have a budget presentation night. I'll be up there, guys. We're good. But I do want to express why I'm here. So I did make a commitment, much like Safe Charlotte. Before we had the Safe Charlotte plan, there was a lot of issues around violence and violence as a public health crisis. And I committed to being a resource to the committee that was working on Safe Charlotte. And so as we work through CATS, I commit to being a resource here, showing up each time Brent's here, talking about anything that's related to CATS. So I just wanted to assure this committee that I will be in attendance also.
So, Mr. Manager, are you presenting your budget tonight?
Yeah, this is a little budget thing around 6 o'clock.
And will you be addressing the question of the property tax?
Wait a second. Let's get back to CATS.
So everybody, tune in, all right? Be there tonight. You'll hear all about it. Thank you. So I think we're good. The only other thing I'll mention is in the general context of CATS, Mr. Cagle, maybe you could talk about the RFP for the bus system, because that's been another topic. We've had a number of things come up about the buses. And you'll recall at our last meeting and in council, we discussed a recovery of the system from the lows during COVID in terms of reliability, driver absences, and so on. Mr. Cagle had communicated that to the management company for the buses, sorry, Brent, I don't mean to steal your thunder here, but had communicated to the management company that he had a concern about trends in those things, even though the overall service levels remained high compared to the COVID period. And that caused a memo to be issued by the management company for the buses that I think we talked about. But maybe if you want to just describe that or give us a quick update there.
Yeah, a couple things I want to reiterate. Back in August of 2022, we implemented service level changes. And so just level setting. When we implement service level changes or reduce service levels, we talk in terms of operators needed daily to perform the routes, to serve the routes. So back in August 2022, we reduced service by reducing routes, and that reduced the operator need by 40. That does not mean approximately 40. That does not mean that there were 40 operators who lost their positions, right? It does not mean that at all. What it really means is we were short 40 operators to provide the service, so we had to make the service align with staffing. And when we think about operator availability, there are two things that factor into this. And operator availability directly relates to missed trips daily. So back in August, on a monthly basis, we had missed trips of about between 8 and 10%. That was the high water mark or the worst that things got, and that is not good. What that really means is you had a 90% chance of the bus you were waiting for showing up, but the flip side to that is you had a 10% chance that it wouldn't, and that's problematic, right? Reliability is key. So we reduced the operator need by 40, and we saw reliability or missed trips immediately shrink. Right now, today, in February, March, January was about 0%. It was less than 1%. February started to creep up a little bit to 1%. Right? So when I say creep up a little bit, I do mean a little bit, still 1%. So 1% is still good, right? It is still much, much better than 10% missed trips. But when we started looking at the trends on operators, there's two factors that are important on this. One, vacancy rates, number of vacant operator positions. And two, unscheduled absences. How often does an operator who's scheduled to come to work not come to work? And that's always true. That will always be true, that those two factors feed in are directly correlated to missed trips. So as we saw the missed trips creep up a little bit, we started to get concerned because we started to look at the trends. And what we're seeing is vacancies are high, higher than they've ever been in the past, or very high. And we're not seeing a lot of movement, right, on that vacancy rate. It's not coming down. Now, the good news on this, glass half full, is it's not going up a lot either. It seems to stabilize. But what we did start to see is we were seeing unplanned absences start to creep up again. And specifically, we're seeing that on weekends. So we're seeing missed trips on weekdays very low, in the 10, 15, 20 missed trips daily, Monday through Friday. But we see a large increase on the weekends. It starts to become 250, 300, 350 missed trips. And that is correlated to unplanned absences. So we were not saying, so what we said to TMOC or RATP Dev was, based on this current data, if you project that out to the fall, to October, November, December of 2023, we could find ourselves in a situation where missed trips has grown again up into that 8, 9, 10% range, and we would have to evaluate reducing service yet again by approximately another 40 operators. We do not want that to happen. And so our point to our ATP Dev wasn't that we need to reduce service right now. It was we need to work together to find strategies to avoid what we see in 6, 8, 9 months in the trends today. We have to reverse those trends. Now, we were not aware that that letter was going out. And if I had written that letter, I might have chosen to word it differently. But the sentiment behind it is true. We have to find solutions for how we provide service. And the key to that is reducing vacancies and ensuring that drivers come to work when they're scheduled. That will always be the key to it. Yes, we have to have better vehicles and a more aggressive replacement. But beyond that, it's all about the staffing. So that was really what we're talking to the contractor about. It's that future and making sure we do what we need to do now to change it. Now, that being said, we are also in the process of an RFP. We are in the last year of RATP Dev. Their contract with the city is a 5-year contract. The last year started in February 2023 and will end February 2024. So that means during this last year, we need to put out onto the street the RFP for proposals to take over that service. Maybe RATP Dev, if they propose. It may be someone else. But to ensure proper transition, this is one where we put it out far in advance of the expiration date. So that RFP went out on the street approximately 3 weeks ago. It will be open for proposals for 45 to 60 days. We actually may extend it to ensure we get as much competition as possible. And then we will go through the normal RFP process of evaluating proposals, selecting a short list, and then a final proposal to move forward with contract. That contract inevitably will come before City Council for approval at some point in the future between today and February of 2024.
So at this point, I'd like to excuse the manager who is squirming in his chair here because there's another meeting he needs to be to, an important one. Thank you for coming, sir, and see you later today.
Thank you.
Also want to acknowledge that committee members Anderson and Johnson have joined us virtually, so welcome to both of you. The last thing I wanted to say about the RFP is I think the experience with the buses brought to light I would say some weaknesses in our current arrangements with the management company. So I think the wording of the RFP, among other things, is meant to strengthen our hand in terms of the recourse that we have to the management company in the event of circumstances like the ones that we saw for a while at CATS with the drivers and so on.
Clearly, it is intended, so our contract has served us well for many, many years, but it is out of date. And therefore, as we think about the contract and modernizing it, we went through a lot of work to look at our contract, think about how we modernize the contract, which flows into the RFP. So that work actually started in the summer of 2022.
Right.
We started that work, which leads us to the RFP. I guess what I would say is this is all about partnership and results. And so our goal in the RFP and ultimately the new contract is to create a partnership that allows all of us to win. And winning is reliable service to the community, providing that service that the community needs.
And of course, we continue to work on the Envision My Ride plan for changing the way the bus service is delivered to be more responsive to current mobility needs. So going now to members of the committee, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of comments and then two quick questions. One, I want to thank you for your leadership over the last month on this particular issue. Your work with the MTC. I took the opportunity to watch the last two meetings. I believe that we are being well represented there, and our viewpoint is really getting across. I will offer a caution. I wish the manager was still here. I understand there's a lot happening in the building today, so yeah, I get it. But I just want to stress the point beyond our current situation that regional cooperation, regional participation is extremely important for tomorrow and yesterday, right? We got to get that right when this issue is not an issue anymore for us. And so I just want to stress the importance of working with our neighboring partners, the ability to agree when we agree and to disagree when we do, but don't want to lose the sight that our destination and for a community is regionalism and regional cooperation and regional participation. I just wanted to make that clear. Secondly, I won't say anything about the manager that I hadn't told him already. He is the boss. He is the boss. And council only has 3 direct reports. the city attorney, the city clerk, and the city manager, and whether it's CATS, whether it's planning, whether it's utilities, he is the boss. And I will respect him as the boss, and he has broad shoulders to shoulder a lot of responsibility. He can do it, but for me, that's where the accountability for a wide variety of issues start and stop. Was going to ask a question in reference to the status of the repairs of the vehicle that's already went to California, and just a quick update.
Yes, so two sets of trucks have gone to California and they have come back. They are still under acceptance testing. They have not been accepted yet, but we are working through that. I will also mention that the work on these vehicles are, view them almost as a custom-built vehicle, right? This is not like buying, a Ford pickup truck and there's thousands made a year. This is a custom vehicle. So we expected some amount of back and forth as we accepted them, but they are currently continuing to be evaluated before we accept those two sets of trucks.
Okay. And secondly, the status of the FTA federal review. Have they already started, or where's that in the pipeline?
Yeah, so Mr. Jones didn't mention this, but so I have spoken to the region, FTA region, and what they have said is they intend to do this. They have committed to doing the off-cycle review. They have not given us a written confirmation of that. They need to go through their procurement process to hire an outside consultant to conduct this review for them. Once that is done, they said they will provide us a written document that shows timeline of the review plus full scope.
I think that's really important for regional credibility, that we kind of, pitch them along to get that answer and to get that started as soon as possible. Wanted also to acknowledge to the chairman and the manager the importance of the working group. I think that's really, really important. Certainly, I won't read 500 pages, but somebody needs to, right? And so hopefully those who have volunteered, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you. Yeah, I've read it.
You got a lot of nighttime reading. I think we need to make sure that the public understands, that we understand the importance of what we're doing, that we're not saying that the sky is falling. It isn't. But I do believe that there is a reasonable expectation of public accountability in terms of what we're doing and why we're doing it. Certainly, the working group is a step in the right direction. The federal review is another step in the right direction. The staffing changes is well accepted. Great people. Obviously, your leadership since December begins to put the puzzle back together again. But certainly the overview of the working group is really, really important. And then lastly, and then I'll be quiet. I think you hit it on it last. I mean, let's keep the main thing, right? Which is getting people back and forth to work on time, when they need to catch the bus, to get on the train. Let's make the main thing. I keep saying this city is big enough that we can do multiple things at the same time. And so we can have a critical review of our operations, and at the same time, we can continue to operate in a manner that's effective and efficient and doesn't deter from the level of service that we're providing to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks. And I will just repeat what I've said frequently, which is public trust is fragile, it's easily damaged, and it's hard to fix. We're going to do what it takes. So, Ms. Johnson, I see you, but I have Mr. Mitchell first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to echo, great job, Mr. Chairman, for the work group. I think that's very important for us. And Brent, I know you keep reminding us about interim, but you're doing a great job in the interim CEO of CATS. Let's have a kind of conversation about the work group, particularly we got 3 items, the 6 items, progress report, the risk assessment, and the dashboard. Are there any dates associated when we will be implementing, particularly the dashboard? I think that's one way to get customer confidence back up, using the service. So any timeline for the dashboard?
We don't have a timeline at this point. I think our first report out, or our next report out to TPD will be coming back to you on all of these items with better milestones and a schedule.
Perfect. That was my second question. Thanks, Brent. So thirdly, Brent, explain to me just the partnership between RTB Dev and then TMOC. I just get confused. I think I understand RTB Dev as they relate to our operators and negotiating for it. But TMOC, I really don't know. And please, I'm not saying it's a negative, I just don't know their purpose. So
Yeah, so let me try to explain this in a simplified version because it is confusing. So because we cannot employ the operators and the mechanics because they have a federal right, under federal guidelines, they have a right to be unionized and have a collective bargaining agreement. Now, the city has lots of employees who are members of unions. Right? So we can have employees who join unions.
Right.
What we can't do is enter into collective bargaining agreements with a union.
Right.
All right, and that's not just us, that's any municipality because it's state law in North Carolina. So because of that state law and then the federal right to have that for operators and mechanics primarily, a system was created, the Memphis Plan, that municipalities would bring in a contractor who would employ the unionized operators, and they would have collective bargaining agreements.
Okay.
Now, what Charlotte did in addition to that, and that creates even more confusion, is there is a company that is not the city of Charlotte called Transit Management of Charlotte, TMOC.
Okay.
TMOC technically employs their own employees, operators, but also accountants, procurement professionals, HR. So there is an organization called Transit Management of Charlotte, TMOC, and RATP Dev, as our contractor, manages TMOC.
Okay.
Right? And so RATP Dev, there are 6 people in the city of Charlotte, not our organization, that work for RATP Dev.
Okay.
And then there are approximately 600 or 700 who work for TMOC. RATP Dev has hiring and firing oversight over TMOC. The reason this was created was because if RATP Dev is no longer the contractor, some other entity comes in, it saves them time when transitioning workforce. They don't have to come in and take 600 or 700 people and move them to another company's payroll. For example, they remain on TMOC. So there's an organization to allow for easier transition from one contractor to another, and that is TMOC. So we do use them sometimes interchangeably, although they are not, legally they are not interchangeable in exactly how they operate.
So how long is our contract with TMOC?
It exists indefinitely, and we can make that decision because TMOC does not have to exist.
Okay.
It does not have to exist. You could have the contractor who hires all of the employees, and when a new contractor comes in, all those employees transition to the next contractor, right? And there's a transition to do that. But TMOC does not technically have to exist under the Memphis Plan, the way that this was set up. We being Charlotte, worked to create it as to ease the transition should it ever occur. Now, the irony on this is it has never occurred.
Okay.
But that is why the two organizations exist. So right now, RATP Dev operates as TMOC. If they do not receive the contract, the city will buy back the rights to TMOC for $1. And then the next contractor would assume responsibility.
Well, Mr. Chairman, one follow-up, if I may. And so there was a request from this committee to have RTP Dev make a presentation or kind of get to meet them. Is there a timeline when when that would take place. Because to your point, the RFP is out on the street already. We're going to make a decision probably the end of this year with the new contract being effective 2024. It would be good to see them sooner than later.
We can absolutely work with Mr. Driggs and TPD and the work group.
One, just a bit of information for me, because I was not here in August. So staff, can you provide, we reduced the service in August of 2023? 2022. So can you provide just information to me, those services that we no longer exist, just information will be helpful.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's all for me.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Brent, for the work that you're doing and the process and progress thus far. This is a lot of information. This was an hour's worth of information. So I have some comments and I have some questions. First, I think it should be on record that the comments or the opinions of the chair don't reflect all of council. So I think that that's very important. Council's not made a determination yet because we have not gathered all of the facts, particularly when it comes to Mr. Lewis. There have been things that have been said, tweets and other public comments that don't reflect the opinions of all of council. So I think we're still gathering information. And I think that that's just very important. I believe that the buck stops with Mr. Jones also. So we're still determining on all of the facts, and there's a review. And it should be noted that the review is an internal review with numerous council members, many of who were on council when all of these problems erupted. So I think that, as I've said before, we do need a more objective review, but we're moving forward in a different direction. I think that I also had the chance to listen to the MTC meeting, and I think that we really, really need to be very deliberate and just very intentional on building trust with MTC and also our public and the employees. So I wanted to know, and you said you heard from a couple of the employees, Mr. Driggs. I'd like to know if there has been an evaluation or survey sent out to the employees. I'm a big proponent for the 360 evaluation. I've been talking about that for a couple of years for the city manager. The council's not moved in that direction. So I'm just wondering if there's any type of employee evaluation that we should send out now to the CATS employees so that we're hearing from them collectively. I'd like to know how they're doing right now. There's been a lot since, even during COVID and the violence against the drivers. I think we need to check in with the CATS employees, and that should come up to council. So, Mr. Cagle, I'd like to know if that's one of the things that you've done is implement an employee survey to the employee, or if there's a plan to do that.
So, Mr. Cagle, if I may, Ms. Johnson, thank you for the clarification. I've tried to make clear when I was expressing a personal opinion. When I do, and if I fail to be absolutely clear about that, I recognize fully that during our review of the manager, this is going to be a topic, and it's going to be a difficult topic. I get that. I was just trying to maintain a little balance. As far as the other thing is concerned, we haven't made decisions yet. In fact, we will confer with council about actions that we might want to take, including a review like the one you suggest. But that is not currently in the plan, and I think it would take a majority vote of council to include it. I mean, there are some unanswered questions still about governance, I think, in the governance committee, and we'll wait to see the outcome of those in general about how we conduct reviews. But if you want to make a motion to council that the Mr. Cagle or the working group should take the action you described, I think you'll have a chance to do so tonight. But I'm just saying that is something that would happen as a result of a majority vote of the full council.
Okay.
Mr.
Well,
Cagle,
I just-
Mr. Cagle wanted to say something as well.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Johnson, so to follow up on your question about surveying and understanding where the employees are, I would say two things. One, over the course of 2022, maybe even 2021, so CATS does survey employees, and it's clear to us through several employee engagement opportunities that we have gone through, morale has been very low. We've seen that in survey work. We've also seen that firsthand when employees come and state it directly at City Council. So to sort of get to the main point here is we do believe, or I do believe we have, as I am doing town halls and direct engagements with employees, I do believe, and other mechanisms, we do understand where employee sentiment lies right now, low morale, and some very specific and valid concerns. We have not done another employee survey in the last 4 months for one reason, because it was brought to me and said, hey, should we do this? And so the reason we haven't is, the answer is yes, we should. I did want to give some amount of time for us to make changes so that we weren't just surveying prior sentiment. We could start to understand, are we hitting the mark as we make changes to see how that is changing over time? And so I agree with you. We will be surveying employees. I asked the team to hold so that we could implement some of the changes so that we better understand, are they making a difference? What is making a difference? What isn't? And what can we continue to do to hit the mark to make that difference in morale and employee concerns?
So you're saying there's been a recent survey?
So I have conducted town hall meetings directly with employees. I've done 2 rounds of that over all shifts, all work groups, including TMOC, bus operators. And there have been some survey processes conducted in the last 12 months or so. So management partners looked at employee engagement and morale. That was part of their review. And we also saw directly from employees their safety concerns, their pay concerns. You may recall when employees came directly to City Council and talked about their concerns approximately a year ago from where we are today. So we have received a variety of different forms of employee feedback, and all of them have indicated low morale and concerns with communication.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Because we know the city doesn't move without the city, without our employees. So perhaps if the new evaluation just asks those questions, are you seeing improvement? And so we can compare then versus now. But I think that's a really good point. The high vacancies, the fact that the entire executive team is turned over. I mean, there are obvious problems along with the operations and the problems that we've discovered with maintenance and the safety, and so we've got a lot of work to do. And I just wanted to be clear that that we're working on that, and that that we're not, that these actions are not to protect the agency or to protect the status quo, and that we really are trying to build trust with our regional partners and with the community. One of the things that was determined when we decided on this internal work group was that there is a possibility for a third-party review. I believe that's what you said, Mr. Chair. Can you give an update on what we need to see if we still consider the third-party review, or what's the status of that?
So I think we were weighing whether an investment of hundreds of thousands of dollars would actually add value to all of the other steps that are being taken. So, and I think the MTC was okay with the idea that they would work with us in the working group and that we would simply table for now the suggestion that that RFP be issued. And that's really where it is. We're just not going to proceed immediately. I think it would be more productive even for the creation of an RFP if we have a little more time to get our arms around what it is we would want somebody to do. And the other thing is, several $100,000, that's affordable housing units. That's important money that in our overall budget that I would want to, as a personal opinion, want to be clear, but I think where the MTC ended up at the last meeting was they would join the working group, a member would join the working group, and that we would then just wait before making a final commitment on outside.
Okay, so when you throw around, the term affordable housing, that's my passion, so I hear you. However, a couple $100,000 is minimal compared to the $20 million maintenance fees that we're going to have to spend. So there is that cost of doing business, and I know that you appreciate that as well. Well, I guess, and then my question as far as the corrective action plan, Mr. Cagle, I know that you said the dashboard would be open and accessible to the public. What about these progress reports that we are going to receive? Are those progress reports, are these the same progress reports that are going to be sent to the NCDOT, or there are going to be different levels of progress report, and how available will those be to the public?
We can make those available. What I had anticipated is those progress reports would be coming from the work group to TPD and be publicly available via TPD and public records.
Via public records?
Well, as part of the TPD, as part of the package for the TPD and available to all.
Okay, and for the corrective action plan to the state, do you have to submit routine progress reports?
So currently, on the light rail vehicles, we do submit to the state under our CAPS, corrective action plans, CAPS. We submit to them a report weekly of the vehicle inspections of the heat tabs that are present on the vehicles or the trucks of the vehicles. So yeah, we report to NCDOT as part of our CAPS based on the information that they want to see. And as we make progress towards the repairs and moving forward, then we would, so part of the CAPS is closing out the CAPS, right? You have corrective action plans, and at some point you close out the corrective actions because they're no longer corrective actions, they're corrected actions, and the CAPS close out. So we currently report weekly based on our internal inspections of the heat tabs for the vehicles in service to NCDOT, and as we progress through this, we will continue to report out on the status of the corrective actions, and then ultimately start to close those corrective actions, at which time the restrictions that are in place as part of the corrective actions would start to be removed as well.
And are you giving a summary of those weekly reports to the work group or to MTC, or are you sharing that information? Is that information available to the public? That might be something that we have just available. I don't know if they're, or that we're sharing with the media, or I would like to see that information either come to the committee or come to the work group and then to the committee. But I'd like to follow, and I mentioned that back when we discussed this back in March, I think, that I'd like to see the status of the corrective action plan be shared with council. Is that something that you can share with
What-
us during the next committee meeting, the weekly reports or a summary of those
So-
weekly reports?
Yeah, so we can do either. I will say the weekly reports don't reflect the status of the caps. So I guess the way I envisioned this with the working group was we would absolutely reflect the status of the corrective action plans. But I hadn't anticipated sending you the status of weekly inspections on the vehicles. But that information we gather and send to NCDOT, and we can provide that if desired.
Ms.
Yeah,
Johnson,
Council
there are no
Chair,
secrets here. There are no secrets here, all right? So I think we need to make absolutely clear, anything anybody wants to see, they can see. Really, the issue for us, though, is to process a great deal of rather dry 500 pages of documents that were generated from the incident. We need to work on those and make sure anything in there that would concern the general public is brought out. I don't expect a large community of people to wade through a foot-high pile of documents. So our job, and you're welcome to participate in any way you like, but our job is to look at everything and make sure that nothing the public would want to know about that we don't fail to bring to the public's attention anything that they would want to know about.
Right, I agree. So I just want to make sure that we're getting information on that corrective action plan, because if we don't meet that, we know that NCDOT has the ability to come in and, if we're non-compliant, that they have the ability to really take action on the city. So just a report, Mr. Cagle, to that work group of the status of the corrective action plan would be suffice.
Yes, ma'am.
Sufficient. Okay, all right, thank you
Thank you,
so
Ms.
much.
Johnson, and certainly we will be making that stuff available. I would point out that one of the reasons for not jumping in right away on the RFP was that we do have that ongoing dialogue with NCDOT. We've got the FTA coming in, and I think there was a feeling that we have some pretty serious oversight, external oversight, through those agencies, and we will find out whether that's enough to satisfy you, the public, and the MTC, or whether there is also a need for a survey to be conducted. So that question is open still. I need to address where we are in our meeting because we have another agenda item. But quickly, I wonder if the lady sitting next to Mr. Cagle would introduce herself and explain your role in this, if you would, for a moment.
Sure. So
You need a microphone? Got one?
it's on. Yeah, thank you. So I'm Catherine Coomer. I am CAT's first Sustainability, Resiliency, and Governmental Affairs Officer, but I've been supporting the City of Charlotte roughly the last 5 years, having the honor of serving as a climate advisor as part of the American Cities Climate Challenge. So am excited to dive in and support you all in this process. I think there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of good work already being done. Happy to work on continuing to capture that.
So you're a key member of the team. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks. Anybody else? Ms. Craig, this meeting was scheduled for an hour. I don't know why, because it was bound to take longer. I have a stop at 11:30. I don't know whether, is everybody else available at least until then? Yes. And if so, can you speak in 15 minutes, or do you want to just reschedule?
It's really up to you. I think we can get through the presentation pretty quickly. It's a matter of the time for you all to respond to it and give us feedback.
Well, why don't we do that? And if we see a need, I'm hoping you'll be with us anyways. We go through this transition at virtually every meeting. So tell us what you can now, and then we'll see if we need to follow up.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. We're here today to talk to you a little bit about some ideas that we have for updating the rezoning process, a lot of which has come from conversations with council, come from meetings on rezoning nights. And so wanted to present some ideas for feedback. If you can go to the next slide. So as you all are aware, we're in the middle of a large body of planning work, really looking at creating more equitable growth patterns, allowing for a greater contribution by the private sector to help with infrastructure, better design standards for better projects, and many other things to achieve the community's vision for Charlotte. But this doesn't happen overnight, and we are certainly each month processing rezoning applications and hearing from you all that you want more tools to be able to evaluate these petitions, to help understand all the different information from the different departments, and so have a number of ideas just to retune the rezoning process to help you all in providing that information to you. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dave, and he will fly through this presentation.
All right. Thank you. So we're going to talk a little bit about, as Allison mentioned, some rezoning process enhancements. If we can jump into the next slide, great, thank you. So the first item that we're going to talk about, one of the things that we always feel need we can do is improve our information sharing. The first item that you see on here is providing monthly information to council on new petitions. We're going to actually get started on this in the next week or two. This will essentially be a sheet that shows you all the things that have become active at the end of each month when our petitions go live. You'll be able to sort those by council district to see what you have going on in your general district or in some of the ETJ areas. This also give you advance notice. This typically provides at least 3 to 4 months lead time before a petition gets to you at a public hearing. So that way everybody can be out in front and involved in those conversations as early as possible. The next item will be to launch the Development Near Me app. This is targeted for May 22nd. This will be a standalone mapping tool that's going to help us view all development data, so things like by right development, rezoning, CIP projects, even things down to building permits. So if you see some activity on your street or in your neighborhood or community, you'd be able to go to this app, type in your address, and basically see everything that's going on that's around you, which I think will be a great tool, not just for residents, but for council and others as well. One of the other changes that we're going to make on our rezoning team is to establish our service areas by council districts. So we've got, of course, 7 districts. Right now, we're spread out amongst 5 geographies. Those are essentially north, south, east, west, and central. But starting, I believe, in June, we're going to look to reset the team to cover each district. So you'd have one staff person that would be assigned to a specific council district. They may get some other petitions from some other districts just based on volume, but generally you would have a standalone point person that could answer questions. If you get a question from a constituent, you can put them directly in contact so you know who to go to, who they can reach out to, and it would just give everybody a better way to track things that are going on and have somebody that's really very familiar with the activity in your particular districts. Next slide. So one of the other elements to continue on this theme of improve our information sharing would be to update our staff analysis to better summarize some of the infrastructure impacts. Right now, we've got just department comments and comments from other agencies that essentially just say, some things that are more in language that is common to maybe them and their operations. So what we'd like to work through is providing just a quick summary, again, that would basically kind of give you an idea of what the impact a petition would have on things like water and sewer, on schools, on stormwater, on our response to fire, and also work with CDOT to talk about how we can better capture some of that information when it comes to transportation infrastructure. So you'll start to see that beginning in summer of this year. Also, as part of that effort, we also need to work with our partner departments and agencies, again, to just kind of help to get information that's a little bit more easy to communicate and convey in a concise and easy ability to understand it. So, maybe they provide a couple sentence summary at the top of a memo. Maybe they have more detailed information below, but just a general quick reference that can say, what those impacts may be or what their concerns, or if they don't have any concerns, how they communicate that information in a way that's, again, a little bit easier for us to all communicate and understand. We'd also like to explore enhancing access to information by providing a full digital agenda. Next slide, sorry. This would be essentially a replacement of our notebooks and paper agendas. You can see even last month when we have things like text amendments, they can get rather large and may have to be split across 2 notebooks. One of the things that we would like to explore with this would be if we go to a full digital agenda, one of the things that we can enhance would be access to all those department comments really at the click of a link. So you'd see a department comment from, let's say Historic Landmarks Commission. What did they say? What does their memo have? You'd be able to just really go to that department header, click it. It would take you to their information, and everything would be there, again, at the click of a link. So that way, when you're looking at it either the weekend before or at the meeting, you'd be able to get to that information much quicker than you would be either with a print version or just in kind of how we're providing that information to y'all now. So that's something we'd like to continue to work on and explore, and also provide monthly information to the Board of County Commissioners on petitions. This will be similar to what we would send out at the beginning of the month. They would get the same information that the county or city council will. This is something that we'd like to do to make sure that they have lead time as well. Obviously, we've got a lot of petitions that are outside of just our general council districts and the ETJ, and just doing a better job of keeping our Board of County Commissioners informed as to what those are so they can respond to questions effectively also. Next slide. So just to give a little snapshot of where we are, development data by district. The first set of graph on the left is commercial development, so everything non-residential and square footage. You can see each district, fluctuates and varies. In this image on the left, you can see District 3 has a lot of commercial development by right is the dark green. Rezoning is the light green, and then total is that gray bar that's on there. So the left side is commercial, right side is strictly residential. So again, dark green is by right. You can see that rezoning really makes up a bulk of some of that residential activity in most districts. And then total is gray, so you can just kind of see it, where we are again in 2022 by district. So just some additional updates. We can jump 2 slides, please. So we want to talk a little bit about how we review petitions. I know we've gotten a lot of questions on inconsistencies and why we continue to see those with the adoptions of the new map. And of course, we have the upcoming UDO in June. So one of the things we want to talk through is why we may see some of those inconsistencies, and right now how staff is working through those and evaluating those on each petition. So obviously market changes and new ideas are one of the first things that we see that create some of those inconsistencies when we work through that planning effort. We did everything across the full city. So that's at a much higher macro level. So when we updated some of that old policy guidance, we did that citywide, which doesn't always give us the ability to dive, into deep details, which is what we're going through now with the community area planning process. We'll talk a little bit about that on the next slide. But when we adopted all of that policy in March 2022, again, the market's changed even drastically in the last year on where things, are, where new development trends may be. So essentially, we are trying to continually get up to speed with what some of those market changes are and how we adapt and adjust to those. And again, doing that map across, citywide didn't give us some of that detailed information that we're diving into now with the community area planning process. So if we can jump to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about when we see those inconsistencies pop up, how are we dealing with those as a staff? What are some of the things we're looking at? I wanted to just put some of this out in front of TPD as just really a start to this conversation. So when we see those things where we're talking about a neighborhood 1, let's say place type going to something like a neighborhood 2, we look at certain things that include but are not limited to how close we are to transit services or alternative modes of transportation like greenways or major trail access points. Where does the petition lie in relationship to an activity center? Are we expecting more development to occur in activity center that could serve additional residents that maybe we didn't consider when we did the mapping? Or is it near a campus place type where we'd have more jobs available? What types of road is the request located on? Is it a road that could handle a little bit more density than maybe we initially anticipated, or is it still, a road that has some infrastructure challenges? What's the context of the area? What's going on in the area? What type of development patterns are occurring? The types of things we're seeing along North Tryon, just right outside the city, are a little bit different than maybe what we're seeing in some other corridors. So is the request in line or in context with what those trends are that we're continuing to see in those types of development patterns? And then what's some of that partner department agency and feedback that we're getting? What are we hearing from schools? What are we hearing from Charlotte Water? What are we hearing from our partners in CDOT about some of the infrastructure concerns? So we look at all those things, overall comprehensively when we're evaluating inconsistencies to help us determine what our recommendation will be. And again, this is just the start of where we want to continue to talk about this information with both TPD and council. If we can jump to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about how we will incorporate some of this. So we'll continue to test some of those criteria and some of those metrics that we're looking at through the area planning process to see how they fit in with what some of the changes that we might anticipate as we continue through that exercise. We'll continue to work with TPD. We'd like to try to come up and develop an inconsistency toolbox that we can use between now and adoption of some of these new refined plans from area planning sometime early next year. We will see map refinements that will come out of that community area planning process. Some of those will be based on community input, also based on what we've seen in a trend set from rezoning activity, development activity. So again, those refinements will continue to be made and expected completion early next year. And then the updated policy map will also include some companion guidance for map amendment criteria. So really the big takeaway is for the inconsistency side of things, we acknowledge that they're certainly out there. We're going to continue to see them. We'll probably continue to see them as well, even after we get through community area planning process. What we'd like to continue to work with TPD and the full council on is, again, that kind of toolbox for interim use, and then what that companion guidance will be for a full-on map amendment criteria once the community area planning process is finished early next year. So with that, it's a lot of information to go through in a short amount of time. Tried to get through it so we at least have a few minutes for some general questions, but we certainly can talk offline or come back at another session and work with y'all and get you some more information that you might need. So.
Good job, Mr. Pettin. Thank you. So, committee, we are entering the deep water of transition to the UDO. We're going to be there for a couple of years. I hope that, at least for the foreseeable future, that we will hear from planning every month at this committee. If you do have questions, I would suggest there'll be an opportunity tonight with the full council for discussion about what we just heard. I'll kind of relate in digest what you told us. And the key here is just, for one, responding to council concerns about the discrepancies between the policy map and the staff recommendations. I appreciate your input on that. And then just the general review of our processes as we navigate. So I appreciate that. Are there any questions from the committee or comments? Yes, sir.
Just real quick. Kudos, Mr. Chair. So thank you, Planning and David and all staff, what you all are doing. The backlog of old rezoning cases. You're in a good space. Dave, you smile, so that means you're in a good space of hopefully we can get through the rest of them coming up.
Yeah, I think we were actually in a really good place right at the end of January. We were about 2 months out, which is pretty standard.
Yeah.
Then we saw that big influx of petitions to get in under the old ordinances, so that kind of bumped us up another 2 to 3 months. So right now we are in August, which is about 3 months out. I will say, based on some of the trends you're also probably reading about and seeing nationally about some slowdowns in some development, I would say we are starting to see some things tame down a little bit, so that's given us an opportunity to catch up, but I feel like we'll still probably be a little bit 3 to 4 months out, but right now we're sitting in August, which means we're starting to do some catch up, so we'll continue to try to get caught off as quick as we can.
But thanks for 10, because I remember even Councilman Graham at one time was saying, do y'all need additional resources? And I kind of agreed with him, and you're like, no, we can handle it. So last I would say, though, at our June meeting, can we have a document? Because we're going to get bombarded with what things used to be is relate to the UDO, new classification. And so if you can provide that to this staff, because the phone's going to start ringing probably June 2nd. So just so we can inform the citizens when they do call us.
Certainly, yeah. June will be the first time we'll start to see UDO districts come before you guys in a rezoning context. So we'll certainly get you that info.
Just one last comment. I know we're going to leave, but even if there's some type of handoff for the public, I guess you guys are talking about how do you kind of, we just don't switch the switch. Switch the switch.
Flip the switch.
Flip the switch. That's easier. We're just not going to do that overnight, right? So some type of handoff education for the public using our television studio. I mean, something that really kind of let people know that this is coming and this is what it means would be really helpful.
Yeah, great. Certainly work on that.
Seeing nobody else, I assume I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right.
Thank you.
The switch.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Can you all hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Okay, great. Let me know when we're ready to get started.
We're up. Thank you.
We're ready, Madam Chair. We have a quorum.
Okay, that's great. Well, let's get this party started. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to pause here, starting with introductions of our committee members and then of staff.
Are we live?
Dimple Ajmera, Chairwoman.
Vice
I'm
Chair.
sorry, it looks like it took off for a minute. That we were live and then it went back off. Wendy, are we live?
Here's the thing.
We got talk.
We're live again, sorry for that.
Can't respond to people that.
All right, well, we'll start with our introduction again. Dimple Ajmera, Chair of the Budget, Governance, and Intergovernmental Committee.
James Mitchell, Vice Chair of the committee.
LaWanna Mayfield, committee member.
Dante Anderson, committee member.
Tarek Bakari, committee member.
Let's start with staff introductions.
Sheila Simpson, Human Resources Director.
Ryan Bergman, Budget Director.
Marie Harris with Strategy and Budget.
Charlotte Lamb, Strategy and Budget.
Jadu, Strategy and Budget.
Okay. Anyone virtually? See, we have a number of folks from staff who has joined us virtually. Madam Clerk, would you like to introduce yourself and others?
Yes, ma'am. Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk, and I believe in the room is Kirk McSwain and Billy Tynes from the clerk's office.
Thank you, Ms. Stephanie. All right, well, we have 3 items on our agenda today. First is our evaluation process. That was our current referral. And I see we have Ms. Simpson in the room who spoke with us at our April meeting. And she's back with us with additional information that our committee had requested. So I'll turn it over to her to walk us through some of our some of the additional information, and then we'll talk about the next steps. Ms. Simpson?
Madam Chair, we have staff in the room. Would you like them to introduce themselves as well?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
Paula Renix, Deputy Director of HR.
Kayla Losh, CDOT. Kayla Losh, CDOT.
Matt Hassett, City Finance.
Teresa Smith, City Finance.
Kirk McSwain, City Clerk's Office.
Billy Tynes, Deputy City Clerk.
And we have one of our diehard residents from the east side.
Carolyn Millen, diehard East Side representative.
Welcome, Caroline.
So thank
All
you.
right, looks like we have whole village with us, and Ms. Simpson, do you want to walk us through
Yes, ma'am.
our
So-
first item? Okay.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mitchell. So good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased to be back again. On April 3rd, I was here, and at that time, I shared with the committee best practices of an effective performance evaluation for appointees. At that time, Madam Chair inquired about developing and deploying a 360 assessment. As part of that discussion, I informed the committee that a 360 assessment is a professional development tool and that it is not a replacement for, nor does it serve as a performance evaluation. Additional discussion ensued from there regarding the council desiring to have more information around performance goals of each of the appointees. As a result of those discussions, there were 2 action items that were taken, which brings me to today. The first action item was to do a survey of cities and counties across the state and the nation to determine how or if 360 assessments are included as part of the performance process. The second action item was to have Human Resources create a performance conversation framework, a framework tool that council can use to help have discussions with your appointees that align the strategic priorities with the performance objectives of each appointee. As a result of those two assignments, a survey was conducted with our peer cities and cities across the state. And in the pre-read materials, the details of that information was provided. However, today I have a summary of that information, and it is that 80% of those who responded include and have a performance, conduct a performance evaluation, include competencies in that evaluation. 50% of those actually have measurable goals. One respondent said that they do use an external consultant to facilitate an evaluation process. And then none of the participants or the respondents stated that they use a 360 assessment in their performance evaluation process. Next slide. To help align some of your goals and to put a little bit more structure in place, HR created a performance framework conversation tool that is both a visual representation of how all of these different variables align with one another. The very first thing that happens at the beginning of the calendar year, council meets and you all have a strategy session. In that strategy session, you define what your key priorities are. Over the past several years, they have been relatively the same with maybe slightly different initiatives, but they are great neighborhoods, safe communities, transportation and planning, workforce and business development, and well-managed government. Those are the council priorities that have been communicated over the past several years. After you create priorities, the next thing you do is you create key initiatives that align with the priorities. And so, as an example, on the city manager's framework, those initiatives are affordable housing and corridors of opportunity, transportation and mobility, et cetera. So you can see that every year you go through this process in January of outlining your priorities, and then you add initiatives. The third step of our current process is that the leaders that report to City Council all have performance objectives. They are all defined as competencies today. And so for the city manager, the competencies are to implement City Council priorities, leadership abilities, communication, and internal administration and external relationships. The thing at the bottom is something we added to this framework because that is pretty much the piece that seems to be missing that really connects all of these key pieces of information together, and that is specific goals. Some of your goals are designed to be long-term, some are designed to be mid-term, and some of them are designed to be very short-term. So as an improvement to the process, you will see we'll walk you through a suggestion that we put in a different process to add and have you set performance goals that align with all of your priorities.
Ms. Edgemere, I believe, done. Ms. Anderson?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Thank you for providing this follow-up report. I know this is something.
I'm sorry, Ms. Edgemere, my mic wasn't on. She's not finished yet, but Ms. Anderson had a question. But there's a little bit more information she still has to share as well.
Oh, got it. Okay. Well, I just wanted to say that this framework and performance objectives were specifically requested by committee member Ms. Mayfield. So we'll get through that, but I see Ms. Anderson. Do you want to go next?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will actually wait until the end of the presentation. I wanted to make a comment, but I wanted to make sure Ms. Simpson got through the balance of her presentation.
Thank you. Okay. So as I'll continue, this slide is really just here for a sample. This gives you more details about the specific things upon which one of your appointees, and this one is, again, the example is the city manager, but in your packets, in your pre-read, we provided this for each one of your appointees, what their specific objectives are according to how we have defined those things over the past few years. So this is just a sample for what it looks like today. Next slide. Okay. And again, this is a different way to say something very similar, that all appointees have a performance objective. All appointees have performance objectives that are written in the form of competencies of leaders, competencies of the behaviors and the leadership style that should exemplify what you expect in terms of how things are implemented and how they lead and represent the organization. Next slide. Here is a slide that actually puts all of these pieces together. The first question was, how do we have a more effective evaluation process? Well, it starts with your priorities, and then we are highly recommending that we incorporate goals and milestones and key performance indicators. That part of the process is currently not being done in a formal way. It may be done today in a very informal way, but we're suggesting that we structure that and have a formal process to do that. And you would do that after you set your priorities and before the performance year begins. So in this example, you would set that after January, but before July. Okay? And then we are recommending that you add a mid-year performance conference with each appointee. This allows each of you to have a valuable time to sit with the appointees on a one-on-one basis and just have a really good, thorough conversation and meaningful conversation around what's working well, what's not working as anticipated, and what areas may need to be shifted in terms, may have some shifts alignment due to priorities being changed. Because as one of the council members mentioned, there are so many initiatives that's being performed on an annual basis that it was difficult for council members to maintain a tracking of all the initiatives that have been taking place. So if you put in a mid-year performance conference time, that's a good way to take a lift your head up from all the details, do a lift up, and actually decide where are you and track where you are with your milestones. And then if you have to reset the goals or reset the timelines, that would be a good time to do that. The next part is the conversation of using the framework tool. Again, this tool was designed to assist you. It is not a requirement that you use it, but we do recommend that you at least reference it because it's a really good reminder of why you have initiatives that's being worked on. And it also reminds you what your initiatives are. So the framework is designed to help you, and it also eliminates this concept of surprises at the end. So if you're using the framework throughout the performance year, you don't have a lot of surprises at the end. You shouldn't have any. And that's designed to help you with those conversations. The other piece that we identify as an opportunity to improve is human resources can help train council members on how to conduct a performance evaluation, and especially for new members at new member orientation. So that's something we will add to our new member orientation that we participate in. As you all know, you go through new member orientation when new members are sworn into office, and we will add this as a component of that so they understand what's happening in the background. So when you add all of those pieces together, that will help improve the effectiveness of your performance evaluations. Next slide. So where are we now? One, we need to complete the FY23 evaluation process. So those are already on the calendar. The city attorney is scheduled for June 12th. The city manager is scheduled for June 26th. And the city clerk's performance review is now scheduled for July 10th. I do know that there was a desire to have as many as possible conducted in June. With so many schedule issues, it was improbable to do that, so we maintained the July date, and then we switched the city clerk with the city attorney. Okay, and then for FY24, we're recommending that you go ahead and continue the process of setting your strategic priorities in January. We recommend that you add a mid-year And if you're going to do a mid-year performance conference, that would be done around that same time, December or January. And then after January, before you get to the end of that year, or the beginning of the new year, shall I say it that way, that's when you set goals, specific goals. So January strategic priorities. Between January and June, you set goals for the next fiscal year. In June, you conclude the current fiscal year. In July, you begin the next fiscal year. In late calendar year, around December timeframe or January, that's when you would do your midterm for your appointees. Okay. Said a lot of dates in there. Okay. And next slide. With that, I think we are ready for questions. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. And I reviewed the information you added in our packet, and it was very helpful to see what other cities do as well. And I do actually like the structure that you have presented, you and your team have presented. The only challenge that I have is this information is good, I believe, and we should share it with the balance of council. But I believe to do that, to share this information and get input from the balance of council and conduct year-end reviews in a matter of a few weeks is an incredibly tight timeline. So I would propose that, and I'd like to hear what the rest of the committee believes, but if we want to make any tweaks to the structure or just take it quite simply to the rest of council and get their input, then I would propose we do that over the next couple of weeks. And for the dates that you have in June and July, instead of having a year-end review, I would propose that we have a mid-year conversation as we agreed to in December of last year. That would be a perfect time to have that conversation in June, July, with the understanding and communicate to all three of our employees that we will be pivoting the evaluation calendar next year. So we'll have a mid-year conversation in the next few weeks, and then we'd have the end of the year review as we have done this year, December, or whatever that timeline is, communicating that we're going to set SMART goals, have some input from the employees, and then we would conduct year-end reviews on a different cycle beginning next year in 2024. So I don't, Ms. Simpson, did you give any consideration to that, or is this proposing, is that new information to you?
Okay. So yes, that's the timeline that you communicated is new information to me. The timeline is. So my recommendation today is that we complete the FY23 process with what we already have in play. And that will be done in June of this year. Then come July 1st of 2023, which is the fiscal year of 2024, we start this new process, which would then make December the mid-year. So your recommendation is that June is the mid-year. However, June is really supposed to be, at this point, June is the end of the year. And the reason why is because when the evaluations were conducted in November, they were late. They were late. So that was not a mid-year. So now if we actually finish in June, we will complete the process and get all of the appointees back on the typical schedule. And the typical schedule is a fiscal year, which is the beginning of July and ends in June.
Okay, so for the typical schedule, when has that been conducted? Just so from my understanding, because when we have these conversations in November and December, we were dealing with multi-year gaps of actually having performance evaluation. So when was the last time that we've actually had a performance evaluation for the 3 employees at the end of the fiscal year? Are you aware of that?
I can get you the actual date. I don't know the date offhand. I can tell you that traditionally the process has been that council would generally meet with the city manager somewhere in August to September, and then the Human Resources Department retro everything back to a July date. And the reasoning is because of schedule. So when you get into July, that's your soft season. And during your soft season, you don't have as many meetings. And so the whole, one of the main objectives in this process was to get all of this back on a regular cycle. And that's why these dates are in here the way it is. Mr. Mitchell, did you want to add to that?
Ms. Simpson, to answer Ms. Anderson's question, the reason this item was referred to our committee, there has not been consistency. In the past, there has been a year or two where we did not have an evaluation meeting. And hence, this was referred so that we can come up with consistency and we can ensure that we have consistent timeline for all 3 employees. And from what I heard from the committee at our previous meeting, is that committee would like to see us moving towards fiscal year timeline. But I do agree with what Ms. Anderson proposed, is that we have a mid-year in a couple of weeks because we just had year end in December, and then we will pivot to having consistent year-end evaluation before the fiscal year. So this will be the only one where we will have mid-year now, but then moving forward, we are proceeding with what committee had proposed. And Ms. Simpson, it was a really good presentation. You pretty much addressed every single item that our committee member had raised, starting with our framework for our one-on-one meetings for all 3 direct reports, also addressing performance objectives. I know this is something Ms. Mayfield had asked about, and then also addressing 360 question that Mr. Mitchell had. So I really appreciate that. But also I'd like to hear from our committee members as to what they think having mid-year in a couple of weeks based on the timeline that Ms. Simpson had proposed, or would they like to see it a year end? So I'd just really like to hear from the committee members. Can we just go around the room, starting with Mr. Vice Chair, followed by Ms. Mayfield and Mr. Bokhari?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused in a way. So let me just talk out loud. These priorities we did not set until January 31st, 2023.
That's correct.
The biggest issue I think we're facing is trying to get back on schedule when we just did in November a 2-year review of all our staff people. Do I have that right, Ms. Simpson? Because it was not an evaluation completed in 2022 for the 3 appointed. 2020. Did I have that right?
Essentially,
See,
yes.
I think, yeah, because we all,
You did the city manager and the city clerk
in 2022 for
in
2
November.
years.
That's correct.
Okay. And so I'm struggling, and to Dante's point, I like the mid-year performance because then there'd be no surprises. I'm just trying to be fair to the 3 that we appointed. What time frame is fair to do the mid-year and then do the end valuation based on this council priorities, which we just adopted in January? So that's what I'm struggling with, Madam Chair. But I got to yield to the expert. When I looked at her layout, I thought it was fine, except for the city clerk. In my mind, I'm trying to get all the evaluations done prior to the adoption of the budget. And so there's another angle here I think we have to consider. We adopt the budget, Ryan, June 14th?
Yeah, second Monday in June typically.
And so how do we make sure we can get all the evaluations done while we're discussing the budget? And so we'll have all those items included once we vote yes.
So, Mr. Mitchell, I remember, well, I had conversation with Ms. Callie, with Ms. Simpson, and she was trying to get all the evaluation schedule based on what we had discussed as a committee prior to fiscal year starting, which is July 1st. But based on everyone's schedule, she was only able to get 2 meetings scheduling June, one for city attorney, one for city manager, and we had to push one which is Ms. Callie's in July. But from moving forward, we will all try to get that done by end of June. Ms. Simpson, if you want to add to that.
I see what you're saying, that there's no way schedule-wise we could
Yeah,
accomplish
it's just
that.
that
Got it.
this was just referred to our committee, and we are 6, not even 6, we literally have 4 weeks before we start doing performance evaluation.
Okay.
So it's just a very tight time frame to
Yeah.
get everyone in.
Madam Chair, I'll be interested in hearing the dialogue from other committee members, but I'm kind of stuck in a place of, how do we evaluate them on our priorities and not priorities in the past? Because I think it's not fair to the city manager, city attorney, or the city clerk. So I'll be quiet now and listen to the dialogue with the committee members.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Simpson, excuse me, if I'm understanding correctly, because I've asked these questions numerous times over the years. So one, I appreciate you and your team bringing this back to us, because we've been trying to figure out how to create an actual process in order for us to evaluate the only 3 staff that council's in charge of, and recognizing that we are a council manager form of government. One of the concerns that I had personally was that a number of department leads, their interaction didn't necessarily always reflect, in my opinion, council's priorities and goals. So our way of addressing those issues is through the city manager and through the city manager's process. I do not agree with the idea of having a mid-year review in this coming June. That is time for us to do the review. So if Councilmember Mitchell and I were sitting here speaking 2018-19, we know that we did have the reviews done in a relatively close time period, but adding this additional mid-review piece, please correct me if my understanding was wrong. You are proposing this for the fiscal 25 year, because what we will be discussing in the next month will be fiscal year 24.
So there are two timeframes. In June of this year, we would use the FY23 strategic priorities, not the FY24s.
Okay.
So in January of this year, which is calendar year 23, council developed FY24 priorities.
Thank you for the clarification.
So when we do the review next June, that's when the appointees will be evaluated on the priorities that you just set in January calendar year 23.
Okay, Ms. Simpson, thank you for that clarification. So this breakdown that you have on slide 5, the performance evaluation conversation where you give us a framework. This framework, as far as council priorities, great neighborhoods, safe communities, transportation, planning, workforce, and business development. These were the previous council's 23 goals, not the goals that were identified January of 23.
These frameworks at the top, when you have great neighborhoods, safe communities, all of those carried over into this current year.
So
You
we
did
didn't-
not make any changes there.
Okay, so, thank you again for the clarification. So the goals that we're going to be evaluating, just looking at this recommendation, just the city manager, these are not new goals. So what we identified in January of 2023 is a carryover from previous, we just may have clarified it a little. But these are the goals that previous council, current council have adopted. They are not new goals and new expectations of the city manager's office.
Correct. Now, when you go to, if you go to that same slide, under the words key initiatives, okay? In that section, the things that were added in January, to my knowledge, that you added was Hire Charlotte, small business mobility, business development, the digital divide, and you may have added Charlotte 2040 UDO. So those were initiatives, but the strategic priorities remained unchanged.
So we clarified the priorities, because that's what the initiatives are, is the clarification of how the priorities should be encouraged to be implemented. To get us back to our fiscal year, and in order to have the elimination of what happened at the end of 2022, where you had a council that had current council members as well as new council members coming to the table to have a discussion regarding the salary of our 3 hires. The proposal that you have made makes sense to me, that we keep moving forward, and in June, we have our review, which is the time that we should have been having our review prior to the adoption of the budget, so that we're not back paying people anywhere from 2 to 8 months. That's one. I think I'm also understanding that to prepare for fiscal year 2024, somewhere around December, January, we will then, whatever council is here, because elections are in November, that council will have an opportunity and be trained on the front end. Here's what your key initiatives, here's your priorities, here's the initiatives, here's a way when you're having your meetings with the manager for you to track the progression of these things. Is that close to, I want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly.
Yes.
Thank you. So with understanding that and having that clarification, Madam Chair and colleagues, I cannot support the idea of having a review in June, which will only delay the process, which we have already experienced. We need to move forward and have our actual interviews with our 2 staff members in June. Unfortunately, because of time, one of our staff is going to have to be moved to July. There might be a back pay of 3 weeks. I'm more comfortable with a back pay of 3 weeks than I am of 8 months or 6 months. But then after we have this June evaluation process, then we start this new recommended proposal that there's a mid-year review, again, somewhere around December, January, so that when June of 2024 comes around, whatever council is here, they will then be able to look at that mid-year review and be able to track and be able to actually come to the table, make a recommendation, what that pay increase may or may not be, but have the time so that they're not put in a situation that those of us who came in September of 2022 were put in, where we're looking at a year plus or multiple years of trying to figure out what someone's salary should be based on what happened previously or based on something that that council member was not even a part of that conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. I see Ms. Anderson's hand is up. Mr. Bukhari, is it okay if Ms. Anderson goes first? Okay, Ms. Anderson.
I can wait until Mr. Bakari goes ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Bakari.
Yeah, I don't really have a preference. I would keep listening to everyone's kind of points on this. I think my only point I'd offer up is, it's no matter what timeline we go with, it's going to continue to be really hard to do these assessments when we aren't pretty specific with the objectives that we laid out in the beginning. And sometimes we don't have anything. Sometimes we have high level buckets and topics. But again, we all interpret those differently. So as long as we don't get very specific and then figure out at least 6 and hopefully all of us votes to say, this is what our expectation of you very specifically and measurably is, it's just going to be our opinions as we walk in there. And we're just going to have a lot of angst and pain through the process. So I think we need to get more specific on how we define those objectives, but I don't really have a preference for the timing at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Bukhari. I think you make a great point. How do we make sure that this process is as objective as possible, where we are all on the same page in terms of the goals that we set, at least the majority. And I think that's where we are trying to get to. So there is going to be some growing pain for at least a year as we start get to more consistent objective process. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Bukhari actually just hit on the point that I was going to make. So effectively, this is a performance management process that impacts these 3 individuals, their salary, their careers. From my perspective, I believe this is an opportunity for us to get the process right. Based on, and again, this is from my understanding of the conversations that we had in November, December, there had been gaps in performance evaluations. There wasn't really a lot of clarity around, what are the objectives, no real goals, just, high level initiatives. I like what Ms. Simpson has brought forward, but I believe that we need to get this right to another level of specificity as it relates to goals. So we have the high arching, four priorities, if you will, and then we have initiatives underneath those. But we need to get the goals identified and established before we adopt an entirely new process. It feels new to me based on the information, given that, there were employees that didn't have evaluations for multiple years. So in order for us to stand up a new process, I'd like to get it right before we simply just try to push it into a time frame that makes sense, but we haven't really communicated to these 3 employees. And I'm very happy that Ms. Kelly's on the call and she has some insight into this conversation, but we haven't communicated to these 3 employees what this new process would be. We haven't communicated to the balance of council what the new process would be. And we just gone through an evaluation process that I took part of in November, December, and this is May 1st. So we haven't even had 6 months of an entire year to then in turn have an end of the year evaluation to fit a timeline. It feels like that's very forced, and it also feels like it's not a level playing field to the 3 employees, because we haven't communicated this new process to them. So that's why I would propose that we allow the balance of council to have some insight into this, and then we actually communicate to the employees. And in my 30-year career, I've never had a performance evaluation, a new performance evaluation that I've been assessed on within a matter of 6 or 7 weeks. I've always had updates around what the new assessment process would be months ahead of time, if not an entire year, but at least several months ahead of time, so I could understand how I would be assessed and I could do my self-evaluation, et cetera. So this just feels, and I like that we have the process, but I feel like the timeline is so compressed that is creating a space where it's not fair to the 3 employees because they don't know what they're being assessed on. So that's why I would propose that we have a conversation in June or July, whatever the calendar would permit, that would be effectively a mid-year evaluation, get them to, communicate with employees that we're going to stand up this new process that Ms. Simpson has laid out with specific goals, SMART goals, and then we roll that out, starting with the next opportunity for evaluation. But it feels so compressed to fit a June end of the year fiscal year timeframe that it doesn't feel fair to me. I'm just putting myself in their shoes, but it's been interesting to hear the rest of the committee's perspective. So that's what I would like to offer up, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I agree with you that we need to ensure that process is fair while we ensure that there is consistency in timeline. And both are equally important to me. So I would like to hear from rest of our council to see what is the timeline for at least this year they would like to see. But you're right, having a year-end evaluation based on 7 weeks of performance, it's not fair. So I know we will be reporting out our committee's discussion on May 8th, which is next Monday. And that will give us an opportunity to hear from our colleagues on the council as to what they would like to see. I see Mr. Ari's hand is up and followed by Mr. Vice Chair.
No.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I agree with both of you on that point. The other thing that just came to me was how do we go about, so it's the timing, but it's also the setting of those objectives and goals and measurements. And the thing I was just thinking of, maybe that might be the right process, is in a normal work environment out there that you do these kinds of processes like we just saw, it's a manager and an employee. But we've got 12 managers and 3 employees. So it's a lot more complicated, right, for us to sit down and think 12 of us are any combination going to create that. Maybe the right approach is to give each of the 3 of them the ball, so to speak, where they go and see if they can craft the specifics. And it isn't affordable housing or transportation. It's I'm going to get X or Y done. I'm going to get this thing metric down to this level. It's whatever they decide, but essentially they craft it. They have conversations individually with the council till they get to a point where it's specific, but they know they've got at least 6 people that say, that's the will of council essentially to measure you by. And then that way it's not on us to, because as long as it's us trying to figure this out, we'll never come to a point where there's any meaningful level of measurement. I think all of us are frustrated, maybe for different reasons, but for the same overriding concept that it's just kind of like ad hoc and how we all feel in our opinions, and it should be more formal. So I think the scheduled timeline that you guys have kind of just outlined, paired with something that's a process different like this in the objective settings, could be the answer.
Okay. Madam Chair?
Yes, and just to respond to Mr. Bokhari, when we talk about goals and objectives and to use what Ms. Anderson said, SMART goals, this is going to be a collaborative process with our staff. This is not something that we are just going to come up with on our own without their feedback and input. But this really gives us an opportunity to pen down a specific goals so that we have clear objectives going into this process. I see Mr. Mitchell's hand is up. Ms. Mayfield,
Madam Chair, I was just going to recognize HR Director. I think Sheila has a lot of information she wants to share. Sheila?
So thank you. One, I want to acknowledge the concept that you're saying is fair and not fair. I would agree. So what I will state more clearly then is in June, you should close out the FY23 process. I am not recommending that we use this new process this coming June. That is not the recommendation. The recommendation is to adopt this, is for council to decide to adopt this recommendation for the FY24 fiscal year. That's the recommendation. And then on page 3 of your pre-read materials, there is a section called Recommendations by HR. The fourth recommendation says council should adopt a business practice to set goals for each appointee within 3 to 6 months of the close of your strategy session. That is not currently happening today. So again, I 100% agree that the way we have to move forward is to put more structure in place around the evaluation process. And to Mr. Bakari's point and Ms. Anderson's point, when you set goals, that is a mutual process. That's a mutual process. Today, that's not happening. So that needs to happen, and it should happen before the beginning of the next performance year, because then that in itself will be fair to your appointees.
thank you for clarifying that, Ms. Simpson. Anyone else that wants to provide their feedback in this?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Now hearing all the discussion, I'm glad Ms. Simpson kind of clarified everything. And the key word for me, though, she said, let's clean up and let June be the end of the evaluation for previous priorities. So in my mind, Ms. Simpson, I'm gonna make sure I'm clear. On January 31st, 2023, when we set the priorities for this council, the mid-year review will be December of 2023, and then the year end will be sometime in June. Is that correct? 2024.
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. And I think, I'm sorry, go ahead, Madam Chair.
So what I would do, I will take Ms. Simpson's recommendation
That's
as well as what Ms. Anderson suggested to our full council meeting on May 8th and hear from rest of our colleagues.
Gotcha.
So, Madam Chair, I need a clarifying question. Ms. Simpson, do you need a vote from the committee on this, or is this an update? Do you need us to move forward this recommendation going forward? Because it will be confusing, in my opinion, that we recommend two different things to full council from this committee. The recommendation from HR is right in front of us. The recommendation clearly states complete the fiscal year 2023 current cycle for interviews 2 in June, 1 in July. Begin fiscal year 2024 of where we will start with the January 2023 strategic priorities. By what you just said, Madam Chair, is that not only are you going to take the recommendation that was given to us by our HR staff, you're also going to take the full council, the recommendation from Councilmember Anderson with having a mid-year review. Is that not something that we need to discuss and or vote on, since we should, in theory, have one recommendation that comes from this committee, and the recommendation that I would support is the recommendation that comes from our HR that clearly says close out this year in June, which is on time, and then be prepared to have discussions and move to a new process starting for fiscal 2024, so that by the time June of 2024 comes around, we're not repeating this conversation.
So to address that, I don't think all the committee members are on the same page, and I won't speak for Ms. Anderson or Mr. Bakari or anyone, but it looks like we need additional feedback from the full council before we say, here is the timeline that we have, that we propose. Ms. Anderson, is that correct? You'd like to hear from our colleagues on the council?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's correct. I believe what Ms. Simpson has put together is a good framework. She's answered a lot of the questions that we've had on the committee. I think we should take that to the balance of the council, but I do also believe that we need to address the fact that we have a very compressed timeline that we would be performing this in, and completing a full year evaluation for a body of 5 for a few months of work. I think the council has to weigh in on that. The full council has to weigh in on that, because again, this is a performance management opportunity for our 3 employees. This is we're dealing with individual careers, and that will have impact on salaries and their career progression. So I would like to hear what the balance of council has to say to that, but certainly utilizing the information that Ms. Simpson has brought forward. But I don't believe that we should be making a specific. I don't believe we should be making a specific stance on this without having the input for the rest of the council to ensure that they agree that a compressed timeline, such as we're dealing with, seems fair, deems fair. I just want to hear that input from them.
So,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Anderson, if I may, I truly hear your concern about a compressed timeline. So I think what I need to do is do a better job of explaining why June is not compressed. This June is not being compressed because the priorities upon which each of the appointees are evaluated were set in January of 2022. So the priorities that you will see in June were all communicated in January of 2022. So therefore, there is no compression for this June at all. And then to answer the question about the midterm, the recommendation is that we do adopt a midterm, and the midterm will be in December of this year, but it's for the FY23 performance year. So once we get back on track, all these things will start to fall in sequence. And as one of the council members has, and you all have eloquently said, that we're highly recommending to make this a much more effective process where we don't repeat this conversation. We are strongly recommending that the thing that continues to be missing are actual key performance indicators or key specific goals, because there are different opinions about what the goals are, and there are different interpretations of what the priorities may mean. So we are recommending that we put a process in to specify the goals for each of the appointees. Does that answer your concern, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. And thank you for the explanation. It partially does, but my concern is when I was a part of these conversations in November and December, it wasn't clear to me that the priorities for these 3 employees had been communicated to them. It wasn't clear to me. It wasn't, as being a part of the conversation, it wasn't clear to me that they were going to be evaluated, and they have been evaluated on those priorities. And there had been a multi-year gap in the evaluation. So that's what I mean. It doesn't seem like it was clear to me. And so I don't know, perhaps we should ask, one or all 3 of them if that's clear. So again, in my experience, I always want to be clear on what I'm going to be evaluated on, especially if it impacts my career and it impacts my compensation. I always want to be clear up front on what I'm being evaluated on. And it wasn't clear to me that that was clear to the 3 employees. So that's where it falls apart for me, is that communication piece. And given that we are the manager in this case for these 3 employees, the onus is on us, as Mr. Bukhari said. It's not just one person, but it's 11, 12 members who are the manager in this regard. I just don't think we've done a great job of communicating what our employees were going to be evaluated on. So that's where it falls apart for me. I like your framework. I like what you're suggesting, but I don't believe the communication piece has been clear over in November, December, over the last few months.
Madam
And
Chair,
if
Mayor
I-
Pro Tem has a question, a comment.
Yes.
Comment.
Yeah, I would just want to first, to Ms. Anderson's point, I agree. I don't think it's been communicated. And I don't think it's fair where we just had evaluation 7 weeks ago, in November, December timeframe. And then they will be evaluated again within a year-end evaluation within a few months. And that's where I see a concern here. And that's where I would like to really hear from our colleagues before we say this is a specific recommendation from our committee. All right, Mr. Winston?
Thank you. I just wanted to appreciate the conversation everybody is having. I think there are a lot of good points. So I just, as a matter of procedure, right, in order for us to have that full council conversation, you need a recommendation out of committee. So you have to send it out of committee. So my suggestion, would be to make a motion to either edify or not edify staff's recommendation. You could also add concerns that Ms. Anderson has made or not. But in order to lead a full council conversation, you need that recommendation. And then you can start off that full council conversation, either explaining the motion and having the whole committee kind of define what this committee needs council to do in that conversation. So a lot of concerns or specific concerns or clarification has been identified. I think you guys as a committee should lead that full council conversation in that way to get us to give clarity. But you, in order to get there, you need to have a recommendation out of this committee. And it can be as forceful or not forceful as you decide it to be. But I think it's just a matter of procedure at this point in time.
So, Mr. Winston, I disagree respectfully on that. This topic was only for informational. There was no action that was required. So this is something that there were several questions that were raised at our last committee meeting. So Ms. Simpson and her team did a lot of work on this to ensure that all the questions were addressed before we take an action. So,
But I would hold on. I would, in order for it to get on a future agenda, you need a recommendation from a committee, or else it won't fit on. How else does it get onto a business meeting agenda? It has to be put there somehow, and that would be the function of council to make a recommendation out of a committee to the full council. Or you can get the mayor or manager to put it on the agenda, but this is not their item. This is our item. So I'm not really sure how you would get to that full council conversation.
So, Mr. Winston, this is not something that's going to be on our agenda just yet. This is something that will be part of our strategy discussion. So because of our manager's presentation that is scheduled for later today, from what I understand from Mr. Bergman, that we will have a strategy discussion. Committees, all the committees will be providing their, providing an update on their committee's work at our next meeting, which is on May 8th. Is that correct, Mr. Bergman?
Yeah, that's correct.
So that will be that will give us an opportunity to hear from rest of our colleagues. And then we can decide on the next steps. I know we have 30 minutes left, and I do want to make sure we get through the other two items that are equally important. The second item we have is our federal and state legislative agenda. And I know there have been questions about several items that has come up, so I want to make sure we get through that. And third item we have is attendance policy for boards and commissions. And I know that is something that Ms. Johnson and Ms. Mayfield had recommended that we review that because there are many boards and commission members that are not able to serve because of very strict attendance policies. So I want to make sure we get through those two items as well.
Hey, Madam Chair, if we could, I totally agree, but I think to Ms. Anderson's point, we have two of our three staff people on the call, and Stephanie Kelly and Patrick Baker. And so I think Ms. Anderson's point, when she said, are they aware of what they need to be evaluated on? And we have two on the call now. Can we ask them, are they accountable?
I know that we don't have Mr. Jones on the call, so is it okay, Mr. Mitchell, if we wait on that so that we have all three employees in the same room and we have an opportunity to hear from them when we have this topic at our strategy discussion on May 8th?
I'm just I'm all in favor of committee doing the work and then making a recommendation to council. I don't like when 12 of us try to do the committee work or 11 of us do committee work. It gets very confusing. And so I'm trying to at least get us, if we're comfortable, for us to make a recommendation and then have the discussion with full council and something that came out of our committee. So
I hear you, Mr. Mitchell, that, full council is not really doing the committee work.
Right.
Because I hear that committee is not ready yet, at least Ms. Anderson, and Mr. Bukhari is sort of in the middle. We're not ready to move forward. We'd like to hear from our other colleagues before we make a recommendation. And I think that's where the committee is divided. So I just want to be fair to our committee members while respecting the process, that we get additional information from our colleagues who do not serve on this committee before we have this recommendation.
I mean, I'm okay if we take a vote and we go 2-3 and then move forward to council full conversation. I'm just worried of starting a process that we get feedback from 11 and then they're going to send it back to us. And staff has put together, to me, I think, a nice timeline of how to get a solution. So I'm okay having a recommendation come out and we saying it failed 2-3 and we need more conversation with full council. I just don't want nothing to come from this committee with no recommendation whatsoever based on staff's work.
Did you let Stephanie talk?
She said she didn't want to hear from Stephanie.
So from what when I look at this item, this was not something that we were taking an action on. This is just for information. That was something that was communicated based on the questions that were raised. But if you want to proceed with making a motion, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. I would like, Stephanie, Sheila, if you're okay, I'll make a recommendation. I'd like to make a recommendation based on the HR recommendation that we move forward with the close out, complete the FY 2023 current cycle, and then begin the FY 2024 cycle based on HR recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Bukhari, your hand is
Yeah,
up.
I'm not like 100% in the which angle I should be in, but I'm going to vote to support it just because I think we've got a lot of information and it's at a point to move forward where we can have the whole debate. So I'll vote yes now, and I'll get a chance, as we all will, to hear some of our colleagues' points, and maybe one's valid there that I might change my position, but I think this is the right course of action.
Okay, Mr. Bukhari, Miss Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would vote against this motion.
Okay, so and I will also vote against this motion. So we have 3 in favor, 2 no. All right, we'll move on to the next item here with our federal and state legislative agenda. Mr. Fenton?
I just need to clarify Ms. Anderson's vote, please.
She was a no vote.
I was a negative vote, Marie.
Thank you.
Legislative.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Dana Fenton with the City Manager's Office. I'm pleased to be here with you today to provide a federal and state legislative update. I know time is short, so I'll try to be quick, but not too quick. So, all righty, we'll provide an update on the Congress, the General Assembly, and then what we see happening after that. Next slide, please. Let's talk about the Congress. By the way, the visits up to Capitol Hill in late March were very good meetings, and I stayed for another extra day to do some more talking with staffs of other members of the congressional delegation for both North Carolina and South Carolina. Then we had some other follow-up calls as well to try to generate support for the 4th parallel runway project at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. As you know, the letter of intent has been applied for to get the $450 million in federal funding. We should hear of a decision later this year. But one thing that our delegation is working on is a letter of support for all the members of the 2 states as delegations to sign on to it. So that's what we were trying to achieve. So we had very good meetings, and more to come on that one. The budget, the federal fiscal year 2024 budget is now being deliberated. The appropriations subcommittees are having hearings on the president's proposed budget. And then we expect action to take place starting in June and July, where the subcommittees will actually report out their proposals to the entire Appropriations Committee, and then that would later on probably lead to some votes in July on that, so more to come. And then the big issue happening on Capitol Hill these days, of course, is the debt limit. Probably sometime in June, the nation will reach its debt limit, and there are some talks going on right now about trying to extend the debt limit for a period of time. And a proposal did pass the Republican-led House of Representatives that would raise the debt ceiling by $1.5 trillion. But it also came with some budget reductions and rescissions that are being heavily opposed by the president and by Senate Democrats. So a lot more to come on that. Next slide, please. Let's turn to the General Assembly. Before I start, I just want to let you know that this week at the General Assembly is crossover. Thursday is the crossover date by which legislation has to be out of its house of origin before it can be considered by the other house. So there's going to be a lot of work going on this week, just like there was last week. Last week was very, very was very, very long for legislators and for others as well. All right, just going back a little bit to something that happened last month. The House did pass its version of the budget on April 6th, and we are expecting the Senate to release their budget version next week, the week of May 8th. And we expect them to probably pass that by the end of next week, like the 11th or the 12th. And then after that, there would be a period of negotiations between the House and Senate to reconcile their different versions. And we could very well have a budget in place, if this timeline holds, sometime in early June for the next fiscal year. So, but don't take that to the bank yet. There are some statewide issues that have advanced in the last couple months. The Medicaid expansion, of course, was enacted into law. And then two pieces of legislation have passed. The Medical Marijuana Act, which is the Compassionate Care Act, passed the Senate. It's now before the House, and they won't get to that, of course, before crossover. And then the sports wagering legislation that passed the House earlier is before the Senate. And we don't expect action on that until after the budget is done in the Senate. So, next slide, please. Give you an update about some of our legislative agenda items. We do expect the civilian traffic crash investigator legislation, whether it's the Senate or House versions, to advance this week. That is the legislation that would allow the city to create a unit of civilians, trained civilians, to investigate relatively minor traffic crashes. The next one is the Pretrial Integrity Act that Chief Jennings has been very strongly supportive of. The hearing on that bill is tomorrow, May 2nd, in the Judiciary 2 Committee. And so that legislation would probably have to pass this week in order to meet the crossover deadline. And then on Powell bill, we didn't like what the House did for Powell bill, of course, but we are still trying to work that. And we're working on the leadership of both Representative Cunningham and Senator Salvador on this issue. And then the bill down at the bottom of the page, this one did get a lot of airplay over the last couple of weeks with the Charlotte City Council. It has to do with a omnibus bill mainly on landlord-tenant and HOA changes. And the section that caught our attention was one that what we've been told by the association that requested it is that that's not what they intended to do. It would have preempted your source of income discrimination policy that was adopted, I think in August or July and August of last year. And essentially that's the policy where if there is city funding going into affordable housing projects, then the developers going forward have to agree to consider people with housing vouchers. We're able to get that amendment to it to keep that program going, and that legislation passed the House. Next slide, please. A couple other bills we're working on. This first one on pharmacy benefits managers provisions. As you know, every year during the budgeting process, city manager and HR and other departments are working on the health insurance plans. And there's a bill that would put an unfunded mandate onto cities and employees as well. It would cost us about $4.1 million per year. And essentially it would take away our ability, or the ability of the contractor we work with to use some techniques to provide lower cost prescription costs for city employees. And of course, city government itself helps fund some of those. Representative Cunningham is working with us on an amendment. She's talking with the bill sponsor. The bill has passed the House, but the sponsor has agreed to keep on discussing that with her. So, and then the last bill I have for you there is, they call it land use clarifications and changes, but there's really more to this than that. What essentially this bill does is It ends the practice that has been in place for the last 60-some-odd years, where cities can do the planning and zoning for their extraterritorial jurisdictional areas. And it would return this responsibility to counties. And there's more to learn on this. We're doing some work on it to try to figure out what all the impacts would be.
Madam Chair, Councilmember Mayfield has a question.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Mr. Fenton is getting ready to go into Q&A, because the next is just upcoming meetings, I have two clarifying questions. So for the landlord, tenant, and HOA changes, HB 551, on April 24th, I sent you an email and I asked for a clarifying question. And the question that I asked was if city staff was a part of creating the initial language, since what you have said to us is that it was an unintended consequence regarding the possibility of overruling what the previous council had approved in source of income discrimination. So what you responded with is, at the request of the association, the city drafted the language and the attorney's office participated in the review and drafting. The challenge that I have, based on the response that you gave, that city staff was very well aware, but yet there were not conversations, to my knowledge, and you can clarify if it was, with council members to have any discussions regarding the source of income discrimination and what the intent of that was. But city staff, as well as the attorney's office, helped to write the language that moved forward to go to Raleigh, that then created, that was then introduced and passed, that we say very well could undermine our ability to help our local residents who may receive additional income. I'm trying to get clarification on that, and also, what is this new language? Because what's in the emails and what's in here is that new language has been submitted and/or adopted. Where is that language that clarifies the error that really should not have happened?
Well, I could say, first of all, is that the city staff did not take part in the drafting of the original legislation that was introduced back in
So
early
this
April.
email that you sent me was incorrect? Because
Well,
the
I guess
email,
maybe I'd have to go back and read it to make sure, but I apologize if that was the, message that was sent. But we did not take part in the original drafting of that part of the bill.
do you have access to the new language that's been introduced so that we can have that? Because what I don't
do.
see in here
Yeah.
is what that new language is, just so that we can be
Right.
aware, because part of this says, where landlords consider applicants with housing choice vouchers and other forms of rental subsidy in exchange for city financial assistance. Consideration is very different than the expectation that if you are receiving tax dollars for your development, for your rehab, for whatever it is, you do not get to have the option to then accept a potential tenant who may receive a subsidy, whether that subsidy is through Section 8, whether that subsidy is through the city. It should not be a consideration without us having full knowledge, understanding of this language, to ensure that we're not approving projects using tax dollars where the residents who are most in need are not going to have access.
Yeah, again, I apologize for that initial wording, but also, when I spoke with Mr. Heath about this, is that he did tell me that there may be some cases where people with vouchers could be rejected by the landlord.
So
And
that is,
there's not an ironclad, that what I understand is that the apartment managers, the landlords, they can reject an applicant based on other commercial criteria like credit
So,
history, things like that.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and for colleagues, I need us to take that into consideration, and we also need to have a conversation with the attorney's office to find out what protections can we put in place. Because again, if we are utilizing tax dollars to create under the guise an opportunity for access to housing, and that can be denied because it is only a consideration, we need to take that into consideration before approving additional projects and have very clear language of what the expectations are. You have also in here where you just mentioned to us the land use clarification and changes, returns responsibility for planning and zoning and extraterritorial jurisdictions. So currently, if it's in the ETJ, it comes before council in order for council to approve a rezoning or even annexation. So what exactly is this language saying? That city council would no longer have to approve projects that are out in Steel Creek, that are out in Mount Holly, that are outside of our ETJ? Those projects would no longer come before city council. They will only be approved through the county?
It would be the projects that are not inside the corporate limits for the city. And what we're doing, we're taking a look at that because you have something called a joint planning agency with Mecklenburg County. You have the interlocal agreement where the planning is done by the city, which includes the ETJ portion of the county, that's Charlotte's. Under this, it's unclear whether, we believe it would continue, but it is unclear. But what's also unclear to us is whether the county would then have to adopt its own comprehensive plan in UDO, for example. So there's just a lot of questions we still have about it that we're still trying to get answers to.
So Senator Lee introduced Senate Bill 675, but we haven't gotten to crossover, so there hasn't been the clarification for it to be voted on both sides. At this point, this is just a bill that's been introduced. Is it going to be through your office that you're going to be working with the county? How is council going to be kept in the loop on the front end of how this legislation might be moving forward?
Yeah, I think what we tell you right now is that we don't expect it to be moving at all this week. If it does move, it would be after crossover. We've been told that it's exempt from the crossover rules. But in terms, I think I've had it on the last few reports that I've sent out, and I would continue putting that in there. Because this would be a major change if it were to go through, at least, especially for the county. It would be something they haven't done on a regular basis, of course, for years.
For me, I think it would be helpful, because I cannot speak for my colleagues, but so that we're all on the same page, because I wasn't clearly understanding until receiving this information on Thursday. The language means everything. What you put in writing has value, words have value, so putting a word of consider is very different than the expectations that I believe previous councils and this council had when previous council fought for and had source of income discrimination approved as a protection. This doesn't change that by having the word consider. So we need to know legally, what would our responsibility be and what legal expectations can we have on any of those partners if they are attempting to apply for dollars that are tax dollars, because we have limited funds.
That's true.
The trust fund, we just made a large allocation. We need to know how could this language, if it moves forward and this is secure and becomes the new lay of the land for all 120 counties across the state, how is this going to impact that 200 and something million that we just approved for 780 projects, and what legal ability do we have to create any drawbacks or clawbacks to protect our tax dollars? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. And I know I've seen email threads about specific questions as it relates to this bill. And I know Ms. Johnson had also raised a question about if this would apply to not just developer, but others, because the SOID ordinance that was approved wasn't just for developers, anyone who accepted city funding. So I know there has been some clarification emails, and I'm going to wait to hear from our city attorney. But I do have a question, Mr. Fenton, if you could go back to the slide where we have pretrial hearing. I know this is something Chief Jennings have advocated for a long time. Do we have temperature on this as to what's been the support like for this?
Right now, Madam Chair, this is the first hearing we're going to have on the bill, and but I've heard a lot of support for this concept from police chiefs and from others in the system. The Conference of District Attorneys, which is the association for DAs, is supportive of it, along with the chiefs of police in some cities. And, you know, for a hearing like this, it's really hard to say what kind of, if there's any opposition that would come up to it. I have not been approached by anybody about this legislation who is opposed to it at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Fenton. If you can continue to keep us posted on this and other items on our legislative agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that would be great. I appreciate your update emails. Right. Anything else on our federal and state legislative agenda? Ms. Mayfield, do you have any additional questions? Okay, she's good to go. Mr. Vice Chair?
No, Madam Chair, we're good to go.
All right. Okay, that was easy. I know we have hard stop at 1:30, so the next item that is going to be our attendance policy for boards and commission will have to be deferred. So that will be in our June meeting. That's going to be, Marie, is that going to be on June 8th or June 5th?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct, June 5th.
Okay. Everyone is okay with that? We'll have to defer that item because that will take at least 20 to 25 minutes.
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, so if you don't have any additional questions, comments, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right, all in favor, please log off.
Thank you.
Why?
Somebody really wants you.
Okay. We good? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malcolm Graham, Chairman of the City's Job and Economic Development Committee. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you to our Monday, May 1st, 2023 meeting. We'll get started by making sure we know who's in the room with us. So we'll start with the far wall. And quickly, if you can introduce yourself so we can get to the heart of the meeting.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Anna Schloinis, City Attorney's Office.
Tim Whitmire, I represent the Eastland Aquatic Center proposal.
Brian Bucci, Eastland Aquatic.
Rick Suarez, QC East.
Bob Durkin, QC East.
Maurice Camacho, the BAC, and on the board of Carolina 6.
Joel Turner, Carolina Third.
Lowell Rose, WBTV News.
Ramon Belligan, Charlotte East.
Maureen Gillespie, Charlotte East. Tina Martinez, Charlotte East.
Graham Shudon, the Chair of the Board of Charlotte East.
Mr. Chairman, we can't hear anyone in the room.
Okay, we're just doing introduction of those in the audience, and then we're getting ready to introduce those at the dais. Councilmember Ashmere.
Bobby Allman, President of Lower Lake Neighborhood Association.
Carol Millen, Vice Chair, Charlotte East.
Kathy Buckley, Board Member, Charlotte East.
Brian Halliday, attending as the Public Policy Chair for the Charlotte Area Chamber.
Michael Orzak, Charlotte Area Chamber.
Deborah Dryden, I'm the Vice President of Econ, East Charlotte Neighborhood Association.
I'm Mimi Davis, President of East Charlotte Coalition of Neighbors.
If we can get the committee members to introduce themselves.
Ed Driggs, committee member.
Victoria Watlington, Committee Member.
Dimple Ashmera, committee member.
And then our staff members at the table.
Stephen Coker, Business Inclusion Officer for Charlotte Business Inclusion.
Holly Eskridge, Economic Development.
Todd DeLong, Economic Development.
Tracy Dodson, Economic Development and City Manager's Office.
James Carter, ED.
Natasha Smith, Charlotte Business Inclusion.
Tawanda Brown, Economic Development.
And lastly, our visiting council members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. James Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman Luana Mayfield.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, everyone, for being here. We're going to get right to the agenda. I turn it over to the Economic Development Director and Assistant City Manager, Tracy Dodson.
Thank you, Councilmember Graham. In the interest of time today, and I think also because Councilmember Molina has not joined yet, and make a quick recommendation to flip-flop and do the boards and commissions quickly. Holly has assured me that she can go through that very fast. I will also say that in front of you, you all have a one-pager about Charlotte's Small Business Month, which starts today. We had originally had this as an agenda item, but in the interest of time, because Eastland deserves the conversation, we pulled this from the agenda, but still wanted you all to know the efforts that we have going on for Small Business Month. So with that, we'll just table that piece, and if there's any comments about that.
Just want to make a quick couple of comments in reference to Small Business Month, right? The city has done significant work in this area in reference to small business resource providers through our roundtables, quarterly meetings with over 30 organizations, government and academic organizations, nonprofits, and chamber that provide services to small businesses. Our AMP Up Charlotte, which is a 6-month program, Business Accelerator, that prepares Charlotte's minority business owners for growth and expansion. 13 business owners graduated in the cohort 6 on April 14th. I had the opportunity to be there. It was a really, really great performance, graduation. Thank you very much, staff, for all the work that you did to coordinate that. It was really great to see the graduates of those working to secure ownership in their own business and to expand throughout the city. And also, I had the opportunity to speak at the 1 Million Black Businesses, a national incentive to start, grow, and scale 1 million Black-owned businesses by 2030, a standing room only crowd. Again, thank you very much again for organizing that. So we value, honor, and support small businesses in our area, and we thank the city staff for the support in reference to getting us there and getting the job done.
Thank you, Councilmember Graham. I want to thank Holly's team, who does all the work in small business, as well as CBI and the work that they do in small business, and our small business partners. I would love to bring this back for a deeper dive in some of the initiatives in the upcoming months. With that, let's go quickly to the boards and commissions, if that's okay with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. We'll knock that out first. Holly?
Okay, excellent. So Stephen Coker and I will be doing this together. We'll do it very quickly. So as you all know, there was a referral made in the fall of 2022 to look at the different advisories, committees, their purposes, and their structures. And then on April 3rd of 2023, the mayor and city council requested that this committee, the Jobs and Economic Development Committee, specifically look at restructuring seats for seats on the Business Advisory Committee and the Charlotte Business Inclusion Advisory Committee. Next slide. So let's talk about the BAC first. So the purpose of the BAC is listed there. It is to advise the City of Charlotte on legislative and operational policies to help advance success and sustainability for businesses in the cities. The current structure is listed there. You can see who appoints what groups. For the purposes of the restructuring, we're going to make some adjustments to the third bullet that has 5 seats recommended to City Council for approval by the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, and then add a member, or we propose to add a member organization to that bullet 4. So next slide. So for the restructuring, what we want to do is we want to reduce the number of seats that the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance recommends to you all from 5 seats to 4 seats. We want to add a new member organization. That seat would be a recommended seat designated to the Carolinas LGBT+ Chamber of Commerce. This keeps the total number of seats for the Business Advisory Committee at 20 seats. So that is the proposed restructuring. Turn it over to you.
And with respects to CBIAC, they are an external arm to Charlotte Business Inclusion, made up of business leaders who really help us with recommendations. They review some of the contracting opportunities and really support us with respects to developing and implementing best practices. Example, one of the major things they're working now is Mentor Protege program, and that's going to be absolutely important. But they also support with the disparity study, as well as coming to the council leadership and the committee to provide this information as well. Next slide. Right now, we have 16 members. 3 of those are recommended by the mayor, 13 by city council. Next slide. And what we're asking in the way of the proposed restructure is to add a new member organization that would sit with the Carolina LGBTQ+ Chamber of Commerce, and that will bring our total membership to 17 seats.
And that is the end of our presentation of recommendations. And I do want to recognize our chair of the BAC, Maurice Kumar, is here, and they were also briefed that this agenda item was going to be coming before you all.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any comments, questions? Mr. Jerks.
I just wanted to make sure we've consulted with the Alliance about the change in their representation.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
All right. We have to formally adopt this.
My hand is up, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Ashmore, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Holly and the team, for this. Do we need to make a motion to move forward with this recommendation? Mr. Chairman, do you need a motion?
The chairman has stepped out for a moment. We do need a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we adopt this recommendation by the staff.
I'm prepared to second that. Any comment? All in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
I think that's three of us. That's enough. Okay, that carries. Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Ms. Moreno is on her way. She is not feeling well, but she is going to make the effort to be here. And what time will we do the 4 or 2?
3:30.
3:30? Can we stand at recess for 5 minutes?
I'm okay with that.
Everybody's okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we stand at recess for 5 minutes. Leno is on her way, and we got some preliminaries to talk about, so we can five minutes there as well. We'll go to the next item on the agenda. I turn the meeting over to the Assistant City Manager.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Graham. I appreciate everybody being here today and sticking with us through Eastland. If we can pull up the PowerPoint for that and go to the second slide. We want to review with you today the process that we've gone through, as well as recent council actions and the development overview. It's really important to remember that there's a lot of hard work that's gone into Eastland up to date, and want to acknowledge our partners that are out there already in Crosland Southeast that are working hard to bring a large portion of this site to life very soon. We'll also update you on the proposal activity that we had since the March council or committee meeting, as well as the evaluation and recommendations and next steps. I will warn you, typically I err on the side of less is more. Today we did not take that approach, and we want to be fully transparent, so we have a lot of slides to move through. We will try to move through them quickly, but again, we wanted to be as transparent as possible. For the evaluation process and the process that we've gone through, we wanted to maintain the original intent for the site, and we have told everybody this from the beginning. When the Tepper and Charlotte FC portion changed, we wanted to keep the original intent that was identified for this 29 acres was really about sports facility and even future concepts, or excuse me, previous concepts that have been discussed for amateur sports. We also wanted to re-engage in conversations with interested parties prior to the Charlotte FC opportunity. We received in December of last year an unsolicited proposal, which allowed us to then issue a public notice in January of 2023. That's what you see on the right-hand side of the screen. We did not issue an RFQ or an RFP in this process, one, because we have a development partner that is out there. They were under construction. The vision of the site had really been set forth, and we felt like there were interested parties out there based on what we had heard through the community or seen in the past. So on March 6th, we brought forward to you 3 proposals to the committee. We heard the committee voice concerns about the amount of public investment or questions that they still had open. At that committee, the action was to review these proposals over the next 60 days. Now, hindsight, we probably should have said after 2 more committee meetings. So from the March committee meeting to the May committee meeting, I think there was some confusion about the 60 days. It was also directed to staff to keep open to any new proposals that may come in this extended time. Within the extended review window, staff provided follow-up questions to each one of the petitioners. These questions were different of each petition based on what we had received. We asked for those responses to come in by April 17th. Again, I think some were confused that the window closed on April 17th. We just asked for a response to these 3 petitioners so that we had further time to review and follow up with any other open questions after the 17th with the petitioners that we might have. We have tried to coordinate specifically with each one of the petitioners.
Can you say it one more time, just before we get to
So when we were there in March, and we heard questions for each one of the petitions, and when we put the questions back out to those 3 petitioners, we asked them to respond by April 17th. I think there was some confusion that was out there that the 17th was a set deadline for taking any new proposals or just getting information back in. We set the deadline of April 17th with those 3 petitioners so we had time to bring their information back in and follow up with any other questions we had. So there wasn't a deadline other than here's questions that we have for those 3 proposals, and then we had time to take that in, review it, and ask any further questions that we might have so we could vet and get as far along with the proposals as possible in that 2-month window. Does that make sense, Councilmember Watlington?
So right now today, somebody could send a proposal and it would still be considered?
Yeah, we were keeping that for open proposals. In my mind, when we left in March, that was staying open until May. The 17th was just intended for the 3 petitioners of the questions that we asked. And again, because we wanted to be able to keep the dialogue going if we had questions from the information that they submitted.
Okay, keep going.
So, stepping away from the proposals, she skipped. Can we go back a slide? So I think it's important for everybody to remember, because we've heard comments over the past couple of months about, some urgency in figuring out this portion of the site. And there is, because there's infrastructure work that is happening out there. And we coordinate closely with Crosland Southeast to make sure that we are keeping them on track. That is first and foremost. We've made a commitment to date out there between the city and the county public investment, just over $50 million. And we want to hold true to that and keep Crosland Southeast on their timeline so that they can start to deliver the single family, the multifamily, the retail, the park, and all of the other components that are a part of the broader vision for Eastland. The piece, just for everybody's clarity, the piece that has lagged behind is this 29 acres of the east side of the site, which was identified for sports and recreation. Also want to remind everybody of the council actions. I don't need to read through every one of these, but this has been in front of you all many times. You've made several votes to the work that is currently underway on the site. We had the groundbreaking in August, and again, there is construction going on the site today, and we will continue that. Also, since we were here with this council, the county approved the interlocal agreement between the city, or council approved the interlocal agreement between the city and the county for the tax increment grant. And the county has stayed in as a partner with the tax increment grant, even though we have slowed on this portion of the site, which is an important piece for the partnership with the county. Going all the way back 11 years, the principles for redevelopment that were established, we still hold true to today. We want to elevate the east side with the redevelopment of Eastland, make it attractive for the community as well as visitors from across the region. We want to unify local communities on the east side, create connectivity, walkability to the surrounding neighborhoods, take advantage of natural features, and create an opportunity for civic development. Also increase equitable economic development. We have continued, again, to take all of these principles to heart and keep those as our guiding principles for the past 11 years. Next slide. In implementing the vision, following those principles, you can see the ones in green, and again, in the interest of time, I won't read through all of them, are the ones that we feel like we've achieved to date in building out the master plan and in the partnership with Crosland Southeast. You can see here there's 2 that we would identify as in progress. The sports field, the active recreation, the spur tourism activity is the one that, again, has delayed slightly, but is still in progress, and we still work day in and day out to achieve this vision. Arts and entertainment, we give it a halfway, right? Some of the Crosland Southeast will have some of this will be achieved on the other side of the site. And then unify local community building and cultural international diversity. I think we're probably further along in achieving this with some of the retail that we're working with in Crosland Southeast, but that also stays a place that's in progress. And this last slide that I will point out before I start to pass it over to Todd to give updates on each proposal is reminding everybody, when we're talking about the Eastland site today, we're talking about everything you see in green on the site plan that says city and future development. Everything that is on the left-hand side of the site plan is currently what Crosland Southeast is working on. Perfect timing. Is working on, and you will see on this slide as well as the investments that we have already committed to on the site. We have committed to investments today, and we will continue to stay committed to making investments on this site in order to get the right proposal that is right for the community as a whole. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Todd to give us an update on the proposals, questions asked, and where we stand right now.
I want to take this opportunity first before Todd gets started to welcome Councilmember Moreno from the 5th District to the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So for the next several slides, we'll be going through some of the information that we presented in the last committee meeting in March, as well as discussing some of the revised information that we received over the last 50 to 60 days. Just want to remind everyone that we are focusing on the area that's highlighted in green here. This is the future development estimated about 29 acres. The focus on this part of the site remains on an active recreation use that brings people to the site and to East Charlotte. We are looking for a use, we're looking for a use that activates the site and complements the redevelopment effort by Carlson Southeast. Again, some of this information that we'll be sharing this afternoon is possibly repetitive to what we heard last couple months ago, but there's a lot of changes in one or more of the proposals. We want to make sure that it's very clear on what's changed, what remains the same in each of the three proposals. So next slide, please. So we'll begin with the Eastland Aquatic Center. So in the original proposal, the Aquatic Center was proposed for the Eastland redevelopment based on an increased participation rates within the state and the local community. The competition for lane space among the various organizations suggests that there is a shortfall of available aquatic facilities in the county and in the region. In the original proposal, the submitter suggested there would be a nonprofit board that would hire an aquatic director to manage and operate the facility and manage the day-to-day types of activities that you see here on the left side of the slide. On the right side of the slide shows what the revised proposal entails. So they, after the revised proposal entails a little bit more rethinking on the structure of the group that would be managing or the development as well as the operating side of the facility. They're proposing that Mecklenburg County oversee the construction and its day-to-day. They're proposing that the county oversee the construction and the day-to-day operations, where the county would focus on the community-facing side of the facility. Back up one slide, please. Thank you. The county would focus on the community-facing side of the facility, and then a nonprofit board will be formed that would lead the fundraising efforts to ensure the hiring of a marketing director who would ensure that the facility meets the needs to attract top meets in aquatic sports and maintain perception of the facility as a top national destination. Next slide, please. The project partners, these are the same as you saw in the last presentation. The effort is being led in majority part by Mr. Brian Bucci and Mr. Tim Whitmire. Next slide, please. The Aquatic Center program is largely the same as it was the last time we presented this. The major change here, really the significant change here, is that the acreage has been refined from up to 13 acres and down to 8.5 acres that would be needed for the facility. They are still looking at a 1 to 2 lane 50 meter by 25 yard competition pool, 8 lane 25 yard program pool with 1,500 to 2,500 seats would include approximately 273 parking spaces. The remainder of the land would be available for other development over time. The economic impact is largely the same as well. You have 26 to 30 events per year. They could get up to 40, 107 event days per year with a combination of USA Swimming, USA Diving, USA Water Polo, collegiate swimming, and artistic swimming events. And they're estimating at $46 million in estimated annual inbound spending to be generated by the facility and the programming of the facility. From the terms of the funding structure and financials, these are also largely the same as the last time we presented. The difference here would be the public funding may be required for ongoing operations just because of the nature of the change in the operational structure of the facility as they are proposing. Presumably, if the county would be taking on a larger role in owning or operating the facility, then there would be some type of public funding required for ongoing operations. I do want to be clear here that county has not committed to being a partner on this. This is something I think that's being proposed as an ideal situation from the submitting entity. As Tracy mentioned, there were a series of questions that we reached out to each of the teams. This is just a kind of a select example of some of the questions that we were asking about. You know, where will be the facility be located on the site? What's some more details on the funding structure, the timing of the funding needs, competition with existing facilities, things like that. Next slide, please. This is a side-by-side comparison of the original proposal versus the revised proposal. And some of the notable changes, again, the programming is largely the same. They've reduced the land to 8.5 acres. They are now proposing Mecklenburg County manage the construction of the facility and act as the co-operator of the facility. There is no formal partnership right now with the county at this time. And so those are largely the changes with the revisions from the Eastland Aquatic Center proposal.
Councilman Wallington.
Thank you, Councilmember Graham. Just real specific, I see land conveyance, but as far as building ownership, what changed? Or what clarity was provided?
They are proposing that Mecklenburg County would own and operate the facility.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we'll move on to Carolina Serves and Racket Sports Entertainment District. Similar to our previous presentation, this is organized and led by Carolina Serves and a special advisor, strategic advisor to Carolina Serves, Mr. Virgil Christian. Next slide. The project partners and the board of directors is the same as was presented to us in the last presentation. Leading the effort in large part is Mr. Joel Turner and Mr. Calvin Davis. From a program overview perspective, there are some significant changes in this particular proposal. The original proposal had 80-plus racket court facility, pickleball and paddle complex, an indoor complex that included 12 indoor courts, a learning and education center, entertainment and lawn space, and a structured parking garage with 700 spaces. The revised proposal reduces the number of courts down to about 67. It increases the pickleball courts up to 24, and also increases the number of paddle courts. The more significant changes here are the reduction of square footage on the indoor facility, which takes it from 12 indoor courts down to 3 indoor courts, and the change in the parking approach, which goes from structured parking down to surface parking of 350 spaces. Here you can see some the differences between the two proposals. On the left, the plan left side, you see where the parking structure is. On the far left, you see where the surface lots are now on the revised proposal side. You can, given the size of this, it is difficult to see the number of courts, but you can see where there are a reduction of tennis courts. There is a increase of open and green space on the revised proposal. And you can see the change in the indoor facility in the bottom right-hand corner of the plans, where the original proposal has a much larger indoor facility versus the revised proposal that has a smaller indoor facility. So from the economic impact, obviously when you reduce the number of courts and events, you're going to have an ensuing reduction in the economic impact. We go from a 5-year economic impact from 150 down to 100 in the revised proposal, and a 1-year impact estimate of 19 million in the revised proposal. Also in the revised proposal, they are suggesting there could be 111 event days per year, 13,000 visitors annually, and the estimated construction timeline is 8 to 10 months for design and 12 to 18 months for construction, which is effectively the same as the original proposal.
Councilmember Ashmere, do you want to ask a quick question? Continue, Todd.
Next slide. Thank you. With respect to the funding and land structure, the reduction of the programming and moving from structured to surface parking reduces the cost of the facility from $55 million down to $32.3 million. The change in the allocation of the funding is also a little bit different between the original and revised. The original had a private investment coming in at $10 million for capital improvements, with a request for public at $45 million. The revised proposal has $4 million of private investment for capital improvements, with $28.3 million coming from the public from a mix of hospitality and infrastructure improvements. The allocation between the public to total cost in the original proposal, the public request was 82% of the total capital cost. In the revised proposal, the public investment is 88% of the total capital cost. The other private investment that has been proposed through the proposal is $5 million, and that remains the same between the original and revised proposal, where $2 million is dedicated towards operating reserves and $3 million for youth grants and scholarships. On the community use of the facility, The addition here is that they're offering 10 public use days for the city and county to host events. This is very similar to existing arrangements we have with other sports facilities in the area. The lease terms are the same as the original proposal. Again, here is just sort of an example of some of the questions that were asked of this team. Again, looking at for a little bit more clarity and making sure we're accurate in how we're reviewing the funding request and the capital stack, looking at what is the schedule of the private funding, and just to get a little bit more understanding of just the different programmatic levels and what that impact looks like when you're reducing the total project cost. Next slide, please. Here is the comparison between the original and revised proposal. From the noticeable or notable changes, we have fewer tennis courts, a smaller indoor space going from a reduction of about 65,000 square feet. There are more pickleball and paddle courts, replacing the parking deck with structured parking, going from 700 structured spaces down to 350 surface spaces. They have lowered the project cost by about $23 million, lowered the public investment by $16.7 million, and lowered the total private/nonprofit investment by $6 million. They do have a new offer of 10 public use days for the city and county to host events, and there is a slight reduction in the economic impact on an annual basis due to the change in programming of the facility.
Todd, Councilmember Ajmer, before we get to the next one, so your hand is raised.
Mr. Chair, I will wait to hear all the proposals before questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Drakes.
Thank you. Just a quick question. In this racket sports, who owns the facility, Todd?
It would be owned by Carolina Serves.
Okay, thanks.
Move on to the third existing proposal that we had, which is Target. Next slide, please. Looking at a 148,000 square foot store. Look at purchase 11 to 13 acres from the city at a price to be determined. They are not requesting public funding. The estimated private investment is $35 million plus land cost. They have a number of company initiatives that support local community groups and other initiatives. They're estimating to generate about 250 to 300 jobs in the store. Next slide, please. This is a sort of a set of follow-up questions that we have for them based on the conversations that we heard in the March 6th committee meeting. A lot of that around the amount of surface parking, the size of the facility compared to the available land, and the amount of infrastructure improvements that may or may not have been assumed to be included in their proposal when they submitted that information.
Yeah, so I will add to this. Earlier today, we did receive an email from the Target team with a new site plan that had condensed their footprint down to about 8 to 10 acres of the 29 acres, and we will pass that out to you all shortly. But just again, full transparency, we received it about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. But again, we just wanted to be fully transparent on that, but it's coming in real time.
And just to describe a little bit of the changes before you see the plans, they're looking at bringing some of the parking below the building with surface parking in front of the building as well. So it does reduce the size of the footprint from the original proposed that they provided to us. Next slide, please. So in the conversations back in March, there was also a direction from the committee to look or to accept new proposals, and we have received one new proposal. The proposal is from QC East at Eastland Yards. This proposal was basically submitted in a three-party or three-organization partnership with Southern Entertainment, Charlotte Soccer Academy, and Carolina Esports Hub. Southern Entertainment is a cultural and music events producer based in Charlotte. They host more than 300,000 attendees each year. They have 30 years of experience developing and managing facilities and producing events. Charlotte Soccer Academy, they are an organizer of youth and travel soccer. They organize hundreds of events annually, serving 300 teams and 7,300 players. These programs range from recreational to elite players with expectations for post-high school playing. And you have Carolina Esports Hub. They provide curriculum and recruiting services to more than 12,000 students in 350 institutions, and they produce esports events and live streams in the Charlotte area. The three partners will form an LLC that will be a single owner of the property. The three parties will be the lead investors and will manage the LLC and the development process. The owning entity will be a for-profit with a mix of nonprofit and for-profit tenants within the facility. Previous slide, please. Thank you. So the project partners, here you see a few by names and the principals of each of those. Southern Entertainment, led by Mr. Bob Durkin and Mr. Rob Pedlow. Charlotte Soccer Academy with Mr. Jim Cantalupo and Mr. Brad Wild. Carolina Esports Hub with Mr. Rick Suarez and Mr. Scott Hollingsworth. And then you see a list of other development partners that were provided in the proposal submitted to us.
Mr. Attorney, do we have a council member a part of Carolina Esports Hub?
It's my understanding that Councilmember Bakari is a minority partner of Carolina Esports Hub, yes.
And what does that mean for us?
So I did meet with Mr. Bakari. In fact, we've had several conversations over the course of the last few months where he mentioned what a potential proposal could be or what he might be participating in. And in fact, your new ethics policy requires council members to come to the city attorney anytime that there may be a question about something that they're involved in. And Mr. Bakari did that. We met, I asked a few questions, and the analysis was really based on 14234, which all of you have heard of before, which relates to public officers or employees benefiting from public contracts and certain exceptions. And as it relates to this, because this is a private issue, not a nonprofit issue, which we dealt with before, you're really focused on three things. First of all, any council member is a public official. Being on the council that makes a decision is part of the deliberation process. The third prong is whether or not a council member is going to get a direct benefit from the contract, and that's defined statutorily as having more than a 10% ownership interest in the party that's going to be the party of the contract, deriving any income or commission directly from the contract, or acquiring property under the contract. And I asked made sure that Mr. Bakari was aware of that, and he said that none of those three prongs were available. So we moved on to what's in your policy about avoiding the appearance of impropriety. We had a discussion about that, and the recommendation, which Mr. Bakari has accepted, was to fully disclose whatever interest he has in the entity up front and publicly, and to not vote on that item if it gets recommended to council and council actually votes on that going forward. I did document that, provided that to him, I believe 2 weeks ago, and but if you have any questions about that, I'm happy to do that. That does not mean that council has to or can't vote to approve this proposal. It simply means that his participation, as he's described it to me, is not violation of the law.
Councilmember Wallington.
Can you just go back real quick to the part, you said 10% or. What were the three?
So there are three prongs. You cannot have more than a 10% ownership of the interest that's the party to the contract. You can't derive any income or commission directly from the contract, or acquire property under the contract. Those are the three prongs that are a part of the statute.
So can y'all clarify who would own the property?
As proposed, there would be an LLC that is formed by the three entities, Southern Entertainment, Charlotte Soccer Academy, and Carolina Esports Hub, and they would own the property.
And so I'm just trying to I'm trying to be clear about, it says or, right? So the 10% is a prong on its own.
Yes.
Or.
It's all three. So you can't own 8%, but then derive a income from the property. So all three you have to be able to say, check no to all three of those.
So if eSports then owns a part of this property, even though it's not at 10%, the ownership stake of this council member, does that or does that not cause an issue with that part of that prong?
He cannot have an ownership interest in the property. So what his partnership agreement or his investment agreement looks like, I have not seen, have not asked for, other than to advise him that he cannot become an owner of the property. So I don't, you'd have to ask Mr. Bakari what that relationship is.
Councilmember Driggs.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. So you have described an environment in which there are very specific rules about when a member must recuse themselves, may not participate. The other process, the appearance of impropriety, is one in which Mr. Bakari may ask counsel to be excused from a vote because of his feeling that there might be an appearance of impropriety, right? Just to be clear about that. And we don't have any knowledge as to whether he intends to make that application to counsel or whether he intends to participate in the vote.
Correct. I mean, he can respond to that, but I have given him the advice that he should.
We haven't had any indication of his intentions about that.
Correct.
Okay, and
Last question.
yes. And then the other thing was, based on what you just described, he could have an ownership interest up to 10% in this LLC that's being described, and that would still be completely within the scope of the state statute.
That's one of the three prongs.
Right.
Yes.
But he could have that if he meets the other requirements and he has 8%, then he is not, he doesn't trigger.
You could have up to 10% and not trigger it. Anything above 10%, 10.01% would trigger the
Okay,
statute.
thank you.
All right, we're going to move. All right, we're going to take one more question on this topic, and we're going to move on from it. I think we all kind of get it, and I want to make sure that we have time for the proposals themselves. So last question.
Understood.
Councilmember Wallington.
Just as the follow-up to what you said, so we would need more clarity around what his ownership stake looks like to ascertain whether or not there is a violation or not.
Correct. I would assume that he would put that out there, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Todd?
Next slide, please. All right, so start first on the right side of the page. This is the site plan from QC East at Eastland Yards. I'd like to focus mostly on phase one. Phase one is the more certain of them. Phase two has been described as likely to happen, but it would be based on, the timing would be based on the successful completion of certain milestones in phase one. So the phase one would include the athletic fields, the hub, and associated parking. So on the left side, kind of the description of it, we basically have decided, or they've broke it down into three key areas, which is sports, tech, and entertainment. The athletic fields and CSA Academy would be in phase one. That's 6 multi-sport artificial turf fields. It takes about 8 acres. There would also be a field house that would be associated with that academy space. From an entertainment perspective, they're proposing an outdoor amphitheater with capacity up to 5,000 for seasonal use, an indoor-outdoor venue, which would be included within the hub. The hub is defined as a 20 to 25,000 foot footprint. It is a public event space and technology center that would focus on esports and STEM educational opportunities. The event capacity of the indoor space is about 2,500 people. They would host professional and amateur esports, music concerts, and a digital entertainment area. The main stage would open from the front and back, would allow for greater flexibility between the different sports and different types of events that would occur on the site as proposed. Also proposing a digital entertainment area for daily use, which would include themed simulators, think NASCAR, F1, golf, etc., and also include console and gaming stations. They're offering about 530 parking spaces on the site, and they are proposing to acquire the entire 29 acres on that side of the site.
When you say acquire, are they proposing to buy it, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, move on.
So the core tenants as proposed is, again, SE Group, CSA, and the Carolina Esports Hub. Prospective tenants, as outlined in the proposal, would be Architect Sports, Charles Johnson 7-on-7 Flag Football, Carolina Lacrosse Association, and the Ultimate Lacrosse Association. Economic impact, the estimated economic impact from events and programming at $111 million in total annual economic impact. It would support about 683 full-time jobs. It would generate 102,000 room nights per year, and they're estimating generating 112,000 annual visitors from 50-plus miles away. It would include workforce development programming with a focus on East Side residents. The estimated construction timeline, Phase 1 would begin in Q4 '23 and take about 38 months to complete. Again, that would include the athletic fields, the indoor-outdoor entertainment venue, and the hub. Phase 2 could begin at 2028 and take about 2 years and would include the commercial and hospitality development based on market conditions and successful completion of Phase 1 milestones. From the funding and land structure perspective, for Phase 1, they are estimating a project cost of $61 million. Of that, they are proposing that private investment would cover $31 million. Public investment requested is $30 million. Of that is 19 from hospitality funds and 11 million directed towards infrastructure reimbursement. The allocation of public to total investment is about 49% of the total capital cost. From a community use perspective, they'll be offering apprenticeships and adult workforce training programs, after-school programs, neighborhood access to the fields, community meeting space, and community-oriented programming, for example, free tech-oriented classes, senior-oriented programming, et cetera. Again, they are looking to purchase the land from the city at a market value.
So we wanted to put another concept out there because it's come up in conversation, and I'll be clear that this is a concept that has not fully been vetted, but there are some questions that we've received along the way with some of our partners about, such as the CRVA, about if we're going to put this much money into a facility that is going to have this much tourism. A lot of our questions have been around operators and the long-term viability of a facility like this. The question has been asked, do we want to build our own proposal with stakeholders or our own publicly owned solution? So I want to be clear about that. It's a publicly owned facility. What would that look like? What would it be like? The only reason we put it in here is because, again, it's a question that keeps coming up. And I felt like it was a question that probably just needs to be posed to the committee, because I feel like when we have these periods in between of analysis of the proposals we've gotten, we do have other partners in the ecosystem that we work with, such as the CRVA, that has asked these questions. So I felt like it was important to pose it in a public setting such as this today. You want to go into that evaluation?
Sure.
Next slide.
Next slide, please.
I just wanted to make a comment about.
All right, this Councilmember Ajmer is up first, Councilmember Wallington is second, Councilmember Drace, you're batting cleanup.
Mr. Chairman, can we go through this evaluation matrix?
Want to hold your questions?
Yes.
All right, so quick question for Councilmember Wallington, based on what we've heard thus far.
Yep, just two clarifying questions. I see here the purchase on the QC East at Eastland Yards, purchase land from city at market value, but I also see a public investment requirement of $30 million. Can you just tell me what the net public investment then is on this?
Market rate.
I don't know what the market rate would be today or what it would be when they would acquire it, so we'd have to do an appraisal and go through the process. If we're looking at, just the second time you guys had me pulling my calculator out in one of these.
I think it was like 3.5 million, but I could be wrong. Right around 3 and 4.
It's right around $4 million potentially.
Okay, gotcha. So then that's really a $26 million ask?
Potentially, in that
Okay,
case.
and then my second question, just as it relates to this potential new concept, just real quick, because we've had however many years, why hasn't this been an approach before, or has it?
It's been discussed before, I think because we've had so many interested parties, of potential partners along the way. The question was asked in this 60-day period. Tom Murray and I, for example, had a conversation, and it was an awkward place for us to go pursue this, right, as an option to bring back to you when we've been working with other petitioners within the ecosystem. And really, honestly, that's why we haven't posed it. I felt like when Tom asked the question, it was a good question, and it was at least worthy of bringing back to council when we're looking at proposals where the investment numbers are a little bit skewed, where we're the primary investment in it. I felt like it was a question to pose back to you all, but not something that we felt like that 60-day window was the time to really vet that, if that makes sense.
And if I can add to that, Councilmember Wallington, when Tepper Sports pulled out last May, the city began to work earnestly about solving the equation. So the city wasn't waiting until December for someone to bring an unsolicited proposal to us. We were already looking at how do we solve this 20-acre problem, right? So those type of conversation goes well beyond the submittal of the proposal that was submitted in December. Okay. Councilmember Drake, quickly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Bakari has been following this meeting and asked me to share with you that the Esports Hub is a tenant, and he is a part of that. Neither he nor the Esports Hub is a part of the LLC, just for a little more clarity about his role. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari, for viewing and providing that important factor. So we are to the evaluations. Todd.
Thank you, sir. So the evaluation criteria is largely the same thing as we put into the public notice of the types of information that we would be evaluating anything that was submitted to us. Team qualifications and experience from the development and operation perspective, financial strategies and qualifications, project approach, schedule, community usage, and access. Again, these are the kinds of the criteria and the examples that we would be looking at and we have looked at as we are looking through the various proposals that have been presented to us. Next slide, please. So apologies for the size of the font and the size of the screen. So right now we're moving forward with a recommendation to the committee that we would remove from further consideration Target and the Eastland Aquatic Center. The reasoning for Target is the program doesn't really align well with the community priorities that we've heard for a number of years on the site. It takes up a lot of land, and it doesn't align with a sports-driven concept that we have been hearing from the community over the last several years. There was a large turnout for sports in terms of surveys and Q&A and everything that happened in the engagement effort throughout 2019, and the Target facility doesn't align well with that. We have recognized that they have demonstrated their ability to increase job opportunities and local access to grocery amenities, as well as their corporate focus on supporting local communities. Eastland Aquatic Center, we're choosing to or recommending to remove from consideration due to just some uncertainty around the ownership and management structure for both construction and operation. There's a lot of competition with MCAC. Right now, I think the understanding how it competes with MCAC and the events and making sure that we're not just cannibalizing other events, and whether or not the new visitation and room nights that will be generated by the proposed concept are actually new impact to the area and not something that's existing already and that's justifying the amount of public investment that's been requested. There is also uncertain competition with our neighbor in Greensboro and their aquatic center, which already attracts larger high-level and high-quality events, and making sure how do we compete with that. I think there's still some questions out there in our minds for that. Other considerations that we took into play here was that they have demonstrated their demand for increased water in the region. They certainly have an impressive commitment to community-oriented initiatives around water safety for low-income residents. The concept may be able to, as described, host larger events than MCAC, so that's where it gets into the questions on the competition piece. They do have there is also potential for public financial support on annual operations. Next slide, please. So we're also recommending that we continue evaluating to determine the best long-term solution for East Charlotte. The following proposals. One is the Carolina Serves Racket Sports Entertainment District. Next is QC East at Eastland Yards, and this public solution that Ms. Dodson just mentioned and just brought up. The pros on the racket sports entertainment, they have certainly demonstrated the market demand for increasing supply of courts and larger complexes in the region. They have an impressive commitment to engaging youth and offering affordable programming for low-income residents. They have certainly heard from the committee in the last meeting, and they revised their public ask, and they reduced the public cost, as well as the total cost of the facility. On the other hand, the revised cost also has a higher share of public of the total capital cost with the facility. The economic impact is reliant on larger events, and the economic impact of events like tennis and other racket sports aren't nearly as strong as they may be for team sporting events. Something else to take in consideration as we look at what is the best solution for East Charlotte. QC at Eastland Yards, again, they have an impressive mix of uses and activities on the 29-acre site. They're looking to acquire the site from the city at market value. Their public funding request is less than 50% of the total capital cost. They've demonstrated their ability to manage a variety of events and similar types of facilities and events throughout not just throughout Charlotte, but throughout the region. The economic impact and initiatives to support local jobs, local business expansion, and development of tech-oriented skill sets is certainly an attractive option and feature that's in the proposal as well. Some of the cons that we looked at is, from our initial review, is that larger events may place some burdens on surrounding communities with respect to traffic and parking. We need a better understanding of the market competitiveness of esports events in the region, just to make sure what that room night generation may come from in the esports, and how does this elevate our status in the esports industry. And then this third proposal, or the third concept, is this public solution that Tracy mentioned. And I think from here, similar in the lines of some of the others, we're looking at a multi-sport facility that's equally focused on sports tourism and community amenities. A lot of times when you have these types of facilities, they focus on one or the other, and it's hard for them to focus on both economic impact and community impact at the same time. A more significant impact from team sports, as I mentioned earlier, and then greater access and utilization for residents in adjacent communities. We're really trying to achieve that fine line of that healthy match between community and economic impact for the public, and making sure that the public investment is what is the best long-term solution for East Charlotte, as well as something that is very sustainable from an operating perspective as well. Next steps, we are going to continue to support Carlson Southeast in their current work. We're going to work with them to assess the infrastructure needs for the eastern portion of the site to make sure we mitigate any disruptions to ongoing work on the site. Over the next 3 to 4 months, we continue to evaluation the shortlisted proposals and continue collaboration with the CRVA and county partners. We also are looking to take a lead on an engagement effort to reconfirm some of the prior engagement findings and build upon that prior engagement effort. We'd like to focus on the concepts we've kind of outlined here that have high viability and focus on both community and tourism. We want to make sure that we're bringing concepts to the community that actually have a high level shot of actually being successful and being implementable by both the city, our partners, and any private or nonprofit partner that we would get into a partnership with.
Thank you, Todd, for the presentation. Committee, we have this squarely in front of us. I'll make some opening remarks, and then I'll open up the floor for questions. We have about 40 minutes, so if you can be as succinct as possible and ask your best questions, more than one, but your best questions, and we can see if we can get through this relatively shortly. This is a complex development because of the location goals and the meeting community standards. It's easy to build a facility. The hardest part is the day-to-day operation, maintenance, and upkeep of the facility. Those costs last forever. I would rather be slow and right than fast and wrong in reference to the decisions that we're going to make. The worst case scenario is for us to move forward with a project that never gets off the ground. That would be in no one's best interest. None of the current proposals in front of us are perfect solutions. As you see, they all have positive and negatives towards them. It is important that the city do its due diligence in analyzing and scrutinizing the proposals that are in front of us. We should not get lost that we are currently under construction with Carlson Southeast, that we are building 160 single-family homes right now. 260 apartments have been approved. 90 senior housing, 17,000 square feet of retail and office space, 5 acres of a county park. We've approved a TAG with our partners from Mecklenburg County for roads, parking, streets, sidewalk, and traffic control. We're doing work at Eastland currently. And as we make our decisions, I hope that the committee won't feel that we're being boxed in a corner because we have to do something. The bottom line is that we are doing something. Councilmember Ashmere, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Todd, thank you so much for the presentation. If we can go back to that evaluation criteria slide. So did this evaluation matrix, was that result of our community outreach along with input from the council?
So the evaluation criteria is similar to what we've done for other solicitation processes, and it was similar to what was, I believe, in 2017 or 2018 when the city issued an RFP for amateur sports. So it aligns with sort of industry standards for how to evaluate some of these types of proposals or these submittals as they come in.
So while I agree that we are using industry standards, we also need to ensure that we look at the cost-benefit analysis that is focused on long-term community impact, which will bring a sense of pride and a greater tax base to our city, not just the cost specifically within the Eastland property. I agree with some of what Mr. Chairman said, that we need to get this right. However, it's equally important that we get this done sooner. The East Side community has waited far too long, and I've gotten several emails from various East Side neighborhood leaders where they feel that we have waited far too long and the city has continued to delay in making decisions. And there is an opportunity cost associated with that. More we wait, we are losing an opportunity for something transformational to build a catalyst that we have promised to our East Side residents and our neighbors. And this is not just specific to the East Side, but for our entire city. So I would like to see that we act on moving forward. I see that in our next step, there is 3 to 4 months process, but we need specific timeline as to what are the next steps. What would be the timeline look like for next 3 to 4 months? I think we need to deliver a message to the East Side that we are listening to them and we are listening to their needs for building a catalyst that we had promised. And so if we can add in the evaluation metrics, community impact, and I would like to hear from our colleagues on the committee as to would they be open to adding the community impact, long-term community impact as one of the evaluation criteria. We really need to bring something unique to this very special place. And that's why it's very important that we look at long-term community impact.
I concur with that, Councilmember Ashmere, and that's why during my preamble, I listed all the things that are currently happening on the western side of the project that are currently underway, planned, approved, funded, moving forward, and certainly whatever we do on the eastern side would have to be impactful for that development as well as the east side as a whole. So I concur with you 100%. I don't think there's any disagreement about impact statements or community engagement. We're looking forward to doing that as well. So let me go to Council Member.
So just, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to end this with stating that I'm disappointed that we don't have a recommendation to proceed with one of the proposals. That's what I was anticipating coming into this meeting, that we would see some sort of solid recommendation for us to proceed. We are in a time frame that is very uncertain economically, and we need to consider that with a sense of urgency to bring a catalyst for this site. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, it's the staff recommendation. The committee has the opportunity to insert its influence in this vote. So everything's on the table. Councilmember Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to note initially, there are a lot of people in this room who would probably love to speak. We see you, we feel you, and I think we've had enough history of dialogue to know pretty much what you would say if you could speak. This is not a hearing, unfortunately, and we are under a time constraint. So just want to recognize you here, appreciate that you came. One of the issues I think that caused the situation we're in was I at least was not prepared for the terms of some of the proposals we received. So I thought in my mind we were looking at a $25 million investment or something like that. And when I saw those numbers, the public funding request and the composition of the funding, I sort of thought, whoa, that's not what we thought was going to happen. So that gave us pause, and we are continuing to process that. I did hear that that kind of a structure is not uncommon for some of the facilities that are being discussed here, and that may be the case, but what we also have are the very unusual circumstances at Eastland, and that very long history and the agenda are the priorities that we're trying to satisfy with the work that we're doing. So I think there may have been an assumption that if we were prepared to put $35 million into soccer, that amount must be available. And what Ms. Dodson said was, the investment that we will make is going to depend on what we identify as being the best outcome for Eastland. And we will spend more or less depending on what kind of value we're able to deliver. So we don't want to put a number out there that somebody's then going to say, okay, I'll take it, and then figure out a way to claim that amount. And that's why we can't be too specific. I just wanted to tell you, as the vice chair of the committee and as a district representative from another part of Charlotte, we are fully committed as much as ever. I've been on the council for 10 years. I was part of the conversations when we had the little beauty contest, if you remember, to decide who our partner was going to be. And I know what we talked about in terms of the benefits we want to realize for East Charlotte. There has been no lessening of that commitment. There is no lessening of availability of funds. But I would just ask that you understand that if we didn't see something that we thought accomplished everything we wanted to do, we're going to spend a little more time to find that thing. And I think that's what you're hearing from all of us here. For the sake of a month or two, let's not compromise a 20-year future in that portion of Eastland. Thank you.
Councilmember Wellington.
I think that I agree with much of what has been said. I think that ultimately what matters here is that we invest in the best project that's going to deliver for Eastland long term. I'm also disappointed that we're not making a decision on something or as yet, doesn't sound like we are prepared to make a decision on a particular proposal. I'd like to see a real project plan and a real commitment to a timetable that we can expect to know what we can do moving forward. I also think that I at least can appreciate that there is a recommendation for us to consider eliminating a couple of options, because I also believe that for those that have put in bids, that they need to know if we're no longer interested, then we're no longer interested. And they can pursue other interests. And we can put our efforts towards what we believe is the right decision. That said, as a district rep on the other side of town who has seen my fair share of projects, I would like to understand a little bit more about what the community would like to see there, especially given this public solution. I would expect, though, that that's not going to be another long, drawn-out process. It seems that we've got 2 proposals on the table. I'm not seeing a recommendation for any one of them. I'm seeing, in fact, an additional recommendation that we just do it ourselves, which if that's the direction we're going, then let's go there post haste. I just don't want this to become something that's kicked down the road again and again. But that's all I got right now.
Just a couple of things. One, the chair will entertain any motion from any member at any time. So that's there. Secondly, we can do more than one thing at a time in terms of evaluating the 2 proposals in front of us. Like I said, they both have their positive and they certainly have negatives as well. And if you look at the score sheet, there's probably more negatives than positives in the 2 that's remaining. Again, this is not kicking the can down the road. This is evaluating and being good stewards of the public money, because one of the proposals actually indicates that 88% of the dollars are coming from the public, plus the land, plus the ownership of the facility. And, we can go and debate both proposals, but, they both have positives and negatives. And so, again, the chair is here to facilitate the meeting. Councilmember, the district rep in District 5.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I want to, first off, say thank you to the members of East Charlotte that are here. I know every last one of you. I talk to you and I hear your voices. I know how you feel because you've expressed it to me directly. And I translate that to my colleagues every single chance that I get, and they're listening. I find that Eastland, we love it because we see it every day. We drive by it, it's a part of where we live, but this project is also something that our entire city enjoyed. And so it's easy to sell to our colleagues that the value set of what we have in front of us. I am absolutely committed to making sure that we get the highest and best outcome for what the 20 acres that are remaining will be. We have 60 acres, and thank you to Tim Sinema for coming through for us, for taking on a project that I know has not been easy for you. I continue to lift you up because I am just so excited that you're there with us, you're partnering with us, that you're doing, the work that you're doing in East Charlotte. And I want to get you an answer as soon as we can, but I want to make sure also that we do our due diligence. From my perspective, how this project started was there was an unsolicited RFP. So we really didn't get out in front of this process. We are chasing behind this process. And now we're trying to answer questions behind the ball. And that's the biggest obstacle that I feel like we have, in that, we really, once Tepper backed out last year, we had this gaping hole and the need to fill it. And then this unsolicited bid forced an RFP process instead of us as a council sitting down and, engaging the community and designing what that can look like specifically. So I think for the specificity part, we're designing that now. I also want to say that
Just want to clarify, unsolicited proposal.
Yeah, did I say that? Did I say it?
Well, and the unsolicited proposal triggered a process where other people were allowed also to propose. So there isn't an RFP as such here.
Right. This is not an RFP. Let me make sure that I'm clear on that. I'm sorry. I said that all wrong. Yeah. I don't want no confusion about that. We are not in a current RFP process. So But again, answering the questions, making sure that we can make responsible choices. The bottom line from what I see, and the one thing that I've said since we started the 60-day process is that I really didn't want to meet anybody individually or talk to anybody individually because I wanted the proposals to stand on their merit, right? It's more like what Councilmember Ashmira was saying, a long-term impact analysis would mean the merit itself would be the reason why we would choose this proposal. It would be something that would speak for itself. And two of the proposals that are currently on the table, they are community, they're city-funded projects with someone else running them. And so I think we have to visit what that looks like, and we have to make sure that if that is the opportunity that the council intends to go with, then we have responsible conversations around what that looks like. I'm open to discussion, but I feel like what we have here also is something that sets a precedent. If we can do it in Eastland, we could do it somewhere else. We have, Northlake, potentially. We have, you know what I'm saying? We have all of these additional things that we could or may not have to think about it sometimes. So I'm saying that what we decide here, it sets a precedent for someone else and what they could potentially do for a project of this magnitude. So we have to be very careful when we make these types of decisions, because what we say to our community members and our business leaders is that this is what we're willing to accept. You've done it at Eastland, you could do it here, you could do it there. It's it's also that pressure of leadership that we have to be aware of as well. But I'm prepared to support the recommendation of the staff to give us more time with those proposals and a public solution to discuss specifics and see where we come out. And be open to the members of council and how they would like to conduct those conversations. I do think we do need a specific timeline. We have to set a timeline in what we intend to achieve and how long we intend for that to be. I wish, because I won't say I'm disappointed, I wish that there was a recommendation today. I wish that we had enough details to feel comfortable enough as a body to make a recommendation today. But I personally, even as the district rep, don't feel comfortable with any of the proposals that are currently on the table. And I beg of the people that I serve to give us just a little bit more time to have some responsible conversations around what we can bring to East Charlotte.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I'd like to motion to support the recommendation of staff.
Motion on the table, is there a second? Motion approved, properly seconded by Councilmember Drake. That motion's on the table for discussion. I recognize a non-member of the committee for comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I think it would be smart to support Ms. Molina's motion. I would suggest that there is a recommendation on the table, and it is to continue a very intentional process, and this is a step forward. I can tell you, I would imagine that those that are involved with the recommendation, with the projects that are not being recommended, would probably agree, right? So I think we are making progress. I think we are getting closer, and I trust in staff to do the due diligence that is necessary. I'm very intrigued by the new consideration of a potential new concept from a publicly owned entity or project. And I think that is something that we can work, we should work hard on over these next few months. I think, as you know, when we're considering things in the future, what we're really considering is risk, right? What is the risk that we are going to potentially incur by making these investments? And I think the other projects that are moving forward, I think they can have sustained success. But I just look at, you know, is there, who is one of the strongest partners historically with the city? If we look at the projects that we've done with some of our public partners like the CRVA and potentially the county, if you look around the city, we have track records of doing things that really are additive to our communities and that are able to intersect with different priorities and different investments that are being made and are certainly are able to be dynamic with our changing city and community. I don't say that to necessarily push it over the other suggested proposals, but I think it's something that while we might have talked about it in the past here and there, I don't think it's something that I've seen really specifically considered. I also say, you know, personally and anecdotally, as a parent of a youngster that is involved in many different sports, we need amateur sport facilities in this city. It is pretty ridiculous that families have to go to South Carolina or Concord or Indian Trail to participate in those events. So I think we have, again, a great track record with those public partners, and we should really take a good look at that pathway.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have 15 minutes before we go dark, so be mindful of your comments. Council Member Wallington, I recognize you.
Thank you. I just want to know if the motion maker would accept a friendly amendment. I've heard several times around the room about the importance of a concrete deadline. And so I'm wondering if you would accept an amendment to this motion here, consider evaluating to determine the best long-term solution for East Charlotte, and put 3 months on it.
I think does that seem doable? I think that's fair. Does that seem like something that we could execute on, staff?
So what I would ask, if you want to put a 3-month timeline onto it, what I would ask is that over the upcoming week that we can put a scope to that. You know, these proposals, there's a lot of time and work, I recognize, from each petitioner that has gone into these, but building out these partnerships takes a lot of time, and there's a lot of detail that has to be considered as we go through this. And so I want to be really clear that we are not trying to kick the can down the road. We're just not trying to make one recommendation that we have to come back to you in 8 or 9 months and say, well, that didn't work, right? We've been down that road. So I'm okay to set a 3-month timeline. However, I just want to be really clear that we'll have to come back in the next week about what the expectation is that we are going to achieve in that 90 days.
Let me recognize Councilmember Driggs and then Mayor Pro Tem. And again, let's be mindful of our remaining balance of time.
Oh, my hand is up,
Are
Mr.
you
Chair.
done yet?
You're not done yet?
Well, I was just waiting for an answer.
That was the answer.
That was
No,
the,
I asked the motion maker.
Could I comment on
no,
yours?
no, let's
Okay.
go through the chair. Do you accept her friendly amendment for her motion for a 90-day window? You heard the response from the Assistant City Manager.
Well, what I'm thinking is, I think we have to define that on where we could, I think in order to set a timeline, a baseline, we need to define the scope, right? So, and this is not what you would say a new project, but we need to know when, you know, if it's doable, because you guys are going to do the legwork. So it's not that I would say yes, but if we're going to turn right back around and do it, then I feel like that we now need to have a responsible, you know, suggestion on what do you think would be a reasonable timeline that the staff could actually execute on and we could work within.
And I think it's important that we establish realistic expectation so that there won't be any community disappointment. So if it's 3 months, we can do it, let's do it in 3 months. If it's 6 months, let's be realistic about what it is that we need to do. Councilmember from the 5th District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that being said, I feel like, you know, within that scope as a body, I feel like we could set what those milestones are. what those time, frame check-ins are. When will we check in with the public and execute? But like I said, just, I'm open to the suggestion, and still, if she would like to, kind of update that on the time, but where could you deliver?
Ms. Manager?
So I would say we don't have, that we do have a meeting in August. And so what we would do between now and next Monday, what I would propose is that we get you a scope of where we anticipate we can be by August, committee meeting. We will make significant progress. I think what you heard us say there at the next steps is that we want to do community engagement. I want to be really clear that this process, while it might not have been an RFP process, we took proposals in, we've been vetting the proposals, we're making recommendations. Our next big step is that community engagement piece. And that is a significant part of what we want to do while we continue to work with the petitioners that are staying in the mix, all three at different kind of places, right? And that's why I want to get you a scope for each one of where I think we could be within a 90-day window, so that you all understand that as you go forward in the conversation next week.
So maybe the friendly amendment then is in order?
That's fine.
Okay.
We can do that.
So friendly amendment has been accepted. Councilmember Drakes.
So I would like to suggest that the friendly amendment be something along the lines of the staff will come back to us in the very near future with an accountable timeline. There's something arbitrary about 90 days. I don't know what the specific relevance of that is to the circumstances. And a concern I have is that if we impose that on ourselves, we may compromise our negotiating ability. If somebody sees us with this clock ticking and thinks maybe they can take advantage of us. So I don't want us to limit ourselves that way. And therefore, with your permission, I would suggest that we simply ask the staff to come back to us with a much more accountable and specific timeline the next 3 to 4 months, sometime in the near future. Like explain what's going to happen and when, how it's going to work, and what our best estimate is, and that we then commit to that. I just think that right now 90 days is kind of plucked out of the air and isn't necessarily the right reference.
Councilmember Wallington, are you okay with that?
So I'd like to enter a substitute motion that we do exactly what Driggs just said, and I'd like to see it in the next 2 weeks, the plan.
District 5, you good?
Yes, I'm good.
All right, so you've got a substitute motion on the table. We got 10 minutes left. Closing comments from the chairman. Let's get it right. Let's get it right. And I understand your frustration. I get it. Met my wife at East Lamar on the number 7. Lived in Burnham Woods off of Falconbridge Drive. Went to Darrell's and Red Lobster and Grady's. So I know East Charlotte really well. I know the people. I played tennis at Veterans Park. Me and Mr. Winston went to the House of Pizza 2 weeks ago. I get my hair cut. I get it. I know what Eastern Mall was, and I know what you guys want it to be in the future. And I would rather get it right and bring something to the area that everyone can support than for the council to be back here 4 years from now trying to figure out what we did today. Motion's on the table, properly moved in second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for coming. Let's get to work.
All right. All right.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee meeting. I am Victoria Watlington, serving as your chair. We'll begin with a quick round of introductions, and then we'll move into our agenda overview.
Good afternoon, Renee Johnson, District 4, Committee Member.
Good afternoon, LaWanna Mayfield, Committee Vice Chair.
And we've got our wonderful staff around the building, or around the table.
Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Sean Heath, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
I'm Catherine Furman Sellers. I'm with United Way.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. As I mentioned, we've got a couple items on the agenda. A Home for All overview, which will be presented to us by our United Way partners, and followed by a Housing Trust Fund follow-up discussion And then finally, we'll take a quick look at our year-to-date progress of the committee. So with that, I will turn it over to Sean.
Thank you, Councilmember Watlington. I'll do a very brief introduction, and then I'll turn it over to Catherine from the United Way. It's been quite some time since this topic has been discussed at committee or at full council. So just as a quick reminder on a few things. First, when this initiative was launched in 2021, it was referred to as the 2025 Charlotte-Mecklenburg Housing and Homelessness Strategy. So Charlotte Center City Partners, Mecklenburg County, City of Charlotte, Atrium Bank of America. There's a great collaboration, public-private sector that came together to launch this work in 2021. And I would say from the start, there's been a bit of a misperception that it's really focused exclusively on homelessness. So one thing I would underscore, and this will be obvious in Catherine's presentation, is this is intended to think about the entire continuum, homelessness and housing. Second point I would make is the county is leaning into this in a very meaningful way. Third point is Deputy Director Hefner and I have been tethered to this work from the beginning. So we're not hearing any of this for the first time today. So we're supportive of what you're going to hear today. And then the last thing that I wanted to mention is I hope it's obvious as well that a number of things that will come up are not brand new. So where possible, we're trying to build on what's in place today. And one of the things that Deputy Director Hefner and I talked about last week, and it's something that she spends a lot of time on, is trying to ensure that we've got good connective tissue across different initiatives. So we've got a Housing and Trust Fund tune-up. We've got the Home for All initiative. We've got work on anti-displacement strategy. We've got the Nest Commission. And where possible, if these are parallel efforts, we want them to dovetail and integrate into a seamless strategy. So easier said than done, but that's something that we do spend time on, trying to avoid a scenario where we are being pulled in different directions. So I will stop there, hand it over to Catherine, who serves as Chief Impact Officer for the United Way. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much for having me today to give you this brief update on where we are with the Home for All effort. Next couple slides. There we go. So Sean alluded to some of this, but we've been at this work for a while now. The framework that was begun in April of 2021, the planning for that was intended to address the full continuum of housing and homelessness. So it is a bold, bold plan and a bold framework. And from the start, it has been a public-private partnership. So the planning process to create the initial framework was highly inclusive. It included participation from nonprofits, from those with lived experience, from the corporate community, and from the city and the county. The city and the county, or the city in particular, has been well represented from the outset in the work. Councilmember Graham and City Manager Jones served on the working group that oversaw the creation of the strategic framework. Pam Weidman, who was then the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Services, co-chaired the Affordable Housing Subcommittee. And Sean, who is then, I believe, Special Assistant to the City Manager, was on the Funding Alignment Subcommittee, and he co-chaired that. So the city has been engaged and involved from the start. And all we're working together on this path to work towards a vision where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. That's the homelessness side. But on the housing side, to ensure that everyone has access to affordable housing and the resources to sustain it. Next slide. So again, a quick timeline. This work started in April of 2021. In September of 2021, Council heard a presentation on the scope, the vision, and the objectives of that planning process. Fast forward a little bit, United Way, once that framework was released, United Way was asked to quarterback the implementation. And then from October until March, October of 2022 till March of this year, we've been working with our consultants, HRNA advisors, to develop the implementation plan, which was intended to take that 86 strategies that were in the framework and distill them into what were the actual items that we move forward over the next now 4 years, right? So we wanted to be very intentional about which things we'd move forward with first, how much they were going to cost, who needed to be part of that process. Again, the city was represented on that planning process. Rebecca Hefner was on the technical committee and attended all meetings. We hope now, looking forward, to have the executive summary of the implementation plan ready by May. That's this month, I'm realizing. So this month, we'll have the executive summary ready, and then it'll take a little bit longer to get the full report done, but that should be ready by the end of June. All right, next slide. So United Way has been asked to serve as kind of the quarterback, or what they call the enduring structure, for the execution of the plan. We spent the bulk of FY23 building our internal infrastructure and then working on that implementation plan, as well as developing a marketing and communications plan. We really want these issues to remain tier 1 issues in the minds of the community, of voters. And so that's a lot of what the marketing and communications plan will be about, is making sure that this remains an important issue. And then we'll spend FY24, as you'll see, planning and piloting those initiatives that will move forward in the coming year. Just a side note, our fiscal year mirrors your fiscal year, so I'm really talking about what we'll start doing in July. All right, next slide. So with that, I'm going to move into kind of what is going to be in this implementation framework. What I'm going to review for you are really the ideas we hope to implement. As you'll see, everything will advance with a deliberate planning process that will really flesh out what the program design looks like. So I don't have a ton of details to share tonight, but these are the ideas and concepts that we hope to move forward. All right. So we're really going to work around 3 key pillars that we believe need to be addressed. The first addresses this concept of people-directed care. And the goal here is to redesign our current system so that those who are experiencing homelessness and housing instability have access to supports that are trauma-informed, client-centered, and most importantly, efficient, right? So we want to decrease the length of time that people are homeless and ensure that people who are experiencing housing instability can receive the supports they need to stay in their homes. On the prevention pillar, what we want to do is basically keep people who are currently housed in their housing, right? So let's prevent that inflow into homelessness. And then on housing production, it's really an acknowledgement that we kind of need to build more of everything. We need more shelter, we need more permanent supportive housing, and we need more deeply affordable housing. All right, so that's all addressed within the housing production pillar. So with that, we'll turn to this concept of people-directed care. We have a system right now where people who are experiencing homelessness, and I'll focus on that for a moment, they get access to supportive services based on the subsidy stream they have or based on the institution they're connected to. So if they lose that subsidy or they move from one institution to another, they lose access to the person who's been providing those supportive services for them. So we have a system that's fractured and inefficient and therefore less effective than it could be, less optimal than it could be. What we want to do to address that is build a system where people are connected to the supports that they need. Initially, on the homelessness side, would, when it's fully fleshed out, if it's all working, want to go upstream to those facing housing instability as well. And redesign it so that people are matched to supports independent of subsidy or institution. To make that work, we really need 3 things. First, we need dedicated staff. We're calling them, in this case, system navigators, who would be charged with understanding everything that's within the housing and homelessness system that individuals who are experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity might need in order to move towards housing stability. So the system navigator is really charged with understanding the complexities of the system as it exists. We'd also need a database that these system navigators would be able to use to understand what supports are available, both public and private, that you might be able to tap into. And within that database, you'd be able to track referrals across systems and know where in this person's journey they are, right? So create transparency there. And then finally, we envision creation of what we're calling a flexible funding pool or a flexible spending fund. That would be a braid of public and private funding that would allow the system navigator to get the supports to the person experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity that they need when they need it, right? So you can imagine one persona where a person might need, an individual who is chronically homeless might need substance use and mental health treatment, right? And so how could you go into our database to find out who the providers are? How could you tap into the public sources and private sources that are available to support that and help move that person along? Conversely, you can imagine another person who's experiencing family homelessness who might need access to childcare and workforce development opportunities. And again, working with the system navigator, prioritize, figure out how to get connected, and then move towards housing stability. As I said, ideally, we'd want to do this both for housing insecure folks as well as those who are experiencing literal homelessness. What we're proposing with this pillar would be highly disruptive in a good way to our existing system, right? It would require a lot of people to change how they're doing work and think differently and collectively as a community how we're going to support people. So we realized that moving this one forward will require a great deal of planning. And so what we're proposing for FY24 would really be a solid year of a planning grant to wrestle with and tackle what the most effective program design needs to be. That planning grant would consider things like what kind of a database would we need and how would it overlay with our homeless management information system, how would it overlay with our coordinated entry system. We'd also need to really think about what staffing structure we need, what mix of people with professional backgrounds like a licensed clinical social worker and peer support specialists. So how do we build the most appropriate team to work with folks? What does outreach need to look like? And then how long would this flexible fund be available? Is it a short-term bridge to something else, or is it a longer-term approach to providing services? So all of that would need to be worked out in that planning grant process. We currently are thinking probably a pilot around family homelessness. We know that that is one of the categories that is experiencing the most rapid growth in terms of the numbers of people experiencing homelessness. So that is where we probably will head. So that's the first pillar of person-directed care. The second pillar is one of prevention. And as I said, this is really about keeping people who currently have housing in their existing housing, right? So it's an anti-displacement effort, which is why I think, as Sean alluded to, it's important that we keep all of these different pieces of work moving kind of in parallel with one another. So this is an anti-displacement frame. There are 4 initiatives within this particular pillar that I'll take in turn. The first is one of eviction prevention, which is basically, it's not a system transformation, it's just do more of what works, all right? We know that people who are facing eviction are far less likely to be evicted if they have legal representation. So we just want to scale it up, right? And so that's, in some levels, the easiest thing to do. So eviction prevention. The second one is around the use of critical home repair for homeowners, right? We know that oftentimes homeowners may face critical home repairs that are so cost prohibitive for them to complete by themselves and thus might be forced to sell their homes or move from their homes. You all have devoted a great deal of funding to critical home repair, right? The challenge, as we've come to understand, is that the system is at present not fully able to absorb all the dollars that you have and the county has and that LISC will have next year as well. So what we want to do is a planning grant to look at how we get those, how we deploy those dollars. Really looking all the way at how people apply, to how you contract, what funding sources you use, what we're asking vendors to do. So really look in depth at the whole system by which we deploy critical home repair dollars to see if we can determine options to redesign that system to allow your dollars to be absorbed more effectively. There have been a number of cities that have gone through this kind of a planning process to good effect. And the goal here would be to expand the number of vendors able to complete critical home repair, and as I said, expand the capacity of the system to absorb the critical home repair dollars so that more can be done. As with everything I'm saying, I think for each of these, success hinges on a public-private partnership where you leverage private philanthropic dollars to really expand the capacity of the public investments that you're making. The third one within this one is, the third within this particular pillar is to create an upstream emergency rental assistance program to keep people housed. We learned a lot around COVID about how to take our emergency rental assistance and move it upstream before people are, facing eviction or an immediate crisis, subject to being homeless within 5 days. So we want to go take those lessons and figure out what we can do in a post-COVID world, a post-COVID environment. What we're proposing is a planning grant for this one as well to really identify what the components of an effective rental assistance program would look like. Who is the right target population so that you're really getting people that, but for this assistance, would be entering into homelessness. We want to determine what other supports are needed in addition to just providing the emergency rental assistance. What kinds of workforce development might they need? What kinds of child care might they need? So what are those other wraparound services? And then importantly, how, and this is true of all of them, how are we going to evaluate to understand what our impact is going to be, right? So for this one, I think it's going to be critical that whatever we do gets tied to, again, to our homeless management information system, so we can know if the dollars we're investing are really preventing people from entering into homelessness. So that's one that we, again, want to plan and pilot in the coming year. And then the last one on this page is this concept of a strike fund, all right? And what we're trying to do is create a fund that developers who are fully committed to preserving affordable housing can use to rapidly take units off the market and preserve them. It's a NOAA preservation strategy. Preserve them for, again, for development by people who are committed, for-profit or nonprofit developers committed to maintaining affordability. You guys have already done a lot of great work through the Housing Trust Fund to work towards this goal, right? So the Housing Trust Fund tune-up, which is going to create that rolling RFP, will certainly move towards this. I know you've done work on the acquire, rehab, resell effort, and that's also very, very important. So this doesn't say stop doing those. It absolutely says keep moving forward with all the great work that you're doing. I'm also aware that you've had really good partnership with Ascent Properties, right? And part of what makes Mark Etheridge's work possible is because he's working with the Social Impact Fund that has been raised to support his affordable housing work. Basically, with the Strike Fund, what you're trying to do is give other affordable housing developers a chance to have that same kind of social impact fund that Mark Etheridge uses through Ascent, right? So if you could think of a Westside Community Land Trust, a Dream Key, a Laurel Street Properties, it's basically giving them access to a fund that they can use to take units off the market. And if it works the way it's intended, that is essentially like a credit card that they would use to go take that unit off the market, give themselves 1 to 3 years to arrange their financing, and then once that financing is arranged, they would pay back to the Strike Fund so that it becomes something of a revolving fund, right? It's always going to be the last and most riskiest piece of your capital stack. So you're probably going to have to kind of replenish the Strike Fund for every once in a while. But in concept, it is a revolving fund. All right. So basically, particularly with that one, what we're hoping to do is gain other folks' investment, the county, the private sector, to leverage and amplify what you all are already doing through your own current work. Okay? All right. So the last one that we're going to look at, next slide, is the housing production, right? And again, I don't think I need to tell you this. We all know that the problem is we have a massive affordable housing gap and a growing homeless population. So what we're trying to do with this one is increase our capacity to do more, right? And there's 2 ways to do that. One is you can take a bricks and sticks approach and just build more. The other is to convince people, and I think you were discussing this a little bit pre-meeting, convince more people to accept housing subsidy and voucher, right? We know that voucher uptake right now is really poor. You can have a housing voucher and still not find a place to live. So we want to try and make the business case to property providers why you should take subsidy and voucher, right? So I'll address each of those in turn. For the question of voucher uptake and subsidy uptake, a lot of communities have had considerable success. I'm thinking, Phoenix is one of them, for example. I think Nashville does something similar. But what you have to do is create a system-wide approach to recruiting landlords, right? So right now, when we go out and try and make a case to take my voucher, you're doing it in a way that's very fragmented in the sense that you're tying the voucher to a specific individual, or you're tying the outreach to the landlord is tied to a specific individual. And you can't just go out and say, bring units into the market and we'll figure out who'll take it later, right? So what this does, or what this proposes, is that you create a system where someone, an entity, is recruiting property providers on behalf of the entire system, regardless of who might be in that unit. And to make that one work, you obviously need dedicated staff who are incentivized to bring units into the system. And then you need what's called a flexible funding pool to make that business case. And so what the flexible funding pool helps pay for are things like holding fees to take the unit off the market when it's undergoing inspection. It can pay for a signing and re-signing bonus, which is basically the delta between what the voucher or subsidy will pay and what the property provider is able to get through fair market rent. And then it also does a risk mitigation fund. So if somebody breaks the lease and the property is vacant for a bit, or if there's damage to the property, you can make the property provider whole. And then critically, what this allows you to do, if you're doing it at a systems level, you can market that this is available, right? Right now, it's available in some cases, but you can't full-throatedly market it because it might be available for this person, but not this person, again, because it's tied to a subsidy source. So we want to just be able to say, come rent, come give us your property, and you can't lose money, right? We're going to make it whole. So that's the bricks and sticks approach, or that's the landlord engagement approach. The bricks and sticks is related to the Housing Trust Fund. So we would like to propose that we, again, you guys have done such great work with the Housing Trust Fund, and so keep being creative and flexible with it. We would like to expand that in two ways. One is we want to bring the county alongside as a co-investor in your Housing Trust Fund. What we're proposing is that the county come in and capitalize supportive services. And if the county can do that, right, then what you do is you allow yourself to expand the types of housing that you can build through the Housing Trust Fund to include shelter and to include permanent supportive housing. It also opens the possibility of building outside Charlotte proper and taking advantage of some perhaps lower cost opportunities in the outlying towns. We're also respectfully asking that you all consider or begin a discussion around doing more through the Housing Trust Fund, more than the $50 million bond every other year. Can we increase that? Can we look at other sources of funding that might be used to complement the bonds? So how can we do more, both from the county side, from your side, and then continue to partner with LISC and raise private philanthropy to complement all of that? Ending with a joint notice of funding availability that would include the county, the city, and LISC, right? So that's another piece that we'd like to propose be discussed over the next 4 years. All right, and with that next slide, my last slide, and then I'll let you guys ask whatever questions you want. We have requested seed funding from both the city and the county to advance initial priorities in FY24. You'll see there some of the requests we've made of the city, which include work around the upstream emergency rental assistance. We'd love your support for both planning and piloting that initiative next year. Landlord recruitment and retention, again, planning and piloting. Critical home repair, that would be a pilot. And then eviction prevention, we asked for resources to help begin to bring that to scale in an initial sense. Underneath that, you'll see the request we've made of the county as well. I do want to underscore that as we move forward towards implementation, we believe it's very important that the city and the county both invest in this effort as a sign of commitment and support for the work that's going forward. You'll note in their co-investments with city and county money around the eviction prevention, the landlord recruitment and retention, and the rental assistance. We, United Way, would be holding the money for the planning grants, and where requested would develop a grants process to determine a vendor to move one or more initiatives forward. But all other dollars would remain, yours to deploy. So for example, none of that critical home repair money would come with us. We'd do our planning process, and then obviously any choices you made around implementation would be yours to make, and the dollars would be yours to deploy. So with that, my part of the presentation is done.
I just wanted to make one closing comment on this slide, so it's not interpreted as an 11th hour budget request. So for FY24, these are rather reasonable requests in terms of the seed funding that we can accommodate through existing resources and or through kind of some of our steady state FY24 budget requests that have already been kind of working their way through the process. So I would think that for FY25, there would be some bigger opportunities that would require some specific council discussion. But I don't think there's anything to cause concern with your budget conversation later tonight. We can handle these initial requests with funding that's already kind of staged.
That brings to mind a couple questions that I have, and then I'll open it up to the floor. I'd like to understand, and maybe this is a Sean question, a lot of what I'm seeing here, and to your point, a lot of this is already baked into the work of the city. What is the gain by moving to this, and from a system standpoint, from a complexity standpoint, and also from a funding standpoint? Because I see additional heads for this work, but I know that a lot of this work is already happening within the city. So can you just help me understand what the value prop is?
Absolutely. Yeah, the value prop to me really boils down to more integration, more kind of collaborative funding. You know, just using the Housing Trust Fund as an example. I mean, obviously that'll be a policy discussion and debate for council going into FY25. But to me, what's interesting about this is that it wouldn't be a policy discussion in isolation, that potentially there's a scenario here where there could be some additional funding introduced into what has historically just been the city, and then more recently with LISC. So the idea to be more integrated, to have more funding collaboration, and then frankly, if you think of some of the upstream stuff in the first pillar in terms of the people-centered focus, which is really more aligned with a lot of the stuff the county does around human services and like coordinated entry and those sorts of things, that could be really like transformational kind of change. And if I think of the phone calls that I get and the emails that I get fairly frequently from members of the community that are either homeless today or on the cusp of homelessness tomorrow, I think one of their biggest challenges, frankly, is navigating the system. So to me, that would be a tremendous value add, is kind of thinking all the way upstream in all of those connection points that are rather confusing if you're a member of the community and you're struggling because you're homeless or you're housing unstable.
So is it fair to say that some of this is just a representation or restatement of what's already existing that will stay in entities, and then some of it is truly outside of the existing entities in, for example, the system navigator?
Yeah, it is. It's a combination, right? I mean, I think critical home repair is a great example where we are excited there is, you know, we're faced with challenges, right? How do we identify and sustain relationships with licensed contractors that can do the critical home repair work? Right now it's like a market challenge. We've got funding to do it. We know there's skills in the marketplace to do the work, but just tapping into that and activating those funds is a challenge. So how can we leverage a pilot program to, you know, unlock some opportunities to put the money to work more quickly would be beneficial.
Okay, and then my last question is all along the same lines, just trying to wrap my mind around what the vision is here. When it comes to governance, from a performance or metric management piece, when it comes to the person-directed care and thinking about funding coming from the state or the county or wherever, and then from a privacy standpoint and people's like HIPAA type things, what is the thinking around how that actually would change or what the barriers may potentially be? I realize there's going to be some feasibility analysis, but just trying to get an understanding of what truly is the opportunity in those kinds of spaces.
Sure. So from a governance standpoint, what's envisioned for the overall, like all of the initiatives together, would be the creation of, it's a continuation of the technical committee in a different form, but a group of subject matter experts, including those with lived experience, who would be charged with making sure the entire project is being moved forward in a coordinated way. From the governance of specific initiatives, it's really going to be a little bit dependent on how that initiative moves forward. So for example, if we were to be asked, let's assume system navigation at the end of the planning grant, we want a highly collaborative process. We need to make sure a number of different vendors are all working together. So in that case, you could envision that United Way would serve as not just the grant maker, but also the project manager and coordinator that would pull those partners together and ensure that they're implementing with fidelity moving forward. So you can have two wildly different models. In terms of the confidentiality and the data sharing piece of it, certainly we'd want to ensure that the data sharing was HIPAA compliant and respected people's privacy, and only those who required access to the data sharing would have it. That currently exists within our homeless management information system. If we layered another entity on top of that, we'd have those same controls in place. Okay. Does that help?
Just getting an understanding of kind of what it is that we're really, really talking about in practice. So with that, does anyone have any questions from the floor? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions for clarification. If we go back to slide 5, A Home for All, United Way's role. So under fiscal year 23 activities, the third bullet, as far as onboarding staff, would that staff be coming from current community partners or individuals who have directly been impacted by the issues that we're attempting to address?
Some of both. So we have 2 staff that are currently on board, a project manager and an evaluation manager. They both come into that position more through academic credentials. We are hiring a director of housing that I hope to onboard next month. That position has been vacant for quite some time because we were trying to wait for the exact right person. That individual that we intend to hire does come from the nonprofit sector, but has and does have all the academic credentials that one would want for this position, but also has herself experience of homelessness.
That would be something that's important to me because we have a number of organizations and nonprofit partners out there that honestly, that leadership doesn't necessarily, they've not been impacted by the issue, and there are on-the-ground concerns that unfortunately council has had residents come before us and speak to some of the challenges that they've had with maneuvering and getting access. So it's important to make sure that an organization is truly representative of the community in which it's attempting to serve, because it's a lot harder to be over here deciding what is needed over there. That creates that I know what's best for you type of environment.
Yes, ma'am, we agree. And all of these initiatives move forward and were informed by individuals with lived experience who served on the technical committee. And so I think there was a group of about 9 of them. And then each of the implementation teams moving forward will have individuals with lived experience to help inform what that project design looks like. And then particularly with the concept of system navigation, we want to ensure that we are representative of populations that historically are hard to serve. So those with a criminal justice background, as well as LGBTQ, who face unique challenges navigating the system. So I agree in spirit with what you've said. And again, this position has been vacant for a really long time because we were waiting for the right person.
Thank you. If we can fast forward to slide 9, Pillar 2 in prevention. When we're looking at this strike fund / revolving fund, how are you looking to identify the geographical area? Because we've had a lot of changes throughout the city. When we still have conversations of the Crescent and the Wedge, there's already been a lot of movement, and a lot of the individuals who we ideally, the intent was to be able to assist, a lot of them have been displaced. So how do you propose identifying the geographic area based off of today's needs, not off of information that may be 3 to 5 years old?
So again, I don't want to get in front of the design process.
Okay.
So that is a design question, but my hope would be that we could leverage real-time information in the risk displacement dashboard that the city has created.
So that will be something that if we, on the front end, can have implemented, looking at real time. Sean, this may be a question for you on this same page. In the pilot and upstream for ERA, the emergency rental assistance, it would be helpful if you can bring back to us, what are the current dollars that are already allocated to emergency rental assistance, and how much of it has actually been spent? So we have allocation, but how much of that allocation has actually been tapped to address this specific need? And that's something, if it's okay with Madam Chair, unless you know those numbers, that you can bring back.
We can bring back the specifics. I mean, there was well over $50 million that was deployed based on federal stimulus funds that were devoted to emergency rental assistance. So that's already been spent. And we have, I would say, single-digit millions of dollars still available, $3 million that's available, which you've appropriated for us to deploy primarily related to displacement events, like Econo Lodge, Magnolia Seniors, things that, maybe around the bend that we're not aware of. So that's the shorthand answer to your question, but we can get more specifics for you next time.
And one of the final questions would be, we have planning grant mentioned a number of times through here. Basically funding to research the problem. We know the problem. United Way and others have been dealing with this problem for a long time. UNC we have a number of partners out here that's been dealing with this problem. When we get to this final slide of early opportunities, it will be helpful to know what is the dollar that we're talking about. What is the cost for upstream emergency rental assistance, landlord recruitment and retention, critical home repair? What is the cost? How much are you asking for? Not only total, individually for each of these, how much funding do we currently have? And where are we looking for, just for the city part, where are we looking to identify these additional funds to meet this cost once you tell us how much this is, versus bringing it to us as one-offs? Here's a grant, here's a grant. What is this total cost that's being proposed?
Sure, yeah, I'd be happy to step through that quickly. So on upstream emergency rental assistance, both the planning grant and the pilot would be $575,000 in total, which we would lean on the federal emergency rental assistance funds that we have already staged. The landlord.
How much do we have left in that?
That's the one that we've got at least $3 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. The landlord recruitment and retention for the grant and the pilot, that's $550,000. We'd have a couple options there, one of which would be some PAYGO funds from prior years that have yet to be deployed, and this could be an appropriate use of those dollars. On critical home repair, that's $2.5 million. On that one, that is part of our CIP request, and the $2.5 million is consistent with the level of spend we've had in prior years, and we really rely predominantly on CDBG funds and home funds for that, so it's not really a locally funded line item there. And then last, on eviction prevention, there's a $200,000 financial partners request included in the budget process this year for Legal Aid North Carolina to do that work.
And as we're having that particular work done, what was shared earlier is that we, under, again, Pillar 2 prevention, create upstream emergency rental assistance program. Right now, it's about that week. Can we be the ones that help lead that conversation to look at what would it look like if we were to come in earlier? Because 5 days, the level of stress, the movement, that is also one of the times where when we're driving through community, we're seeing entire households that are now sitting on the front lawn because there's a lot that goes along with having to move, trying to find a mover company, which is a beast in itself for those who financially can't afford it, just to identify a reputable company. But to get, if there is a way to have a conversation earlier in the process, not necessarily 15 days, but greater than 5 days of a week's notice to try to help out.
So if I could have one to respond and then a point
Yes.
of clarification. All of the planning grants that we're talking about aren't to research the problem, because you're right, we know what the problem is. They're to make sure that the program that we design has the design that it needs to have maximum impact. So it's really, and I struggle with how to phrase it, but they're all around, now that we know we want to do this, what's the optimal program design, and then what's the evaluation structure to wrap around that, so that if we're going to fail, let's fail fast. And
So the planning is around how do we do the implementation?
correct.
And that will go back to my initial of the best way to implement something for me is for me to be at the table to help decide that versus someone who's read about it or who may have the academic credentials. The reality on the ground of the impact of some of the decisions that we have made is very different than what's in that case study.
Yes, ma'am. And so
Thank you,
again,
Madam
to
Chair.
go back to every single planning group will include, in a significant way, not in a token way, a significant way, those with lived experience to inform that planning process.
And you were going to help me.
Thank you. I was just going to add that, so this Pillar 2 prevention has a lot of alignment, of course, with the anti-displacement strategy, which you all will see from the NEST Commission coming forward at your next meeting, June 5th. And so one of the things that we think about in terms of the upstream emergency rental assistance is if you go all the way upstream to the work we're piloting with the Staying in Place program around having community health workers in neighborhoods working door to door with residents around what are their broader needs, not just related to housing, but around social determinants of health and mental health care, jobs, transportation, childcare. So you can think about this upstream emergency rental assistance being what's the in-between of legal advocacy for eviction prevention, that's the immediate need, the kind of work we're doing with community health workers, which is a couple more steps upstream, and then what about in the middle, when we get to households that need something or will need something that we can't provide through that resource and referral.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is disruptive, and I want to thank you. Currently, the model is, and correct me if I'm wrong, housing first, right? So where if someone's homeless, chronically homeless, and they're on the COC list, they'll be placed and may not get those wraparound or supportive services that they need. So this model, to collaborate with the county and the city, that person-centered approach is going to be so important in the success and sustainability. There's just so much information, and even like during COVID, we did learn a lot. And there's so many tools that the city has. So for some agency to really take the lead and collaborate and coordinate all of this information, I think that this model would be like successful and disruptive. I think it's great. One question I do have, the why is due to rapidly increasing displacement and worsening racial inequality. Is this an opportunity to use the city's racial equity fund as a part of that? Would this be an area that would be appropriate to use that funding?
I'm not sure if there's any of that funding that hasn't been programmed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not an answer. I'm kind of posing it as a question.
Okay. I'm just excited to really get behind this. You talked about landlord engagement, and I wrote down, I understood that employees would be incentivized to bring on new landlords.
Well, it's very consistent with the source of income ad hoc advisory group work, where recommendation number 2, which we keep saying it's coming back, and it's back, and this is it.
Okay.
So, the whole idea is, how do you develop a bullpen of landlords that are more willing to accept residents with rental subsidies? And one way you do that is through having a suite of incentives that are available in order to level the playing field. Because if you're a landlord and you've got 2 people knocking on your door and one has a housing choice voucher and one doesn't, if the one with the housing choice voucher presents more administrative burden or potentially there's like economic harm to the property manager, then they're probably not going to choose that individual. So what are the things that could be done here in order to work with some landlords through some incentive tools in order to get a more level playing field in place? That's like fundamentally what we're trying to accomplish with that.
You mentioned housing choice vouchers. This is beyond
Any
the
form of
housing
rental subsidies, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and this would be a new voucher program created by this program also, right?
So it wouldn't really be a voucher program per se. We're just trying to increase the utilization of rental subsidies in the marketplace. Because right now, what we hear is so many people with subsidies, they spend months and months with the subsidy in hand, but without access to housing because nobody will accept them. So what could we do to change that model?
Oh, I remember during COVID, folks had vouchers, worth $1,000 or more, and they were living in a hotel that wouldn't accept the voucher. So yeah, there was a huge problem. You also mentioned, a delta, some type of support to pay the difference between what the voucher pays and the rent. Can you describe
So
that?
yeah, so it all goes into that flexible funding pool. I don't think we're on the right slide, but it goes into the flexible funding pool that the housing, so you have staff that are charged with just building that relationship with a property provider and making the business case to come into them. The tools they have in their tool belt all come from this flexible subsidy pool. One of the tools is a signing bonus, which is typically the equivalent of, let's say my voucher pays $1,000, but if I go out on the private market, I can get $1,200. So your signing bonus would cover that difference. And a re-signing bonus covers it again and gives you, incentive to continue to stay with the program.
That makes sense, and HUD would allow the signing bonus.
The funding source varies, but again, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. All of this sings with a public-private partnership, right? So that if you've got an instance where HUD won't allow us to do something, for example, holding fees tend to be sticky, you can do that with private dollars. So every single thing I've talked to you about proceeds through a public-private partnership where you use private dollars to innovate, or private dollars to leverage government funding, public funding of all sorts, to fill in gaps. So if you think of big rocks and sand and pebbles, the private money is your sand and pebbles.
One of the areas where I think the city wasn't capturing the real-time information was landlords that were not accepting vouchers. So I know that residents can call our CRC department, our Community Relations Department, but either that information, people weren't aware of that because the information, we were not capturing, real-time information on that. So I would like to see, as we're developing the program, if we can capture that information and so we can measure the real problem, because it's huge. I mean, it's huge. I mean, people call dozens of landlords and are turned away. So I'd like that information. I would also, as an advocate for brain injury survivors, there's data that shows that 1 out of 2 homeless individuals have suffered a head injury. And North Carolina does have an action plan to address the underserving of brain injury survivors. So I would love if that question was captured. I know Alliance and the MCOs are starting to recognize how brain injury and TBI does affect homelessness. Even the domestic violence survivors suffer brain injury, which can lead to the homeless. So I would like to see that information, and also the mental health, capturing that piece. And I say it like that because I work with this population, and I know that so many individuals who are homeless have a mental health condition. So hopefully Medicaid expansion will help address the problem so folks can get the treatment. But I hope that we're really capturing and asking the qualifying questions and assessing the root causes of the homelessness.
So within that system navigation, that flexible spending pool that lies there, that's where a lot of the supports to get people connected to mental health services would come. And I will say that Alliance Health has been actively involved in the conversations from the start, have attended all the meetings. And we do think that they can play a significant role in helping, particularly with that pillar, to drive the work forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I've spoken to Alliance Health, and they and the TBI waiver. Hopefully, that's going to be initiated here soon. So, I'm looking forward to those, to addressing those issues. During COVID, there was a work group that I served on, and we were looking at the eviction process, and we talked about expunging eviction records, because it's my understanding that never goes away. So I think that's an area in expunging eviction records. If someone can take a look at that, I think that would help remove the barrier for some people. I was on a committee, Judge Kim Best, and we talked about there's a group of these evictions were dismissed, that should be really easy. That seems like a low-hanging fruit that could be kind of a systematic improvement, just to wipe all those off the record or something. Do you know anything about that?
Not specifically. What I did neglect to say, though, is there will be an advocacy agenda attached to all of this. It's not enough, we can't program our way out of some of this, so there'll be an advocacy agenda attached. We were waiting until we knew what we wanted to do before we developed that agenda, but it is under development now.
Okay, okay. Well, you can hear, criminal justice, all of that. So, okay. So, and that's the criminal justice piece. I'm glad you addressed that. So I'm excited about this, right? I was a Section 8 landlord for like 16 years. People, that you're going to get your money. There's a way to incentivize and educate. It's a matter of education for the landlords. So I'm looking forward to that. I agree with Madam Chair Co-Chair or Vice Chair, the strike fund, the geographic priority. If we can really take a look at what our city looks like today. I was in a meeting and District 3 had the highest number of redevelopment or rezonings.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So, and then 4 was the second. So the city is gentrified and is changing. So I think that we really want to take a look at that geographic priority to ensure that we're looking at the highest needs. What's the next step?
So the next step, the next step would be, as Sean has said, we are grateful that in working with Rebecca and Sean, we've been able to identify how the city can play a role, and the city manager has been supportive as well. We have, the county is going through a somewhat different process, but those requests are included in their budget. And so if all goes to plan, and I'm optimistic because I am ever optimistic, then the next step would be to begin the work of moving these 4 pilots forward, these 4 planning grants forward in the coming year. I do want to have the conversation about the Housing Trust Fund and the Strike Fund. I also have to be mindful of my staff's capacity, so that might be, a second step in what we step forward. What I presented tonight is intended to be the work of the next 4 years, right? And so we will move forward with what's on the slide right there, and then as those begin to go and gain traction, we will then look towards moving the other 2 initiatives forward.
So you'll work in conjunction with the continuum of care, or will that whole model be changing?
No, we work in conjunction with the continuum of care. So United Way has a standing seat on the continuum of care board, so I do serve as a board member. I'm a former chair of the continuum of care. We work very closely with them, and will, where appropriate, include a COC board member on each of the implementation teams as well.
Okay. And then, if I may, Madam Chair, okay. Okay. Okay, all right. I want to ask Patrick, or our city attorney, for an update about the House Bill 551. When we talk about vouchers and the need for utilization, there was proposed legislation, as we know, that could affect that. So could you just give us an update?
Yes. Excuse me.
If that's okay.
Yes, we have been involved in monitoring Bill 551, and I do want to be clear that we didn't write it. We weren't really involved from the creation of it, but it was presented to us in its first form back in early April of 2023, where it made it very clear that they were adding source of income discrimination as something that local governments could not get involved in. When we saw it, and based on what they did with the rent control aspect of it as well, it was our position that the bill as written could be read to say that local governments don't have the ability to enact any sort of regulation as it relates to source of income discrimination. So we made that point through Dana Fenton to I think it was the apartment association that was asking for that. They said that was never their intention, and then they added a new section, subsection C, to that particular bill to make clear that they weren't attempting to address source of income discrimination when in situations where the city owns the property or the city is involved in some sort of agreement, financial support for the property as well. So as it's currently written, we feel we feel good that it doesn't apply or wouldn't prohibit the enforcement of our recent ordinance that we've enacted in terms of what it is that you're trying to accomplish. But again, I don't know where where that bill is going, but the language that they have in there right now, I think has us very confident that it won't impact and certainly not prevent us from doing what this committee and council wanted to do when it comes to source of income discrimination, when the city's involved as a financial partner.
Okay. And just because there was, the communities worked so hard on that source of income discrimination, and then that, for that bill to be drafted was very concerning. And we can talk offline. Patrick, I sent you an email over the weekend. I heard Ms. Mayfield also ask you about it. But I just want to be clear on the language. Because what I see, I just want to be very, very clear on the language, so we can take a look at that
Absolutely.
later.
We can talk about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bakari?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the gathering of partners that this is kind of shaping up to be. Also like the approach that the city and the county is being kind of actively coordinated in partnership, which has been one of our weaker points in addressing this. I think with all this, the devil's in the details. I mean, it's, you've got to see the underlying models, the amounts, things like that. Like, one question I'll ask right now is, while I'll assume that these planning grants, what you described, are what the outcome will be of execution, it's probably for staff, right, to do that. Is that correct?
On the planning grants, do you mind commenting on that you guys will be running?
So I think it's going to depend, it depends on the initiative. So the critical home repair, we will run the planning grant process. We will work closely with the city and the county and LISC and the providers who do the critical home repair, as well as those who have undergone the critical home repair process, and together come up with recommendations around refining the system. At the end of the day, that's for the city and the county to implement, right? That's really...
I guess my question is, the majority of the planning grant money, while the different examples you used earlier were different kinds of things that would be done, it will be in the hiring of staff to do those things. So essentially, we're hiring staff with that money to prepare for execution for the other chunk of money, right?
So what will the planning grant money be used for?
Right, exactly.
Right, yeah.
No, it's more to contract with consultants.
So consultants, so again, staff, but in this form, not FTEs, but consultants to come and do that work.
Correct.
So can you tell me the number that you kind of said, some specific numbers that were lower level and combined? Can you give me the high level roll up and then tell me how much of that money, for example, is planning grant versus overall?
Yes, the planning grants were very modest. Thank you. The planning grants are relatively small. So, for example, in upstream emergency rental assistance, where I mentioned it was $575,000 in total, I believe the planning grant for that one was $75,000 assumed related to the city.
Yes. And are you wanting the county investment as well, the requested county investment?
For planning grants? Yeah, I'm just trying, and I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm just trying to get a sense right now.
$75,000K for the planning grant, and then $500K for the pilot program itself to activate on that, if that makes sense.
It does.
And the other one is 50K. So the total of the planning grants that the city has been asked to invest in is $125,000. And what we expect is that we'll come out of that not with recommendations, but with essentially the design of a better system. So when you think about our home rehab programs, for example, the city contracts some of that ourselves. We contract with, just last week, y'all approved contracts with Habitat and For the Struggle. The county has funds for critical home repair. LISC has funds. And one of the challenges that we have is that if you want to apply for that, somebody has to come, apply to the city's program, apply to For the Struggle, apply to Habitat. So our idea about investing in these planning grants is that we're actually redesigning the system to make it easier for residents to participate in our programs. So the exact same concepts we're doing through the Staying in Place pilot program, coordinated intake, connecting to other resources along the way, This is just taking it from, just the city coordinating our own programs to now being able to coordinate across the various funding streams and partners. And so we would expect to come out with this modest investment in a planning grant, come out with a better system that actually is easier for residents.
Yeah, I don't disagree that a better system is necessary in that approach. I would just emphasize, I mean, that's while it's lower, it's not an immaterial amount. If 10% of the overall money is for overhead, I would just encourage you to be very specific as to what is happening and what we're doing, because, to deploy this money in a kind of joint venture amongst, I guess, public nonprofit kind of partnerships like that, the expectation would normally maybe be that some of the overhead is captured externally and we're dumping money into throughput. So I just, again, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's not immaterial. So I'd make sure we're very transparent and deeply justify all that stuff.
Thank you. And as we wrap this one up, I have similar questions in regards to what Councilmember Bakari just brought up. And if there is any way to make it crystal clear what we're already spending money on, what's going to happen within our entity regardless, versus what we are investing in and what we expect to get out from United Way, it would be very helpful. Because as I'm thinking, I had a lot of the same questions that he just brought up. Like, are we just paying for a contractor to go reorganize the system? And if so, what does the rest of this money, why are we putting money in a pilot in United Way that we're running the program here internally? I'm sure those answers are there. It's just not readily apparent. So I would be very interested to see what that exactly looks like going forward, because if we're talking about year-over-year funding that is beyond this planning grant, I would expect that we would see a reduction in our FTE because some of the stuff that's happening internally is now happening externally, but I don't see yet the vision. So when we see this again, those are just some of the things that I'd like to make sure that I can speak to if asked. Thank you for this one, and thank you for joining us, Catherine. We will move forward to the Housing Trust Fund follow-up discussion.
Thank you. Wendy, if you can pull up the next presentation, and this one has a grand total of 2 slides, so we can move pretty quick here. Okay, one more. Thanks. This is just a level set for what is on the next slide, the actual questions that we need feedback from committee on. Just a reminder, with the November 2022 referendum, an additional $50 million was put into the Housing Trust Fund. On April 24th, based on the 6 projects that you approved for Housing Trust Fund resources, that's a $22 million reduction in the balance. So the available balance in the Housing Trust Fund as of today is between $28 million and $31.5 million. The reason there's a range is because one of the projects you approved last week is a 9% LIHTC deal. We won't know until August whether the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency is going to approve that one or not. If you look at the balance of the slide, this is intended to be illustrative. So the amount that's spent on any given RFP will be based on the proposals that are received and how strong the value propositions are and what decisions you make. But we wanted to just tease that out to underscore that with $28 to $31.5 million, it's going to be hard to do all of the things that we think council has said you want us to do. So the rolling NOAA RFP is something that we will release later this month. That was part of the Housing Trust Fund tune-up discussions. We've assumed that, and by rolling, all that means is it will be released and it will essentially stay open. It'll stay open until resources have been exhausted for that. If you think about the Pepper Tree NOAA as an example of a very large NOAA, that was an $8 million investment by the city. So if there was one transformational investment like that and 1 or 2 medium-sized ones, getting to the $10 to $15 million range would not be that challenging. We would expect we'd have a traditional Housing Trust Fund RFP in July of 2023. That's the normal calendar. We release one in July. We come to council in September with recommendations. It would be unusual to do something as small as $3 to $7 million, but with finite resources, we think that would be necessary. We would just signal to the marketplace this would be an incredibly competitive round, and we would want to see the very best proposal step forward. Moving through the year, in the summer, also part of the Housing Trust Fund tune-up, we talked about having the rolling RFP for land acquisition, $3 to $7 million. Wouldn't it be nice if there was a lot more money to support that kind of an initiative? But that's probably what we're dealing with at this stage of the game, at least as a starting point. And then I think we would want to reserve at least a little bit for the traditional winter RFP in December of 2023, because that's when the 9% LIHTC deals come into the city. So we'd probably want to have a little bit of capacity to support at least one of those. And then it's hard to imagine under any scenario that there would be money left over to do a summer of 2024 RFP. But frankly, that wouldn't be that unusual. If you look back at the last few cycles, typically the Housing Trust Fund is depleted by the time you get to the summer, just in advance of the next referendum. So all of that's for context, and I'm not suggesting that those numbers are set in stone. We'll just have to see how it plays out. Moving to the next slide, the purpose for this topic being on the agenda, I guess I would call this an informal referral that was made to committee, or maybe a formal referral, but you remember the conversation from last Monday night. There are two specific questions that are being posed here, and I'll pose those two questions very quickly, and then I'll stop talking. The first is an evaluation of the Sycamore Station project, which Councilmember Izmira brought up for discussion last week, and ultimately the decision was we'll take that into committee and discuss it. And the way the question is posed here, and you may choose to frame it differently, but the way it's posed here is, should council itself vote on the $1.7 million Housing Trust Fund request for the Sycamore Station project, which, as we've talked about before, is approximately 95% complete in construction. I won't go over the profile information for the project itself. It's identical to what was shared with you last Monday night. So that first question is kind of looking in the rearview mirror. And then question number two is on a forward-looking basis. When we release Housing Trust Fund RFPs in the future, should we consider, and this wouldn't be a policy change, it would more be an eligibility requirement, should we be more explicit that projects that have closed financing and commenced construction should not be eligible for Housing Trust Fund awards? So those are the two questions. I'll pause there and turn it back to you, Mr. Watlington.
Thank you. Thoughts? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Heath, just for clarification, historically, I guess there was an unwritten rule that was in the development community when it came to city dollars not to bring a request like this, because this is the first time that we received a request where a project was almost at completion, and then they've come to the table requesting tax dollars.
Yes, it was understood that the role of the Housing Trust Fund was to provide gap funding as kind of the last dollars in, that but for these dollars, the project would not happen. And that would always be before financing was closed and construction commenced, yes.
So I would encourage us as a committee to keep that as our focus, the but for, because as was mentioned, we have very limited dollars. So let's just say, worst case scenario, if we have about 28 to 31.5 million, let's say the projects came in, we're at the highest, the 15, 7, 7, and 7, that's 36 million right there. It could happen. So we already have very limited funds to open up the door. But going back to the question that Councilmember Johnson asked, when we're looking at the proposed bill in Raleigh, what was presented to committee earlier was language that has the word consider in there. I have a concern that as council moves forward with projects, we approve funding for projects for that potential developer to consider receiving a voucher, regardless of, and I'm only talking about city-related subsidies. I'm not talking about subsidies that you would receive from Housing Authority, that's federal dollars, they go with you wherever you go. There's a challenge for me to justifiably tell the community we're going to use your tax dollars to try to address a need that has been laid out, and we're talking about spending more money for planning around addressing that need, for a developer to utilize those funds and then only consider. Another opportunity that I think we've not been able to pull the trigger on it, and I don't know, it would be helpful to know from the attorney's office a very direct answer to, can we, yes or no? We have a number of residents in our community that have been in our community that have applied. We had one of our partners that had to refund a lot of application fees because they had a unit that was developed that had X number of vacancies, but you accepted a much greater number of applications. Application fees are not cheap. Yet, we have these wait lists, and multiple organizations have their own wait lists. But every time there's a new project that comes up, we start a new wait list, first come, first serve, versus having the ability to go back within your current wait list. You don't even have to share the wait list. DreamKey already has a wait list. If we're approving funding with our partners that we already know that have a focus, would it be easier? Do we have the ability to encourage for these funds? We need to get your wait list down. Whether not looking at Enlivian, because they have a different model, with some of our other partners that we work directly with, let's look at how we are addressing that 32,000 gap by looking at who currently is already on the wait list. They may have been on the wait list for 2 or 3 years. They may have been on the wait list for 5 years. Because unfortunately, a lot of times when I have gone to ribbon cuttings, and I'm meeting the residents and talking to them, especially in a lot of our NOAAs or our multifamily, these are individuals who just moved here or moved here within the last 6 months to a year. You know how to maneuver in the system, which is great for you, but that's not addressing the need of the current residents. That's helping that 80 to 100 plus that's coming into the city every day, but we're still having that growing number within our current community. So from the legal end, it would be helpful to know what says that we can't do it. So versus this idea, because I am a fan, the answer is yes until you can legally say no. We should be able to look at some language that's actually going to protect our tax dollars as well as protect our residents. And by having language, if it goes through, that has just a consideration, but you're able to tap into tax dollars, and then when we check a year, 6 months later, we find out that none of the individuals who we currently already have in the system, we already know who they are. We know who receives our subsidies. Are we tracking that subsidy to that unit? When we have these new buildings, these new developments, we just approved for 780 new units. Out of them 780, what 780 current residents that receive subsidies, how many of those are actually getting access to these? And if it's only 1 or 2, that's a challenge. So it will be helpful as we're rethinking the process and trying to be more targeted if we have the ability to do that. Is that something that you know, Mr. Baker, or is that something you need to research?
That is something that I'd like to research and speak with the director and then come back to you very quickly. It's not a months-long thing.
So 2 separate questions. 1, yes, we can. And if not, why? Where's the statute? And 2, what could that interpretation of consider mean to our goals? And is part B of that, is there a way to put language in place to ensure that our interpretation of that consider supersedes their interpretation of that consider, to make sure that we're addressing the need of our community if we're using tax dollars? Because some of the things that was mentioned in your presentation, that can happen. You can have a tenant who's not a good tenant who never received a subsidy. The idea that we're talking about identifying funding to guarantee something, if you go into the market, you can't have that type of guarantee. So I just want us to make sure that we're trying to be as not only creative, as focused with our dollars that are the dollars that we generate from taxpayers, even our taxpayers who are currently homeless or about to be homeless. What are we, excuse me, what are we doing to ensure that they have the optimum opportunity to move into the next level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did you have something?
Yeah, I do. I just want to piggyback off what Councilmember Mayfield said, a couple things. I would support this. And I would support it because it's answering a call, it's solving a problem. When you look at, I believe, when you look at the rent range, it starts at $360 per month. We have residents that that are disabled, and if they're lucky, they're receiving disability. And individuals who haven't paid enough into their Social Security system, if they're disabled at a young age, they're earning SSI, which was $700 or $800 a month. We also have the ones, many of them are waiting on some type of Social Security approval, because that can take years. So we have individuals in our community who need this kind of rent. And the highest rent amount is this 60%. We see so many developments that are, 60 to 80. I like this. I think it's aggressive. Yes, it's different, but I think we need to do something different, in my opinion. We approve things that won't be built for years. This is something that I would support, and I would support it because it is outside of the box. That might have been our traditional way, and we may not need to do it, for other developers. I understand what you're saying. We need to be fair. We need to be transparent. But there might be a process where if a developer is at the end of construction and they're willing to house our most vulnerable, maybe we put other criteria on this last-minute funding. Maybe they can't discriminate against someone with criminal background or something like that. But, I mean, when you look at this, I think that I would be willing to support this. The $10,000 per unit, Sean, how does that compare to other projects?
10,000 per unit is exceptionally low compared to other projects.
So I think I would support a process that we could do last minute. Just last month or a couple months ago, we created something for gap financing. We hadn't done that before that I can recall. So this is kind of gap financing at the end. So I would be willing to support a new process. These are, I looked online, they're already marketed. They're already online, right? And it's not for this rental amount. So if there was a process so that we could be consistent, so there were other developers that were aware of this, I would support us doing that, because this does answer a call, this 30%. And maybe that's something we can talk about, or Sean, you're very creative, right? Or if there's a higher level, if we put, more in more requirements for those developers to be eligible for this funding, I think that would be great. Another thing I want to talk about, Ms. Mayfield, you mentioned the word consider. I listened to the earlier meeting, and there was a couple things. Someone said, and I don't know who it was, that the source of income discrimination, or excuse me, source of income ordinance was for affordable housing providers to not be able to discriminate against individuals with housing choice voucher or vouchers for their income. It was for all developers who accepted a penny of city dollars, whether that be through the TIG, through the housing choice voucher, and we were very specific about it, and I remember because I made the proposal, a penny of city dollars. So I want to make sure that that's very clear, that it wasn't just for affordable housing developers and make sure that that new language in the 551 did not affect that also. And when you talk about consider, another thing we couldn't do, Ms. Mayfield, is to require a landlord to approve the applicant. That's why it said consider. They can't reject them based on their income, but they could, if they weren't credit worthy for whatever reason. So what the committee and what we didn't want to push was to say, landlord, you can't have standards for your units. They can still have those standards for your units. It's someone has to qualify. And if the housing choice voucher made them help them to qualify, that's the ones we were saying it was obvious discrimination. So yeah, so that's all I have. But Sycamore Station, I don't know what the next step would be if we need to. Yeah. Oh, okay. Do you have any guidance for us or any?
Well, I would say time is short because this project is so far along that, they're leasing units, right? And at some point, it becomes hard to have the 30% units available, right? So an answer is needed sooner rather than later, or else all the units are populated. And yes, 10,000 is low. I'm trying not to speak out of both sides of my mouth, but this is a very unusual animal here. I mean, the reason it's low is because there was a point in time where this project had a financing plan without a gap, but then a rising cost environment created a gap. And this isn't a violation of policy for them to request the funding, but I want to be careful I don't overstep my bounds here, but I'm concerned about the signal this sends to the marketplace because this is the Housing Trust Fund is the best money in town. There's a reason every developer wants Housing Trust Fund dollars. It's the softest financing that's available. And I just think it should be the highest of high bars in order for a developer to receive the funds.
And when you say high bars, you mean process?
I think that for something that really deviates so far from our historical standards, that's where I get uncomfortable. But it's a judgment call, and it's not my judgment to make. So I'm trying to share my point of view without being biased.
So last month or 2 months, the last time we approved extra money for gap financing, was that outside of our traditional process?
Yes, and I think to me, the big distinction was that every single one of those projects had previously awarded Housing Trust Fund. So there was already a partnership in place, so to speak. We had a vested interest in those projects, relationship to get the project as far as it was. Those were unusual circumstances. This takes those unusual circumstances to to the nth degree. There is a value proposition. If council were to vote on this and fund it, it would deliver 30% AMI units to the marketplace quicker than any other scenario except for naturally occurable affordable housing. I don't want to be dismissive of that. The developer made a significant reduction in their Housing Trust Fund request. I don't want to be dismissive of that. There's a value proposition here for sure. I'll stop there.
In my opinion, there's a huge value proposition. There's our residents receiving housing. It's not about relationship or bureaucracy or previous process. This is what I would like to see, but I also respect Mr. Heath's expertise. So I would want to make sure, I guess, that the developer were, what's the word? Not worthy, but at least is not going to go bankrupt in the next month or so. You know what I mean? If you could, when you measure the housing choice voucher developers, you look at their finances and that whole approval process. I would want some type of quasi, I guess, approval process or review process of the developer. So what I would say is if we can look at this developer, their financials or whatever that eligibility process would be if they went through the long process, if that developer meets those criteria or meets the standard that we could responsibly give those taxpayer dollars to this developer, I am okay with going outside of our normal process. So
Is that a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion that we
Send this to council
for consideration, for
There's
approval.
wording right there for that, I think, number one.
We got it. Right. But we also need to make sure that they would fit the criteria otherwise.
Well, it went through the standard review, so there was nothing associated with the developer experience and credentials and, financial capabilities that resulted in us putting them to the side. So they met those screens.
Okay, good. Yeah, then I'd like to make a recommendation that we send this to council for review and approval.
I'll second it. I'll open up the floor for discussion. I'll start real quick. I know we've only got a couple of minutes left, and we can push the third item to the next meeting. It seems pretty clear what we're looking for here. It's very unusual. Frankly, I think we're in the best negotiating space we could ever be in. Number one, the risk is super low in terms of the costs skyrocketing because they're at the end of the project in terms of construction. Versus some of the projects.
I think he wants to say something.
I'm sorry.
In terms of the projects that come before us and then have to come back a year later and ask for additional dollars. If I'm understanding correctly, this AMI, these are the commitments, right, for
Yeah,
40 years. So it's not like we're going to approve this and then they can go do whatever they want to do.
Correct. If council were to approve the funding, then they would have to abide by that AMI mix,
Okay.
recognizing how far along they are in this project, that time is of the essence.
Exactly. I wonder if this is indicative of what could be possible, frankly, if, when these developers are not in a situation to be more choosy, if you will. I'm all for if you wanted to do more, but now you need my money and now you got to give me more. I think that's the whole point, right? That's exactly where I want to be negotiating from. So anyway, that's how I feel about this one. I mean, like you said, $10,000, 360 rent. We're talking about 30% AMI for 34 of the units, another 134 units at 60% AMI. I don't know how much better this could possibly look for us and for the people who actually need housing. So I would definitely support it, but that's a conversation for another day. As it relates to number 2, it doesn't appear that this is outside of our existing policy, so I'm absolutely fine with considering, if you want to keep sending me projects where you're going to give me these many units at this low of a cost, I don't care where you are in construction. Well, I do care. I'm glad that you're further along in construction than 3 years out and you could potentially need to come back. So definitely worth discussing in the future. Mr. Bakari?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 points, and then I'll say what I'll do personally. One is, I don't know anything about this deal other than what I've heard now in 2 council sessions, so nothing else beyond that. And the most logical thing that I can arrive at when somebody's 95% done with the project and they are now doing this is the fact that things changed. They looked around at all their options, and this is the one that makes the most sense for them. And that's a bit concerning to me. The second thing at a macro level is, this is just after over 5 years of now being in the weeds of affordable housing and the challenge and the solutions we've been trying to throw at it. This is not needle moving. We have a bunch of tools that aren't effective with what we need to do. And I've just come to the conclusion that while we still keep approving the things that we have that we know maybe aren't necessarily making a dent in the problem that is of the magnitude we should be, we will not put the urgency around finding the new approaches. So that's why I'm kind of negative on most of the things we're doing right now until we get really serious about changing the model, because this is a problem and we're not making a dent. But with that being said, I'm prepared to vote yes because we're not taking a position on this right now. And so I don't want to be in a spot where we made some decision in committee that ultimately, I haven't learned anything new than the last time this failed in council, but I would prefer that the whole council have that opportunity, and we're not making a statement of support or not. So I'm glad to join you guys in pushing that out so the whole council can have their say.
Any more discussion? Ms. Mayfield?
So it's going to go to full council. I'm going to be a no. I'm very clear on that reasoning. Some of it is shared by what Councilmember Bakari just mentioned. The idea for me of us creating this new precedent that as you move forward with development, if you have a shortfall in your funding, when we want to do outside the box thinking on housing trust fund, yes, but we also don't want housing trust fund dollars to be perceived as, well, we can just make a couple of adjustments and be able to access those dollars. I would support the idea of staff researching what would this look like, and that research includes talking with our current partners, because we may have had over the years current partners that have participated under a very strict expectation of how to gain access to our dollars, that may have started on a project and may have even had conversations with staff and were told, well, that's not our model, and I don't necessarily believe that council would support something like that because we haven't done it before. So I would support staff doing their job to research it more. We can't make a decision that's going to impact our partners that we have had for years, and even new partners coming to the table, without those partners being a part of this conversation. We don't know what type of impact or what type of precedent it can set if we were to move forward and allocate this 1.7 million. What we do know is, here's the dollars that we have left. And out of these dollars that we have left, if we allocate that 1.7 million, then that's potentially one of these other projects that's not going to happen without having conversations with our partners, without at least getting some feedback and being able to bring that feedback to committee to then send to full council, so that you're given all the information and so that we're not making a decision that is more emotional of we're just trying to plug in this need without having transparency in the process, really talking about the process. And again, more importantly, having our partners at the table to share, because they very well might like the idea, but to make this type of decision without them even being a part of it, that's difficult. We've never even asked, hey, Housing and Neighborhood Services staff, have any of our partners ever attempted to identify additional funding when they were halfway into a project, or they had even started on a project? Because that's never been a conversation that we've had before. So for having policy and as much transparency as possible, yeah, I would support staff researching it, but of which, again, it only takes 3 in the committee. I cannot support moving this back to council again with this recommendation, because I'm wondering what other projects might not happen with this 1.7, one thing. 2, what could the potential precedent be set? And 3, what could the impact be to our partners if we were to do this without even having them at the table to be a part of the conversation?
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and vote. So all those in favor of voting on this as council at an upcoming business meeting, please raise your hand or say aye.
Just number 1, right?
Yeah. Number 2 is a policy question we'll have to come back to in a future committee meeting. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. That carries.
You're so funny.
And with that, it's 5:35. I know we've got a
motion to close.
To start. Approved. Let's go.